1. Today is the first day after the New Year's holiday. The city library is very quiet. Students are back to school and workers back to work. The children's reading room on the second floor has almost no children at all. Zhongli climbed up to the third floor, signed in at the director's office, and took the key to open the reading room door. The first thing Zhongli did upon entering was to put on gloves and return the books that she hadn't had time to classify before leaving work yesterday back to the shelves. After busying herself for a while, she turned on the sensor at the door, then sat down and opened the computer on the desk, finally taking a moment to catch her breath. She manages the academic lending section, so there aren't many people, and it's quite desolate compared to the bustling first floor, which handles comprehensive social sciences. Several former classmates who knew she worked here were all envious, saying that she could read books as much as she wanted, that it was both relaxed and fun. But the struggles were known only to her. Those piles of academic journals and professional books were simply not her cup of tea. Since she started working, she rarely had insomnia because as long as she casually took a book back, she would definitely fall asleep within 10 minutes of lying in bed. Even better than sleeping pills. The computer was also outdated and took several minutes to boot up. How does Zhongli start her day? First, she logs on to QQ, then browses through Taobao, and finally opens her frequently visited websites. At this moment, her colleague Wu Wanxia came in with a bowl of beef wontons. The two of them had just come together. Zhongli opened the door first while Wu Wanxia went to buy breakfast. So, Zhongli quickly ate to fill her stomach while there weren't many people around, to avoid being lectured by the director again. How much do you like wontons to change up the flavors every day? Wu Wanxia asked in confusion. It's just like how you only sing the same few songs every time you go karaoke. Zhongli replied with a smile. Wu Wanxia shot her a glare and ignored her, returning to her own office. As Wu Wanxia left, someone else came in, but Zhongli was too focused on eating to notice. She was chewing while clicking on the hottest local forum in City A on her computer. Sometimes she would check out local food recommendations and trending events, like which mall was having sales and giving coupons, which CAF had specialties, who was coming to hold a concert, or which hospital had malpractice incidents. After the New Year's holiday, it seemed many people were idly browsing posts, and the one she had seen a few days ago had all sunk down. At the top was a post by an ID called Oreo is a Proud Bottom, titled Let's Gossip about the professors at our university who could defeat all the campus hunks, rich kids, and beautiful girls with pictures. Zhongli, curious, stuffed a wonton in her mouth and clicked inside. The first person mentioned was a teacher named Mu Qinghe. Zhongli didn't know him personally, but she often heard students gossip about him, so she was already familiar with the name. The original poster gossiped about how charming and approachable Mu Qinghe was while posting pictures, acting like a paparazzi. Zhongli patiently scrolled down. The first page ended, still about Mu Qinghe, and so did the second, third, and fourth pages. Most of the replies were from university students, with some saying they came to check it out after seeing the link recommended on the campus website. By the fifth page, she saw the second main character, AI Jingchu. When it came to AI Jingchu, the original poster's long-winded descriptions of Mu Qinghe suddenly stopped, replaced with a few pictures of him. The first was a photo Zhongli had seen before, almost like an ID photo with a red background and a white shirt, sitting upright, which had been displayed in the window of their hospital's entrance. The second was a large graduation photo with students, where he was a small figure. After posting the two pictures, the original poster left a single sentence. Teacher AI is always a unique flower in our medical school. Additionally, the Baidu definition of unique flower here is rare, special, outstanding, and very beautiful, not the derogatory term you students might have in your lewd minds. Immediately, someone replied, I love Mu Qinghe, he is the best in our school. I don't like AI Jingchu, even though he is indeed handsome. The original poster actually dares to describe him as a flower. It seems they don't want to live anymore. Be careful not to have your teeth pulled out for porcelain. Should we vote for the first place? I'll vote for AI Jingchu, although I also love you. Mu Qinghe, teacher AI is too fierce. What if he becomes second and gets upset and hangs us all? Cry. Original poster. I know who you are, but you have to hold on, don't expose yourself, and continue gossiping about AI Jingchu. I'm looking forward to it. I support Mu Qinghe, but AI Jinkus exposure is too little. It's really not enough that I don't like AI Jingchu. No cross-department tracking allowed. Since Mu Qinghe, why AI Jingchu? I'm just here to watch. Why is there no fruit photo from Lanzhou? Zhongli read through the pages, a smile creeping on her lips. As her mouse gradually scrolled down, she suddenly saw a line at the bottom, wiping sweat and secretly saying, "Doesn't anyone notice that their last names combined form a famous domestic bra brand?" Zheng Li didn't understand at first glance, but after thinking about it, she suddenly realized and couldn't help but burst out laughing. At that moment, a reader came up to her desk, placing the 2 borrowed books and the borrowing card between her breakfast box and computer. Zheng Li's laughter caused the remaining wonton skin, filling, and some celery bits to spray onto the reader's hand and the books. She was stunned for a moment, hurriedly reached out to wipe it, but then thought better of it and grabbed some tissues from the drawer, hastily tearing off a few sheets to deal with the damaged book cover, wiping it randomly while apologizing, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." While speaking, she stood up, bent down to wipe the reader's hand, one hand holding the tissue to wipe and the other hand lifting up. Unexpectedly, the other person pulled back their hand and said, "Fortunately, it wasn't in the face." The tone was calm, without any discernible emotion, but the voice sounded low and gentle, with a subtle, rich texture. Upon hearing this voice, Zheng Li's heart stirred, and she gradually lifted her head that moment. It felt as if time had been accidentally pressed to slow motion. Her gaze moved from his hand to the buttons of his shirt, then slowly upward to his collar, his neck, and finally to his face. The young man's face had clear contours, and his eyes were long and dark, with a hint of very light blue in the whites. Zheng Li was taken aback, lowering her head to continue wiping the borrowing card on his book until it was spotless, then picked up the scanner to process the borrowing procedure. For him, he took the book and didn't say another word, not even looking at her, and left. Long after he had gone, Zheng Li was still staring out the window in a daze. It wasn't until the second reader came to return a book that she snapped back to reality, moving the mouse to exit the screensaver. The screen displayed the borrowing page again. The borrower's name section showed 3 words, AI Jingxu Point 2. Zheng's mother had always warned Zheng Li that there are 3 types of men one should never marry: police officers, teachers, and doctors. Ma Yi was surprised when she heard about this. Why? Aren't these all good son-in-law candidates in the eyes of mothers-in-law? My mom says police officers can't take care of family and are dangerous. And teachers always have young female students with wild thoughts, generation after generation. Once this batch graduates, the next batch comes right after them, endlessly. As for doctors, she thought for a moment. She has a prejudice against doctors. What kind of prejudice? She feels that every time she goes to see a doctor, as long as no one dies, the doctors think there's nothing serious. It's professional indifference, lacking compassion. And what else? Zheng Li smiled. She also says that she can't read the writing doctors do. Yi laughed that on the second Wednesday of the new year, she asked the director for leave to go to a university's affiliated hospital for a follow-up appointment. After several failed blind dates last year, Mama Zheng summarized all of Zheng Li's shortcomings from head to toe and came to 2 conclusions. Besides being too thin, her teeth were uneven, affecting her appearance. Zheng Li had 2 prominent front teeth, and in Ma Yi's words, when she smiled, she looked like a rabbit. Then there were the canine teeth on the right side, which were slightly more prominent than the others, as if the neighboring teeth had collectively taken a step back and sold her. As a child, she didn't like to smile. Whenever she did, others would stare at her mouth, and that feeling was extremely awkward. Later, someone told her, "When you grow up, you might smile like Wang Zuxian." At that age, Zheng Li rarely watched TV or movies and didn't really know who Wang Zuxian was, so she didn't know if that comment was a compliment or an insult. In the end, Mama Zheng concluded that she needed to get braces. "Mom, have you ever seen someone my age wearing braces? That would be so embarrassing." Zheng Li said this, as Mama Zheng had already dragged her into the hospital corridor. This time, Mama Zheng didn't argue. She just silently nodded her chin for her daughter to look. Following her mother's gaze, Zheng Li saw several posters about orthodontics on the wall across the corridor, one of which featured an elderly white woman wearing braces. Facts speak louder than words, and Mama Zheng won effortlessly without saying a word. That Dr. Li was an expert in the outpatient clinic and had a huge number of patients, so it was noon by the time it was their turn. Zheng Li didn't know if it was because of her mother's acquaintance or if Dr. Li was just naturally kind-hearted, but he was very friendly. The orthodontics department at a university medical school is among the best in the country, attracting patients from all over the country every day. Since it is a teaching institution, the outpatient clinics have graduate students sitting in with the experts, and each consultation room is very spacious. After Zheng Li's examination, Dr. Li, in a very hospitable manner, explained the entire treatment process in detail in front of Mama Zheng. That a female student who was observing said, "Your daughter is already pretty, and once her teeth are straightened, her smile will be perfect." Hearing this, Mama Zheng was overjoyed and quickly urged Zheng Li to pay and sign. When Zheng Li returned with the payment receipt, Dr. Li said to the student Zhou Wen, "Write an order for her to get her teeth extracted first." Zhou Wen asked, "Which teeth?" Dr. Li replied, "Left 4, right 4, extract both top and bottom." Then he kindly moved on to the next patient. Zheng Li trembled and asked, "What do you mean by left 4 and right 4? Count from the gaps between your teeth, the fourth tooth on the left and the fourth tooth on the right. Top and bottom?" "Yeah, both." Zheng Li suddenly felt a bit dizzy, while her mother was focused on her pain and felt that the situation was settled and left her standing there with weak legs. Zhou Wen said, "Don't be afraid. Today, we'll only extract 2 teeth from one side." Zheng Li continued asking, "What about the other side? Depend on the situation. If all goes well, usually you could do it in a week." Zhou Wen wrote the order and then asked, "Are you on your period?" Zheng Li didn't understand. "Huh. You can't extract teeth during your period. The bleeding will be more severe." "Are you?" "No," Zheng Li blurted out, then hurriedly stammered and corrected herself. Yes. It seemed she had caught a lifeline. Zhou Wen looked at her and took back the order, saying, "Then there's no way. We'll talk to Dr. Li about it. Let's do it next time. Anyway, Dr. Li sees patients every Monday, and Wednesday morning you can come directly after that." Then Zheng Li fled the hospital. However, unable to resist her mother's persistent nagging, after 2 months, she returned to the hospital with a sense of impending doom. On the way, she contemplated how to explain her 2-month absence to Zhou Wen and Dr. Li. "After my period ended, I forgot about this, and by the time I remembered, my period came again." Or, "I'm sorry, Zhou Wen, my period has been here for 2 months. That would be too tragic." She thought through all the reasons and finally came up with a plausible one before resolutely walking into the hospital. When she climbed to the orthodontics department on the 6th floor, she found that the huge consultation room on the right was actually empty. She looked left and right through the glass in the corridor and didn't see anyone in a white coat. She hurriedly walked in, only to find that even Dr. Li's nameplate, which was hanging outside the partition, was gone. She paid 10,000 yuan. They wouldn't have absconded with the money, right? Just then, a nurse came in and asked Zheng Li, "Who are you looking for? Is Professor Li not seeing patients today?" The nurse looked her over. "Are you Dr. Li's patient?" Zheng Li nodded. "He went to Africa for aid work. He left suddenly at the end of last year. The patients have all been transferred to Dr. AI, she said, pointing to the consultation room across the way. "Oh, thank you." Without thinking too much, Zheng Li walked to the next room and found many patients. Each cubicle had a treatment bed, 1 patient per doctor, all bustling about. There was 1 cubicle still vacant, with a doctor sitting on a stool, facing away from her and talking to 2 people. She was too far away to hear clearly. She didn't know who to disturb to ask, and just as she was about to retreat, someone suddenly walked in from the corridor and asked, "Are you Zheng Li?" Zheng Li turned around, and the girl calling her was Zhou Wen. She awkwardly greeted, "Dr. Zhou. Hey, why did you take so long to come? I thought you had been scared off by me last time." Zhou Wen laughed. "No, I was on a business trip and didn't have time." Zheng Li hurriedly lied. Zhou Wen said, "Dr. Li has gone abroad. All the students he took have been transferred to Dr. AI, but there are too many patients, so some were sent out. Don't worry, you're still being seen by Dr. AI. We reviewed your x-rays and medical history in class that day." "Okay, just wait a moment. Dr. AI personally reviews each patient. He's over there communicating with the family." Zheng Li thought to herself, "This teacher has a great surname, Love. Oh, love. It could be adapted into 5 talks for beauties, 3 loves, love for school, love for profession, love for teachers." She couldn't help but chuckle at her own thought. As she inadvertently turned back, she noticed the names of the doctors on the wall. On a silver-gray plaque, printed in bold black letters, were 3 words. The first one was AI, with a space between the surname and the name, followed by Jingshu. She slightly parted her lips, unsure of what to do, when she heard Zhou Wen say, "Dr. AI, the Zheng Li that Dr. Li transferred is here." She watched him take the medical record from Zhou Wen's hand, then step by step walk towards her. He was wearing a white coat, and the collar of his gray-black plaid shirt peeked out. The central air conditioning in the hospital was quite strong, so they didn't wear jackets while working. However, Zheng Li was bundled up in a down jacket and scarf, which made her feel a bit hot, and she began to sweat in her palms. He stopped and asked, "Age?" 25. "What made you think of getting braces?" This stumped Zheng Li. Zhou Wen, however, smoothly continued, "Your mom was really funny last time she said you couldn't find a boyfriend because of your teeth." Zheng Li broke into a cold sweat and glanced at Zhou Wen, only to find AI Jingchu also withdrawing his gaze from the medical record to look at her. His gaze moved from her chin to her nose, eyes, forehead, and finally landed back on her mouth, calmly saying, "The protrusion isn't a big issue." Zheng Li was stunned, not hearing clearly whether he meant that the protrusion of her teeth didn't significantly affect her appearance or that the protrusion of her teeth didn't significantly affect finding a boyfriend. However, he had a very strong cold aura, making her hesitant to say anything more. This moment, AI Jingchu took a sealed pair of rubber gloves from the operating table and put them on. Since there were no extra treatment beds, she had to stand there for the examination. He was much taller than her, so Zhou brought over a high stool. He sat while she stood. He took out a flashlight from his pocket and asked her to open her mouth. Meanwhile, Zheng Li was praying hard, hoping that there were no remnants of food stuck in her teeth after eating earlier. After a while, AI Jingchu turned off the flashlight and said, "I've looked at your medical records, and it's actually not too obvious and doesn't affect your life, so treatment isn't necessary. But since you have this willingness and Professor Lee has already taken you in, we will proceed. My plan is the same as Professor Lee's. First, we will extract a tooth, but the two below can be left for now. We'll see how it goes during the procedure and then decide." As she spoke, she turned to call Zhou Wen to give her a tooth extraction order, but when she turned around, she found that Zhou Wen had been called away by another patient. So, AI Jingchu had to write it herself, but he picked up the pen and asked, "What's your name?" "Zheng Li. Li as in carp. Are you on your period?" he asked. No doubt an hour later, Zheng Li came out of the surgical tooth extraction room, biting down on a cotton ball to stop the bleeding. Feeling a bit dizzy, she sat down on a chair in the outpatient hall that on the wall beside the registration area. There was a row of experts' names and photos, and Zheng Li quickly spotted AI Jingchu, who always had a stern face and wore a white coat. At that moment, many patients were lined up waiting to register. "That I'd like to register for AI Jingchu," someone said loudly while holding money as they reached the window. "Professor AI is fully booked today," the person inside the window replied through a loudspeaker. "What about this afternoon?" "Fully booked all day. Then I'll register for tomorrow." "Tomorrow is Thursday. Professor AI only sees patients on Wednesdays and Fridays." "That, in a way, I came from so far. Do I have to wait 2 more days? Are you registering or not? If not, next please." I'll register. Just get me someone else." Those exchanges and inquiries were drowned out by other noisy voices. Suddenly, she understood why Zhou Wen told her not to worry, because that doctor was AI Jingchu. As a result, the tooth extraction was not as painful as Zheng Li had expected by evening. She went to Carol's as if nothing had happened. Carol's was a coffee shop co-owned by Zheng Li, Ma Yi, and Wuhan. Actually, most of the money came from Wuhan, but she was very busy working at the hospital, so usually it was Ma Yi who managed it, while Zheng Li came to help when she had time. The coffee shop was very close to the east gate of the university, so the customers were mainly students. The shop's 4 walls were covered with green wallpaper, giving a nostalgic feel. On a chilly winter evening, and not a weekend, Carol's was a bit quiet. Ma Yi was frothing milk for a latte. Zheng Li took out a tarot deck, shuffled the cards carefully, and then drew one. "The Wheel of Fortune. What does it mean?" Ma Yi leaned over to ask. "That if upright, it can be interpreted as a key event, a good beginning, a new opportunity." Ma Yi whistled. "Not bad." Zheng Li thought for a moment, then took out the follow-up appointment card from her bag, unfolded the small paper card, which had the time for her next visit written on it, then flipped it over. On the front were the names of the attending physician, and the patient AI Jingchu's name was written above Zheng L. In fact, he didn't know her. She hardly knew him either. However, that wheel, considered the wheel of fate and future, was indeed a strange thing. Half a month later, when she went for a follow-up appointment, the gums from her tooth extraction had almost healed. Now, she couldn't laugh too broadly, otherwise. The sight of her wide-open mouth, showing a missing tooth on each side, was quite unsettling. This time, she specifically brought her toothbrush, toothpaste, and a cup with her, carefully brushing her teeth before going in. As soon as she lay down on the treatment bed, Zhou Wen asked AI Jingchu to come in. He opened the drawer of the nearby operating table, changed into a new pair of gloves, and then sat down. Several students observing nearby gathered around Zheng Li. turning on the light and lowering their heads as if they were examining a giant panda, scrutinizing her teeth. Among them was a tall, burly black student. AI Jingchu spoke entirely in English from the start. The unfamiliar and lengthy professional terms left Zheng Li unable to understand a single word. She only saw him gesturing at her teeth as he spoke. She didn't dare to look at him. Zheng Li had always been afraid of doctors, teachers, and leaders. If she had any headaches or fevers, she would buy some medicine from the pharmacy to deal with it. And if something hurt, she would search online to see if it was a serious issue. If it was just a minor problem, she would endure it. In short, she would avoid if possible. Zheng Li also didn't dare to look at anyone in the room, only able to act as a living teaching model, stiffly opening her mouth and staring straight ahead. But after a short while, the orange light made her feel both hot and dizzy, and she couldn't move around freely. She squinted her eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He was talking about the depth of the upper and lower teeth occlusion, pausing slightly when he reached the term overbite depth indicator, and expressionlessly adjusted the lamp's handle with the back of his gloved hand. With the angle adjusted, the light no longer shone directly into her eyes. After that, they finished adjusting. AI Jingchu gave Zhou Wen a few instructions and then moved on to the next patient. Zhou Wen called a nurse for help and took a dental mold for Zheng Li. Zhou Wen said, "Next time, just come on the weekend." "Do you all work on weekends?" "No, it's almost winter break. If I don't rush to get this done for you, you'll delay it for over a month. Besides, you're getting a full mouth appliance, which will take several hours to bond properly. Usually, when AI Laosher is in clinic, there are too many patients, over 100. He won't have time. So, I'll just work extra for you on the weekend." Zheng Li smiled shyly. "Sorry to trouble you. AI Laosher arranged you for me, so it's my responsibility. By the way, remember our number here. If you have any questions, just call and the nurse will answer. Just say you're looking for me." AI Laosher doesn't have time to answer calls. Following Zhou Wen's gaze, she saw a new patient arriving, and AI Jingchu was standing there with his back to them, communicating with someone. Every patient, even if it was just for a follow-up, he had to personally check, inquire, guide, and then teach the responsible student how to proceed, ultimately verifying the work. He rarely spoke unnecessary words, didn't smile, and was almost entirely unrelated to terms like approachable or friendly, which is why he always gave a stern impression. "Is this weekend okay?" Zheng Li asked. "This weekend?" Zhou Wen thought for a moment. "I need to make the mold first, then adjust the dimensions. I'm afraid I won't have enough time. How about next weekend? I'll still be here then. It will definitely work." "Oh, that's good. At 9 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you. If you can't come, make sure to call me in advance. Otherwise, I'll be waiting for nothing." As Zhou Wen spoke, she took Zheng Li's follow-up card and wrote down the time and date. Hearing Zhou Wen say this, she became serious and set a reminder on her phone. After leaving the hospital, Zheng Li saw something floating down from the sky like dust. When she reached out to catch it, she realized it was snowflakes. She smiled slightly and brought her finger up to her mouth. It really felt like the new year was approaching. The second Saturday, she went to the hospital. Zheng Li was a little late. She had never been someone who broke promises, so she hurried to the hospital. However, both elevators were stuck on the 7th floor and wouldn't come down, so she had to walk up. When she reached the 5th floor, there were only a few people scattered in the waiting area. She turned into the corridor, where there were examination rooms on both sides, separated by large glass panels, allowing a clear view of the activities inside. The examination rooms were quite large, almost bigger than a regular classroom, with 7 or 8 dental treatment chairs set up simultaneously. To the left was Zhou Wen's room. The sky was particularly gloomy, and the large examination room had no lights on, creating a stark contrast to the brightness of the waiting area and corridor. Zheng Li uriedli wolktin, doubting if she had gotten the time wrong. She glanced around but didn't see Zhou Wen, and just when she was unsure of what to do, she noticed a tall figure standing by the window on the other side. It was AI Jingchu. Because there was no light and the day was overcast, he stood quietly in the corner, almost overlooked. He was standing with his arms crossed, silently gazing out the window. Zheng Li took a few steps closer and followed his line of sight. Outside was a stream of traffic. The weather was bad, visibility was poor, and many car lights had turned on, giving the gray morning a somewhat evening feel. She couldn't understand what he was lost in thought about while looking at those lights. It was unclear whether Zhang Li's footsteps startled him or if it was her breathing, but AI Jingchu slowly turned around. Upon seeing Zhang Li, he didn't seem surprised and nodded slightly. Zhang Li didn't know what the nod meant, so she said, AI, teacher, I'm looking for Zhou. He didn't reply, walking straight to the door to turn on the lights. Suddenly, all the lights in the examination room lit up one by one, dispelling the previous darkness. The bright white light shone on his face, and his dark eyes seemed slightly uncomfortable. He then turned back to the sink by the window, opened the faucet, and carefully washed his hands. He then spoke. She had an urgent matter and went home last night. From the moment he started speaking, Zhang Li was a little surprised. His voice, which was usually very pleasant and textured, was now hoarse. He only said 6 words, but seemed very laborious, with the echo almost barely audible. He paused, then made an effort to say, your phone was unreachable. Zhang Li then remembered that her phone had been off yesterday, and she only turned it on this morning when she arrived at the subway station. While speaking, AI Jingchu had already finished washing his hands, gesturing for her to lie down on the treatment bed, then adjusting the chair's angle and turning on the light. He moved the mobile storage rack closer to him, then went next door to fetch some items to place on it. Zhang Li glanced over and saw her dental mold along with a bunch of stainless steel-like wires and small bumps. He then washed his hands again and put on gloves. Only then did Zhang Li realize that he was preparing to personally bond her braces. She had seen them do this during her previous visits and had heard Zhou explain it to another patient. Before that, she saw many kids wearing braces, thinking they were removable metal devices. The process sounded simple. The small metal bumps were positioned at the correct angles, bonded to each corresponding tooth with special composite glue. Then a fixed wire was threaded through the upper and lower teeth. And finally, a very fine wire was twisted between each tooth to adjust their positions through mutual force. This seemed to be a basic technique in orthodontics, so it was generally done by nurses with students. It required 2 people, one to prepare the adhesive and the other to bond it, so they had to cooperate well. Otherwise, the glue could dry out easily. Also, those small bumps needed to be placed at precise angles. Even slight errors could prevent the fixed wire from fitting properly. In short, it was definitely a labor-intensive technical task that required both attention to detail and time, especially since it was for Zhang Li's full mouth. He put on a light blue mask and sat down. Zhang Li lay back and opened her mouth instinctively. He was fond of talking, and she couldn't speak with her mouth open, so the entire process was extremely quiet. Due to the angle, she could never see his face, only allowing his fingers to move skillfully inside and outside her mouth. Sometimes his hand would go around her head, reaching from the other side to touch the skin on her face, almost feeling no mutual warmth through the somewhat opaque medical gloves. When he applied the adhesive, he gently supported her head, signaling her to turn her face. Thus, Zhang Li obediently turned her face towards him. With her ear pressed against the leather surface of the treatment table, she could see him up close. However, most of his face was covered by a mask, leaving only a section of his nose and his eyes visible. His eyebrows were slightly thick and his eyes were deep like ink. When he was working, his gaze was focused, undistracted, even unaware of Zhang Li's stare. After finishing the adhesive on his hand, he redirected his attention and picked up another piece with tweezers from the aluminum tray. The rubber gloves tightly adhered to his skin, hiding the prominent knuckles unique to men, making his fingers appear long and slender. Such hands could either belong to a natural pianist or a doctor. It was only at this moment that he noticed Zhang Li staring at him, glanced at her lightly, and said, "You can close your mouth for a while." Perhaps because he hadn't spoken for a long time, his voice sounded even hoarser than before. Only then did Zhang Li dare to close her mouth and move her stiff jaw. She suddenly had an idea, facing a doctor who worked overtime for her illness. Shouldn't she express her gratitude or show concern for his health? But if she asked him if he had caught a cold or if he had taken medicine, would it be misunderstood? Fortunately, Zhang Li's cheeks were still stuffed with a plastic spacer, which separated the skin in her mouth from her teeth on both sides, preventing her tongue from moving at all. So, she simply gave up on that thought. She just felt that if she looked in the mirror, she would definitely look ridiculous. Just as she delayed for this brief moment, the adhesive had been exposed to the air for too long and evaporated beyond the appropriate level. He had to open the box again and scoop out the powder with a spoon, mixing it with water. She initially thought he didn't smile much. So he must have a bad temper, but she didn't expect that to do this job. One must be extremely patient and meticulous. Once the adhesive was ready, she and he continued to cooperate. Before long, they completed the first 2 steps. And then he began the final procedure of twisting fine wire around the small pins on each tooth. The wires were hardly thicker than a hair. Yet he skillfully used tweezers to secure each one, tying them up and cutting them, twisting them around each tooth one by one. His hands seemed to carve ivory. The fingers deftly manipulating the tools, moving fluidly in both directions, astonishing to behold. Zhongli couldn't help but recall when she first learned the piano, struggling with unfamiliar pieces. Her fingers clumsy to the point of frustration, even wishing to chop them off in anger. At that moment, a patrolling nurse entered, and upon seeing AI Jingchu, she called out, "Why is teacher AI alone working overtime?" AI Jingchu didn't turn around. He continued his actions and delayed for a moment before hoarsely replying, "Just some temporary work." The nurse approached, initially staring at Zhongli, preparing to take a good look at the person who made AI Jingchu work overtime. But upon hearing his voice, she turned to him and said, "Teacher AI, has your voice worn out again? There were a lot of patients yesterday, right?" At this point, AI Jingchu no longer responded, nodding slightly as a dismissal. The nurse, unsure if she should retreat or if it was merely a matter of tact, awkwardly left. Zhongli immediately felt he was indeed an unlikable man, and she was glad she hadn't spoken much earlier. After all the procedures were completed, Zhongli moved her aching and numb cheeks. She saw AI Jingchu remove his gloves, throw them into the medical waste bin, and then walk to the sink by the window to wash his hands before returning to his previous position. "Open your mouth," he said. Zhongli immediately complied. He extended his right index finger, exposed to the air, into her mouth, then used his fingertip to rub the small pins and wires that had already been fixed to the surfaces of her teeth. Left, right, up, down, gently, meticulously. The temperature inside her mouth was already higher than that of the outer skin, and since he had just washed his hands with cold water, she could feel the cool fingers slowly gliding. His movements were very natural. His professional habits as a doctor did not make him feel any discomfort. For Zhongli, however, it was a bit awkward, even though she clearly knew he was just checking the braces to see if there were any sharp points that might poke or cause discomfort. Finally, he said, "All set." Zhongli returned to Carol's, where Ma Yi was busy with the shop's little sister. The little sister working today was called Dodo, who was also a student from nearby a university, doing part-time work at the shop. Zhongli smiled broadly, startling Ma Yi's heart. "I've become a steel-toothed girl." Zhongli said, "Didn't you say you'd be delayed for the whole morning? How come you're back so early?" Ma Yi asked while checking out a customer at the bar. "Yeah, that student ended up having something come up, so it was replaced by her teacher, which made things go faster." "I Jingku?" Ma Yi asked again. "MHM." She had mentioned AI Jingchu to Ma Yi before. "You really have good luck," Ma Yi indicated. "Do you know that group of students from his college, just now, was still talking about him? What were they saying? Handsome and young and—" Ma Yi deliberately paused at a critical moment. "And what? Complaining that he is like the king of hell, with countless wronged souls under him." Zhongli couldn't help but chuckle. Dodo leaned over, asking, "What is Zhongli Jie so happy about?" "She has fallen in love," Ma Yi joked. Zhongli shot Ma Yi a glare, then turned to Dodo, saying, "Don't listen to her nonsense." Dodo was an undergraduate in the medical school. She could say whatever about medicine, but not just anything. Ma Yi had to change the subject, saying, "Isn't it uncomfortable to have so much metal in your mouth?" "It is a bit uncomfortable," Zhongli replied, opening her mouth to show Ma Yi. Ma Yi frowned, saying, "Can't take it off? Is it fixed in?" "MHM. Can you chew bones?" "I don't know, probably not." "Never been able to?" "I don't know." "What if it falls out?" "I don't know." "What kind of doctor is that?" "He doesn't explain anything clearly to you. His voice is hoarse. It's too painful to talk. Anyone listening would feel uncomfortable. He can only contact me by phone." When he was about to leave, AI Jingchu actually still had a lot of instructions to tell Zhongli, but he found it exceptionally difficult to speak, almost unable to squeeze out a complete sentence, let alone such lengthy medical advice. He repeated a couple of sentences about not biting hard objects several times just for Zheng Li to understand. So in the end, he decided to discuss it over the phone later. You're going to die. You're going to die. Do you have his personal phone number? Ma Yi suddenly got excited. Yeah. He wrote down his number and asked me to call his cell phone. Zheng Li answered. Dodo finally couldn't help but ask in confusion. Who are you all talking about? Adult matters. Kids shouldn't interrupt. Ma Yi waved her hand, dismissing Dodo. Why are you so excited? Zheng Li said lightly. Then turned down the music, switched to another CD, and soon James Blunt's You Are Beautiful began to play softly. AI Jinxu in person. I've never seen him. And you not only met him, but also spent the whole morning alone with him. Even got his number. I didn't ask for it. He wanted my number. But his phone was in the changing room, so he just asked me to call it. Zheng Li explained with a headache. Anyway, everyone has a curious heart. Haven't you seen their school forum? They're buzzing about them right now. Oh, it turns out everyone is still commenting on that post. Shortly after, Zheng Li began to feel her teeth aching and uncomfortable again, and the metal was rubbing against her mouth, making it painful even to close her lips. At noon, a few people from the store ordered takeout, as usual from the neighboring street, but Zheng Li hardly ate anything. She chewed a couple of bites and felt uncomfortable, having to put down her chopsticks. Later on, Zheng Li hardly wanted to speak at all. In the afternoon, she suddenly received a text message. It advised her to eat soft foods, avoid hard items, refrain from consuming items that are either too hot or too cold, and to brush her teeth carefully. It mentioned that the braces would cause soreness for a few days, and her speech might not be very normal, along with increased saliva, all of which were normal phenomena. If the oral mucosa was severely damaged, she should contact the sender. If the braces weren't firmly attached, fell off, or became loose, she should also get in touch. When Zheng Li first read the beginning of the message, she thought it was some junk message about health subscriptions and almost deleted it until she remembered it was the medical advice sent by AI Jinxu. She glanced at her phone, then put it down to change drinks for a customer. A girl ordered an iced caramel macchiato, but Mai accidentally served her a hot cup, which upset the girl. Zheng Li hurriedly went to take it back and replace it. Just as she finished, several male customers unexpectedly took out cigarettes and started smoking. Dodo went over to dissuade them, but to no avail, so Zheng Li had to take on her task. The men were all around 40 and seemed to be discussing something, surrounded by clouds of smoke, and they were also shaking off ash everywhere. Zheng Li smiled lightly and repeated, "We have a no-smoking policy here. It can harm your health and that of other customers." Manet said, "Exhaust fumes also harm others' health. Why don't you tell people not to drive?" She stood there smiling, not arguing with him, and said, "Please extinguish your cigarette." Mambi said, "What kind of attitude is that? Call your boss." Zheng Li replied, "I am the boss. Please extinguish your cigarette." Zheng Li continued to smile and insist. The men glanced at her a few times, then begrudgingly settled their bill and left. As they were leaving, Man Si remarked, "What an attitude. Old Wei told us the boss was a beauty, but today we see she has a mouth full of steel teeth. It's terrifying." After a long while, she finished her tasks and remembered the text message again. She opened her phone and replied, "Okay, thank you, Dr. AI." She suddenly thought about how Wuhan referred to the doctors at their hospital as teachers. Zheng Li had once curiously asked why. Wuhan replied, "Calling them teachers feels more respectful than calling them doctors." So, she finally changed her title in the text to, "Okay, thank you, Teacher AI." By around 3 in the afternoon, she could no longer endure the torment of the braces and asked Mai Yi for leave to sleep in the break room upstairs. In the evening, Mai Yi brought her a bowl of hot porridge and also brought Zheng Li's phone that she had left on the bar. Zheng Li grimaced as she finished drinking, picked up her phone, and checked it. No new messages had come in. The weather was poor after dark, and business was slow. Suddenly, a girl walked in, asking for the boss. Mai said, "I am the boss." The girl explained anxiously, "Not you, the boss with long, curly hair." Mai asked Dodo to attend to the customer, and then went upstairs to call Zheng Li. "You say I'm in bad spirits. So it's also bad for her," Zheng Li said lazily. "The customer is God, and this is how you treat God?" Mai retorted. "God is the most generous." Zheng Li replied, all right, hurry up. That girl looks quite anxious. She came here with a purpose. Don't ruin your own business." Mai said firmly as she stood up. "You really act like a pimp," Zheng Li replied. "If I could run a coffee shop and still be a pimp, That would be impressive, Mai said. Zhang Li sat alone for a while in the twilight, then rubbed her hair, picked up her phone to check the time, and got dressed to go downstairs. Her reputation for reading tarot cards had somehow spread among a group of university girls. This was originally just a personal hobby of Zhang Li's. One afternoon, after Mai Yi's nth breakup, Zhang Li pretended to read tarot cards for her. A few girls who ordered coffee saw this and asked her to read for them too. Later, occasionally, some regulars would come to Carol's and request the same. Mai Yi then began to study business strategies and heavily promoted Zhang Li's skill to attract young female customers. Zhang Li was startled to see a girl sitting in the corner and understood why Mai Yi insisted on calling her. The girl looked particularly disheveled. It was unclear how long she had been outside, and the melted snow had soaked her hair. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was holding the coffee mug that Mai Yi had given her to warm her hands, looking dazed. The girl's surname was Tang, and she was a graduate of university, heartbroken over a relationship and wandering aimlessly, wanting Zhang Li to use tarot to see if there was still hope to salvage her love. Zhang Li felt that what she needed was a friend to confide in. Not a tarot reading, but she still didn't refuse her and focus on doing the reading. Zhang Li endured the discomfort in her mouth, interpreting the cards for the girl one by one. When she flipped over the last card, it was the reverse magician. The meaning of the card was quite negative, and Zhang Li gently explained it to her. The girl paused for a moment, then suddenly hurriedly gathered the tarot cards that had already been revealed on the table and handed them back to Zhang Li, saying, "Can you read my question again?" Zhang Li looked at her, her expression suddenly turning cold. "No," she said. "Just one last time. Only once. It won't take long. I can order another cup of coffee. Or two." The girl pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Zhang Li couldn't hold back anymore and said, "If you need courage or help, one reading is enough. You can choose to believe or not believe, but if you're not satisfied with my answer and it differs from what you hope for, then it's just a psychological suggestion. Why do you even need me?" She spoke very directly, leaving no room for negotiation. The girl immediately fell silent and started to cry quietly. Zhang Li sighed, collected the tarot cards, and left the table. Mai said, "You're much harsher with women than I am." Zhang Li replied expressionlessly, "I hate iron not to become steel." After a while, Wu Han, the largest shareholder of Carol's, walked in looking exhausted. Mai glanced at her and said, "Aren't you supposed to be resting today? Why do you look like you're about to collapse?" Wu Han sighed deeply. "Don't mention it. I was exhausted by a group of men all night." Mai pretended to ask with a teasing tone, "How did they exhaust you all night?" Wu Han shot her a glare. "Wasn't I on night duty yesterday?" Then a group of drunk men came in around 11, fighting and bleeding, but they still wanted to keep drinking, turning the emergency room upside down. There was a man in his 30s. When I was going to stitch him up, he grabbed my hand and cried for his mom. Dodo couldn't help but laugh. I just finished dealing with that group around 3 or 4, and when I finally lay down for a bit, a lower-tier hospital from the suburbs called, saying they had an emergency patient needing transfer, so I had to go with the ambulance to pick up the patient. By the time I went back and forth, it was already dawn. I started my shift around 9 and began writing medical records, finishing around noon. How could I find time to sleep? I was sleepless at home in the afternoon. After saying this, Wu Han yawned. Zhang Li finally asked, "When did you transfer back to the emergency department?" Wu Han replied, "Aren't you supposed to rotate through every department? What happened to your mouth?" Mai asked. "Her mom is afraid she won't get married, so she took her for plastic surgery," Wu Han said. "It's orthodontics, not plastic surgery." Zemli explained that. "Why didn't you go to our hospital for orthodontics? I know a doctor there. Their skills are quite good. If I had known earlier, I would have taken you there." "Your hospital?" Mai asked. "At least it's a tertiary hospital." Wu Han disagreed. She had a strong sense of collective honor, no matter where she was. They went to a university dental. "Can you compete with that? Who's the appointment at university?" "I Jinku." After a while, Mai secretly asked again, "Is there really nothing between you and that guy?" "Really, it's more real than pearls," Zhang Li answered solemnly, looking honest and sincere. Mai felt disappointed. Zhang Li glanced at her and sighed lightly in her heart. If there really was something, it would only be a curiosity lingering in the memories. That's all. Zhang Li, Wu Ying, and Ma Yi are roommates at Z University. Originally, There were 4 people in the dormitory, but one classmate dropped out after just a few months, and that empty bed was never filled again. The 3 of them are not in the same major. Zhang Li studies library and information science, Ma Yi studies Chinese, and Wu Ying is in clinical medicine. Z University is not a well-known university, but it is located next to a university, benefiting somewhat from its reputation, and has barely developed into a comprehensive university. Zhang Li's major is quite rare. She originally applied for the computer science department, but was assigned to her current major due to the high admission score of that department. She has always been a person who fears loneliness. Upon arriving at Z University, all her high school classmates and friends disappeared. So she quickly turned her attention to her 2 roommates. However, little did she know that Ma Yi and Wu Ying were high school classmates who had been close for a long time, and they just happened to attend the same university. Moreover, Wu Ying's father intentionally arranged for them to be in the same dormitory to take care of each other and adapt to the new environment. Naturally, from the very beginning, they excluded Zhang Li from their circle. Zhang Li is tall and slender with a delicate appearance. In her major, there are not many girls, and since she is not good at using her looks to interact with people, she can chat freely with acquaintances but struggles to say a word in front of strangers. This often leads people to misunderstand her as deliberately aloof and reclusive, making them keep their distance. She had not performed well academically as a child, and being able to get into Z University was pure luck. However, the excitement of entering university was dulled by her loneliness. Besides love, perhaps winning the friendship of other girls was also something that mattered most to girls during that period. The next day was Sunday, and Zhang Li had to work that week. While everyone else was on holiday, it was their busy time, so they usually took turns resting. When she opened the door in the morning, she took the opportunity to tidy up the books left by a colleague after work yesterday. By the time she finished and sat down, it was already past 9, and several readers had appeared. Everyone was quietly looking for books, sometimes stopping to browse through them in front of the shelves. On the other side of the borrowing room was a huge glass window, with a few round tables beneath it. Because there was a dedicated reading room downstairs, there were not many tables and chairs here. Only for readers who couldn't borrow books to occasionally sit and look through materials. However, Zhang Li's academic major is at the top of the library, and in winter, the light is abundant, with a view directly facing a corner of the nearby municipal park. Many people love to sit here and soak up the sun. After a while, a reader asked Zhang Li to help find a book. Zhang Li checked the code and took the reader to the back. But it turned out that someone had left the books in a mess after browsing, and they couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Zhang Li was afraid someone was waiting at the door to borrow or return books, so she had to give up, returning to her seat. Zhang Li saw a book on the table, not knowing which reader had just come in to return it. They probably didn't see her upon entering and casually placed it next to the scanner. The book was titled Craniofacial Skeletal Traction Osteogenesis, a thick and heavy translated book. Like a brick and not inexpensive. Since it was first placed on the shelf, it had probably been borrowed very few times. However, Zhang Li remembered it well because she once accidentally sprayed rice and celery on its cover image of a skull. Zhang Li walked a few steps and looked around, spotting AI Jingchu. He had picked up a book and was patiently sitting in a chair by the window reading. Today, the sunlight was particularly good, streaming through the glass, warming the floor, the table, and his profile with warm rays. The light coming from the other side made his eyes squint slightly, his brow furrowed, and in the half-light his features appeared more three-dimensional. One of his long legs was stretched out, while the other was slightly retracted, and his upper body leaned slightly toward the table. His left hand held the page, while the fingers of his right hand curled slightly, resting on the table, appearing particularly long in the shadows. Suddenly, his right fingers moved, starting from the pinky, then the ring finger, middle finger, and index finger rhythmically tapping on the table from left to right. His nails were short, and he used the area between the fingertip and the pad, so there was no sound of nails hitting, just a light, swift tapping that made a very soft sound. After tapping once or twice, he would pause for several seconds before casually tapping again. AI Jingchu sat there calmly in the morning sunlight, half bathed in warm rays, half subtly obscured in shadows. Zhang Li suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Zhou had mentioned during a casual chat about case studies that, according to the aesthetic standards of humans, especially Easterners, if the tip of the nose, the tip of the mouth, and the chin form a straight line when viewed from the side, it is the most perfect contour proportion. Some people have teeth that don't protrude at all, but because their chin is slightly receded, it can give an uncomfortable and awkward impression, while some have slightly crooked teeth, but with a prominent chin and nose. The 3 points in a line would make their appearance not appear unattractive. She looked up again at AI Jingchu's profile. He was definitely the kind of beauty Zhou when described with that 3-point alignment. At that moment, a reader came to borrow a book. So Zhengli returned to her seat and moved AI Jingchu's book aside to continue her work. People came and went, borrowing and returning books, all in silence. After some time, Zhengli found herself with a moment to spare and glanced toward AI Jingchu's direction. They were separated by a row of tall metal bookshelves, and Zhengli could see half of AI Jingchu's figure through the uneven rows of books and journals. In a large borrowing room, it seemed as if only the two of them remained, without any sound of footsteps or voices, only faintly hearing the music from the playground in the park downstairs. As time passed, the sunlight gradually shifted its angle of illumination on him. If Ma Yi's mother saw this, she might say her usual phrase, "How did you raise such a good son?" It's really a blessing from 8 generations. Young and accomplished, handsome and talented. A prestigious overseas returnee with a high education and a good job. Every aspect is a halo. Zhengli smiled, feeling a bit self-deprecating, and reopened her browser to enter the local forum she often visited. She was one of the moderators of a section called Urban Outlook. She could access the internet at work, and since she had a lot of free time, she applied for a moderator position there, usually just deleting ads and organizing forum posts while also making some friends. Recently, a post about a teacher from a university had already been drowned out by other topics. She had logged in for 2 days, and nothing major had happened, so she casually opened some newly pinned posts. One of them was an announcement organizing a group meal for the forum members to enjoy a hot pot together. At this moment, AI Jingchu stood up, holding the book in his hand, and walked toward Zhengli to handle the borrowing and returning procedures. He stood while she sat, separated by a table. She hesitated in front of the computer, unsure whether to greet him or not. She always struggled with socializing with unfamiliar people, constantly wavering between speaking up or staying silent. She was afraid he might not recognize her, making it awkward if she spoke out of the blue. But she also worried he might have already recognized her, and if she pretended not to know him, it would come off as even more impolite. Besides, they would have a long doctor-patient relationship ahead, and making things awkward now might complicate things further. So, Zhengli lifted her head and forced a slight smile. "Dr. AI, what a coincidence." AI Jingchu lowered his gaze, his eyes sweeping over her face with a hint of confusion. "Zemli siga inwarli." As expected, he barely remembers me. At work, she wore a dark blue pinstripe suit as part of the uniform, with her hair pulled back into a tight bun, an unflattering look that aged her by a decade. Completely different from her usual style. Moreover, every time he saw her, her mouth was wide open, her face distorted. And given that he saw hundreds of patients a day, it was no surprise he couldn't place her. If I'd known it would be like this, it would been better to just stay quiet. But now that she was in this situation, backing out without an explanation would only make things weirder. So Zhengli stood up and introduced herself. "I'm your patient." Then, she opened her mouth to show him her braces as proof. The moment AI Jingchu saw her orthodontic appliance, he calmly uttered 2 words, "Zhengli." When he pronounced her name, the ending syllable stretched slightly, dipping low before curling back up, carrying a peculiar texture. His voice was still a bit hoarse, but much better than yesterday. Good thing he's recovering well. Otherwise, a lot of young women would be disappointed, because he had a voice that was impossible to forget. Zhengli responded with a faint smile, suddenly finding him quite interesting. He couldn't remember his patients' faces, but could recall their dental conditions and case files with perfect clarity, only recognizing them once he saw their braces. Flawless professionalism. The conversation stalled at this point. In a hurry, Zhengli picked up the book and card and handed them back to AI Jingchu. "You must be busy. I should get back to work," she said, using the line as a farewell. AI Jingchu took them, nodded silently, and left. 2 or 3 days later, Zhengli felt she had mostly adjusted to the braces. It wasn't as terrifying as some people made it out to be. Sure, the inside of her lips was a little raw from rubbing, but her gums weren't swollen or inflamed. With the Lunar New Year approaching, schools were on winter break. In most departments at the dental hospital, aside from emergency and inpatient services, were closed. So AI Jingchu had told Zheng Li that unless there was an issue with her braces, her next follow-up appointment would be after the holiday, the day before the Lantern Festival. At first, Zheng Li strictly followed the doctor's orders, carefully sticking to soft foods like porridge. But later, watching Ma Yi enjoy braised snacks alone, her cravings got the better of her. She tentatively nibbled on 2 chicken wings and, finding no issues afterward, grew bolder and started breaking the rules one by one. Dao warned her, Xiao Yujia, don't get careless. Someone in our dorm also has braces, and apparently, she once broke a bracket, which delayed her treatment by months. Zheng Li replied guiltily, don't scare me like that. Is that really true? She's already old, and the one thing she can't afford to waste is treatment time. Last time, Zhou mentioned it could take at least 1 or 2 years, or as long as 3 to 5 years. Adults require even longer treatment periods than children. At that moment, she felt like banging her head against a wall in despair. If not for the fact that 2 of her teeth had already been extracted, she would have walked out immediately. 3 to 5 years? Doesn't that mean if she's 30, she'll have to wear braces while wearing a wedding dress and giving birth? Zhou even earnestly comforted her. You don't need to worry about that. The braces will be removed for pregnant women because their teeth loosen during pregnancy, making them unsuitable for treatment and more prone to periodontal disease. However, I've never encountered anyone who kept wearing braces after getting pregnant. Maybe teacher AI has some experience with that. Zheng Li, however, couldn't feel reassured. Ma Yi, on the other hand, laughed and said, AI Jingchu personally bonded them on. How could they fall off? I bet even diamonds aren't as sturdy as your braces. After Dodo's warning, Zheng Li didn't dare to indulge in reckless eating anymore. But by Friday, it happened to be the website's annual dinner, and Zheng Li had no choice but to attend. The event that day was lively and well-organized. An outdoor stage was set up, and a radio host was invited to MC a program. Between the performances, there were reviews and summaries of the website's major events from the past year. First came the Women's section, the Literature section, the Real Estate section, and the Self-Driving and Cycling sections. Finally, it was Zheng Li's Social Hot Topic section's turn, serving as the grand finale. Her section and the Education section had jointly planned 2 campaigns during the year. One was building an extracurricular library for children in mountainous areas during the summer vacation, and the other was collecting winter clothing starting in the fall, an idea that arose spontaneously after visiting the children in the mountains during the summer and seeing their living conditions. The library donation project was Zheng Li's suggestion. At the time, the website's administrator wanted to launch a meaningful public welfare initiative on the platform and asked for ideas. Zheng Li recalled accompanying the library director on an inspection tour of rural cultural projects with local cultural bureau officials. To be honest, most places had only put on a superficial show. During the inspection, local authorities hastily gathered nearby farmers and residents to sit in the library pretending to read, while the magazines and books inside were lackluster at best. It made her wonder how much worse the situation must be in remote mountain village schools. Coincidentally, the city library was also planning a similar activity and needed media and public support, so Zheng Li helped connect the website with the library. Jia Xiaoyu. A man called out Zheng Li's online username from behind. Zheng Li turned around and saw Dao Feng, who co-managed the City Watch section with her. Dao Feng's real name was Ning Feng, neither too fat nor too thin, with a neat buzz cut and an exceptionally tough-sounding pseudonym. Old Ning, what is up? Zheng Li asked. A reporter from the Education channel wants to interview you. Ning Feng replied, interviewme. Zheng Li was taken aback and immediately grew nervous. A young female reporter emerged from behind Ning Feng, smiling at Zheng Li and saying, just a casual chat. I. You should interview them. I have nothing to say. Zheng Li replied, trying to dodge the situation. We're just doing a feature. Everyone else has been interviewed. Could you say a few words too? Do us a favor. I want to do well. It's fine. We'll edit it later. If it doesn't turn out well, we want to air it. Hearing this, Zheng Li finally relaxed. Seeing Zheng Li relent The reporter turned to fetch a microphone and exchanged a few words with the cameraman before starting. Zhengli took the opportunity to smooth her hair with her hand, but the moment she opened her mouth, she regretted it. She was still wearing braces. After the event, everyone went out for dinner, and even more people joined. The entire first floor of the hot pot restaurant had been reserved, and the shop had hung a banner at the entrance that read, "Warmly welcome netizens of Dotty Network. All dishes 20 off." It made Zhengli cringe more than she could bear. During the meal, the atmosphere was lively and harmonious, with people frequently introducing their online usernames and real names to one another. This was Zhengli's first time attending a gathering that included not just moderators, but also regular users. There were many unfamiliar faces, but their IDs were all very familiar. After chatting for just a few sentences, it suddenly felt like reuniting with long-lost friends. Zhengli began to enjoy this way of connecting. There was no need for cautious probing, and in no time, she had gained several old friends in real life. She was happy, shedding her usual awkwardness around strangers, and even joined the others in drinking a little. After the dinner, Ning Feng offered to see her home. Zhengli waved her hand. "I'll take the subway. It's south very close." She walked alone for 7 or 8 minutes until she reached the opposite side of the subway station. As she was crossing the street, she happened to catch sight of the city news playing on an electronic screen across the road. And there she was, Zhengli herself, speaking into a microphone. Zhengli once read in a magazine that it is very simple to torment a beauty-obsessed woman into a breakdown. Just lock her in a room without a mirror. When she was in school, the most beautiful girls in her class always kept mirrors at hand or on their desks, taking them out to check their appearance at any moment. However, Zhengli herself didn't like looking in the mirror. She always felt that the reflection didn't convey the feeling she wanted. Even when she passed by a shop window, she would try to catch a glimpse of her figure in the blurry glass. The first time she unexpectedly saw her enlarged self on the screen while standing on the street, she felt extremely awkward, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in or cover the electronic screen with a cloth. The screen was like a giant mirror, revealing all her flaws, even the slight unease in her eyes. As she watched the screen, her steps became stiff, and suddenly her phone rang. She buried her head in her bag to search for her phone and, not paying attention, bumped into someone. The two collided, and her phone fell to the ground, breaking into 2 pieces. Zhengli hurriedly looked down and saw a middle-aged woman in blue community traffic uniform collecting parking fees by the roadside. The woman had been rushing toward the newly parked red car to collect fees, so she hadn't noticed Zhengli. It wasn't a big deal. Zhengli planned to apologize first, but before she could speak, the middle-aged woman started cursing her. As she continued to walk away to collect fees, she turned back to scold Zhengli, unleashing a torrent of foul language. Zhengli was stunned, picked up her phone, her face flushed, and after standing there for a while, turned to leave. It wasn't until she reached the subway station to wait for the train that she came back to her senses. She was not good with words and had never been able to argue with people since she was a child. When scolded to the bone, she could only squeeze out a few words. Often, it was long after the other person had finished scolding before she thought of what she should have said in response. As my EE would say, "The yellow flower vegetables have already cooled down. Why are you still thinking about the last round?" At this moment, AI Jingchu was sitting in front of the TV in the living room with Grandpa AI after dinner. Grandpa took a walk in the morning, read the newspaper in the afternoon, and watch the news in the evening, never missing anything from CCTV to local stations. From the Prime Minister's foreign visits to local hot topics. During the winter break, when the patients were all moved away, AI Jingchu finally had some free time. The provincial station was broadcasting today's hot topics, and a girl was being interviewed on screen. She had big eyes and long, chestnut-colored hair. AI Jingchu glanced at it absent-mindedly, not paying attention, until the girl opened her mouth to speak, and he saw her orthodontic appliance, which made him realize who she was. Zhengli, 25 years old, with a protruding upper jaw and deep overbite. In fact, her teeth did not pose any significant issue to her appearance. Her features were quite harmonious, and in his view, there was almost no need for treatment. It was just that Professor Liu had treated her previously, and the medical record indicated that the patient and her family strongly requested orthodontics, since they had paid the fee and transferred her to him. He couldn't refuse the old professor's face, so he had to take her on. Of course, her upper and lower teeth were somewhat misaligned, and if he could create a bit of distance and arrange them neatly, the patient might feel more confident psychologically. He always believed that orthodontic treatment should address both psychological and physiological aspects for patients. While he was thinking about this, his phone vibrated a few times. He took it out to check. It was a message from an unfamiliar number. Is this AI Jingchu? AI Jingchu stood up, left the living room, and went to the balcony outside the dining room to return the call. Is this AI Jingchu? A man asked on the other end of the line. Yes, he replied. This is UE. Man, you still haven't changed your number. Do you have time? Let's meet up. After agreeing on a meeting place, AI Jingchu told Grandpa and drove out. He was a classmate from his study period in Philadelphia. Although they called each other classmates, they were actually just alumni. One holiday, Yuyi's landlady passed away, and her children were preparing to sell the property, suddenly leaving him without a place to stay. He happened to know that AI Jingchu, a fellow townsman from the dental school, had an extra room, so he asked someone to help him contact AI Jingchu. Later, they gradually developed a friendship. A few years passed, Yu went to Singapore, while AI Jingchu returned to teach at university. In the bar, the first thing Yu said upon seeing AI Jingchu was, "You haven't changed a bit." Yu was only a few months older than AI Jingchu. But when he was an undergraduate at Penn Medical School, AI Jingchu was almost done with his PhD. Plus, AI Jingchu always had a distant demeanor, which made Yu appear older in comparison, so he often flaunted his age to gain some advantages. AI Jingchu glanced at him and sat down. Still teaching? Yeah. No girlfriend? No. You're the only one who's straight. I made several calls, but each time it was either unreachable or they had something else to do. How long are you staying? AI Jingchu asked. Leaving tonight. I have a seminar back home, flight at 11. AI Jingchu nodded and then asked, were we drinking? Shall we drink until we drop? I have to drive. Aren't you taking a plane? AI Jingchu said. Just kidding. You laugh it. I quit drinking. I can't drink like I did in school anymore. I have to be moderate. If my hand starts shaking in a few years, how can I perform surgery? He then suggested, let's just have some beer. Upon hearing this, AI Jingchu turned to call the waiter for beer. He added, you used to be better than me at everything. You shouldn't have come back. It would be great to develop abroad. I have family matters. I can't relax being away. AI Jingchu replied. The two clinked glasses, exchanging small talk, and before long, half a dozen beers were downed. When the time was almost up, he took a taxi to the airport. AI Jingchu saw him off and stood alone on the street corner. He had a good tolerance for alcohol, but didn't like drinking much. Perhaps it was as Yu said, requiring precision in his work meant he couldn't drink too much. At that moment, he felt he couldn't drive anymore. He looked at his watch, guessing that Grandpa must have gone to bed. So he decided to take a few laps alone to dissipate the alcohol. It had been sunny during the day, but at night, the wind was light yet colder. He walked around the riverside square after leaving the bar, then circled back. At this time, the bar street was bustling. Two young girls came out from inside, and a dirty child about 6 or 7 years old stood up from the dark steps and followed them, saying, Sister, I'm hungry. Give me some money. He repeated it several times while walking, even trying to grab their clothes. The two girls had no choice but to look at the filthy child nearby, took some change from their wallets, and gave it to him. The child stopped happily, waving the cash across the street. Suddenly, a group of dirty kids sprang out from the darkness, like a swarm of hornets responding to a signal, charging across the road towards the two girls, all shouting, I'm hungry, give me some money. The commotion startled the two girls, who quickly turned around and ran back into the bar they had just exited for help. The bar's security guard got the news and came out shouting, causing the children to scatter. AI Jingchu stood behind them, watching everything clearly. Among them, the smallest child ran the slowest, looking timid. In the dim light, AI Jingchu suddenly saw the child's face. His heart stirred, and just as the child was about to escape past him, he quickly grabbed the child. He crouched down and held the child's hand, saying, Let Uncle see your face. The child was not going to comply, twisting and turning, refusing to cooperate. AI Jingchu then used his other hand to hold the child's chin. The child's face was as he had guessed, with a piece missing from the nasal septum and the center of the lips, a severe case of cleft lip and palate. The child seemed very concerned about the defect, and turned his head away forcefully. AI Jingchu was afraid of hurting him, so he didn't dare to use too much strength and could only say, "If you behave, I'll let go of you." The child nodded. Little did he know that as soon as he loosened his grip, the child darted away like an eel, slipping several meters away. Glancing back at AI Jingchu after catching up with his companions, AI Jingchu initially thought about chasing after him, but seeing the child attempt to run across the road, fearing a car might hit them, he had to give up. After going back and forth like this, the effects of the alcohol in his system had nearly disappeared, and he took out his keys to drive. Zheng Li returned to Carol's, took out her phone, and pressed it back, but after turning it on, there was no network signal. She opened the back cover and fiddled with the card slot before it returned to normal. However, the phone had lost the previous incoming call information, and she had no idea who had called her earlier, leading to its drop. Ma Yi deliberately asked, "Why did Ning Feng see you back?" "Don't stir the pot," Zheng Li warned. Ma Yi added, "Wu isn't coming tonight. She said their department is having a dinner party. With the new year coming, there are gatherings everywhere. Our unit is going for an outing next time, and the director said we can bring family. Are you going? Where are you going for the outing?" "To Dongshan, to soak in hot springs." "You should go. It will be a waste not to." Ma Yi laughed. Then Ma Yi started to neglect the customers in the store, opened a shopping website, and began to plan what swimsuit to wear. "Hey, who from your unit is going?" Zheng Li said, "You might as well just ask if there are any handsome guys." "Those who know me, like little fish," Ma Yi laughed heartily. "Stop dreaming. You've seen them before. Either they're hideous or already taken. Otherwise, would my mom need to take me for plastic surgery?" "You finally admit you're getting plastic surgery," Ma Yi said. After a while, Ma Yi asked again, "Do you think I look better in a one-piece or a two-piece?" "The best look is to not wear anything," Zheng Li replied seriously. "Zheng Li, you have already been corrupted by the women in your unit. I've always been pure." Ma Yi glanced at her. "I'm not someone who hasn't eaten at your unit before." In the past, during small gatherings or karaoke nights at work, Zheng Li had invited Ma Yi too. Now that she had resigned and was managing Carol's alone, she had minimal social interactions apart from her old classmates, and there were few acquaintances of the opposite sex. So, whenever there were collective activities at the unit, whether it was AA or company-funded, Zheng Li and Wu Ying would always invite Ma Yi whenever possible. After a while, when a CAF was about to close, Ma Yi's mother showed up, specially bringing her homemade soup. Ma's mom invited Zheng Li to eat and drink with them. Ma's mom was the type of talkative old lady, and there was hardly any generation gap between her and Ma Yi. They chatted animatedly about the idol dramas on TV while eating. Zheng Li watched them happily chatting, almost unable to interject. The next day, when Zheng Li opened the forum at work, nearly every page was filled with posts about the previous day's activities, along with many on-site photos. After a while, she found a private message from Ning Feng. "Zheng Li, there is an event during the new year. Could your unit grant a leave of 3 to 5 days?" She was about to ask what it was that required so much time, but upon closer inspection, he had already gone offline, so she dropped it. A few days later, coinciding with the start of the children's winter vacation, the library was bustling and busy, plus the beginning of February meant the spring festival holiday was approaching. Units like theirs had a lot of year-end reporting and summarizing tasks, making it increasingly difficult to take leave. That night, Wu Ying suddenly ran to Zheng Li's house, saying she had forgotten her keys and had to go to the hospital for her shift later. In the cold weather, she had nowhere else to go and could only sit with Zheng Li for a while. She kept wanting to take a bath and drink hot tea, showing no courtesy to Zheng Li. After her bath, Zheng Li found her a robe to wear. The two of them sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching TV. The news investigation was reporting on the misuse of antibiotics by the Chinese and the tendency to resort to 4 drips at the first sign of illness. Analyzing the reasons from both the patient's and doctor's perspectives, Wu Ying indignantly said, "They only know how to criticize us doctors. You wouldn't believe that yesterday I encountered 2 patients who got anxious when I didn't prescribe them a 4 drip. Are there really such people?" Zheng Li asked. "There are plenty. It was nothing serious. I just said they could get a shot and come back for another the next day. Guess what happened? They didn't T1 and 4 drip, did they?" He said I was ignoring his pain, not understanding him, not taking him seriously, and that he was feeling so miserable that I wouldn't give him in 4 drip, just telling the nurse to give him a shot. He said that was a method from the past. Was it a man or a woman? A man in his 40s. I explained to him for a long time, and he still wouldn't listen. I got a bit impatient, and he even said he wanted to file a complaint against me. Zhengli knew that if Wu Ying or her colleagues were complained about, their bonuses would be deducted at the end of the month. Wu Ying continued. In the end, I told the nurse to give him 500 milliliters of saline and administer the injection I had just prescribed through the 4-drip, and only then did he feel at ease. Don't you think that just looking for trouble? Zemli Shuklat. The key is, after a while, another patient with the exact same attitude came in, which almost made me face 2 complaints in one day. Zhengli took a sip of water and said, "But don't say that. There are also unscrupulous doctors among you. That Wu Jie in our unit, her daughter, is only 2 months old and occasionally coughs. And the doctor in your hospital prescribed her antibiotics for a week, saying that although it's not pneumonia, it's good to take some for prevention." Wu Ying opened her mouth and finally said, "Now most of the money in hospitals is self-solved if you don't prescribe medicine or do checks. You want to have food to eat. Besides, people are divided into good and bad. There are such doctors too." Wu Ying was someone with a strong sense of collective honor, and she hated it when anyone spoke ill of their hospital or doctors. So Zheng Li and Ma Yi would often bring up counterexamples to sharpen her nerves. After finishing this topic, the two turned back to watch TV. During the commercials, Zheng Li looked at Wu Ying. She hadn't spoken since and was staring intently at the screen. Zheng Li felt that she must have something on her mind, including her sudden arrival at her house and her excuse about forgetting her keys. When Zheng Li first entered college, Wu Ying and Ma Yi were already close friends, and Zheng Li found it hard to fit in between them. Sometimes when they went to the cafeteria for a meal and found 2 empty seats, it would definitely be Ma Yi and Wu Ying sitting together, leaving Zheng Li to consciously sit at another table. She had thought countless times about how to please Ma Yi or Wu Ying to make them accept her. So, if they wanted to go to the bathhouse or shop in the city, even if Zheng Li had no desire to go, she would pretend to be very willing to go along. She was afraid they would grow more distant and not want her anymore. At that time, Zheng Li desperately wanted friends, but she didn't speak up, and they didn't notice her loneliness either. Until one afternoon, when Ma Yi went to her aesthetics class, Zheng Li was left alone with Wu Ying in the dorm. Wu Ying suddenly asked her, "Zheng Li, what do you think love is?" Zheng Li lifted her head from her diary, thought for a moment, and said, "It's like air. Air? You can't live without it. You can't let go. You think of the person you love while eating, sleeping, walking, shopping, and even in class. What are they doing now?" This was how 19-year-old Zheng Li answered. Wu Ying laughed. "This is one thing you're different from Yi. She always says I'm silly." At that time, Wu Ying was ambiguously involved with someone online. Both Ma Yi and Zheng Li were sure she was in a long-distance online relationship. Later, halfway through the summer vacation, Wu Ying suddenly called Zheng Li, asking if she could store some things at her house. "What things?" Zheng Li inquired. "Luggage," Wu Ying replied. "What are you up to?" Zheng Li sensed something unusual. "I'm going to find him. I'm going to elope," Wu Ying excitedly said on the phone. "The train is next Monday, and I'm afraid my mom will catch me. So I'm moving my luggage out while they're not home." "You?" Zheng Li's heart raced. "Have you thought this through?" "I've even thought about what will happen decades later. I'm not being impulsive." "What about studying? You worked so hard to get into school, you could be expelled. Let them expel me. There are plenty of people who can succeed without a college degree. That clinical program is something I've wanted to quit for a long time." Then Wu Ying went on to complain about many things, and after that, Zheng Li stopped trying to persuade her. Although she had never seriously considered eloping, she had often thought about running away from home as a child, planning to return after 10 years of making something of herself. Unfortunately, the longest she had ever run away lasted just one day, and when she returned home that night, her mom didn't even notice, instead scolding her for not studying at home and going out to play with classmates. Thinking back on it, Zheng Li suddenly admired Wu Ying's courage. "What did Ma Yi say?" Zheng Li asked. "I didn't dare tell her," Wu Ying replied. "Why not?" "Her family is too familiar with mine. They would inform my parents at the slightest hint. Besides, if I disappear, my mom will definitely come to find her first. If she doesn't know, it's fine. But if she finds out and slips up, it would all be for nothing. Plus, I'm going to East City, and Yi's family is from there. If I really don't look for Yi, my mom will surely rule that place out. This is called doing the opposite. Wu Ying analyzed it as if she were in a spy movie. After sharing this thrilling secret, Zheng Li and Wu Ying's relationship grew closer. Wu Ying's plan was initially very careful, but it seemed her mom had started to notice her daughter's odd behavior, so she had to be even more cautious. She took advantage of walking the dog in the morning, noon, and evening to gradually move her clothes and luggage out, storing them in a coin locker at a big supermarket on another street. Then Zheng Li would go and pick them up at night. On Monday morning, Wu Ying told her mom she was going out to buy sanitary pads, then left home confidently with empty hands. Wu Ying's strategy was quite convoluted. She planned to go to E-City, experience living alone for a month, and then meet her boyfriend in T-City once things calmed down. Coincidentally, Zheng Li had a good friend from middle school in East-City who had not continued her studies but had been working hard there for several years. So Zheng Li called her to take care of Wu Ying. However, little did they know that that month would not be peaceful at all. That night, when Wu Ying went missing, her mom found a letter left on her bed and frantically searched for her. As expected, the first person to be interrogated and suffer was Ma Yi. But under the bombardment of both families, Ma Yi only showed a look of honesty and confusion. After several rounds of questioning, Wu Ying's parents found Zheng Li. To be honest, it would be a lie if Zheng Li said she wasn't scared at all. This was a huge trick, and if anything happened to Wu Ying, she would be the accomplice. However, now she was in a predicament and could only play dumb. Wu's mom said, "I know we've been too strict with her. She was dating that boy online, and her dad beat her several times when he found out. I tried to talk some sense into her dad. She has grown up, and her pride is strong. How can you just hit her? We should communicate better. Now we don't know where she is. If she really went to that boy, we would be more at ease. But now that she is missing, how can we face her deceased grandparents?" As she spoke, Wu's mom began to cry. "You classmates, if you really have any news about her, just let us know. Whether she comes back or we go see her, as long as we can get some news about her, we won't hit or scold her. She can do as she pleases." Zheng Li was somewhat moved by this and nearly let slip Wu Ying's whereabouts several times. But then she remembered the vow she had made in front of Wu Ying and held back. After that, Zheng Li lost track of how things developed. At that time, they were all too willful and immature, having never understood society or experienced true setbacks, and they couldn't comprehend their parents' concerns. When school started again, Wu Ying still hadn't returned. A few days later, Wu's mom came to the school with a hospital certificate and discreetly requested a long leave for Wu Ying. Zheng Li then informed Ma Yi as promised. Ma Yi jumped up on the spot, nearly choking Zheng Li. By the time Wu Ying returned, the semester was already halfway over. Wu's dad used some connections to let Wu Ying continue studying in the medical department, revised many old family rules, and promised never to hit her again. That boy from T-City was also brought over by Wu's dad and given a job. Although their families lived far apart, they often kept in touch. Everything was developing in a way that Wu Ying liked. However, by the next summer, Wu Ying broke up with the boy. Zheng Li said, "They were so against it before, and you had such a hard time being together despite the distance. Now, they're not against it. Why did it end up like this?" Wu Ying smiled bitterly and didn't respond. Later on, when Wu Ying got married, Zheng Li told this story to AI Jingchu, who simply analyzed it in one sentence. This is what psychology calls resistance. Zheng Li pressed for more details and learned that the resistance AI Jingchu mentioned was the legendary Romeo and Juliet effect. Psychologists have studied that when a person's freedom is restricted, they will feel unhappy, and engaging in prohibited behaviors can alleviate that discomfort. This phenomenon can also be reflected in love. The greater the external resistance and interference, the more solid the romantic relationship will become. However, Wu Ying's parents did the opposite, resulting in a counterproductive outcome. Of course, that's a separate story. Every day, AI Grandpa would get up at around 6, so whenever he had the chance, AI Jingchu would also get up early to accompany him for a walk. The morning after Zheng Li stayed up late with Wu Ying, AI Jingchu got up a bit late. When he went out, Aunt Li had already taken AI Grandpa to walk by the lake. He ran a lap and was almost home when his phone rang. AI Jingchu slowed his pace, calmed his breathing, and answered the call. "Teacher AI, sorry to bother you." A calm and gentle male voice came through the receiver. "I'm mooching her from the physics department." The caller likely feared he would forget and introduce himself first. "Hello," I Jingchu replied. We have a child who wants to see you, Mu Qinghao explained. I talked to Dean Phone yesterday, and he said you're the expert in this area, so I wanted to consult you. I also heard you're flying out today for a conference, so I'm bothering you this early. As AI Jingchu listened to him speak, he stopped walking and stood by the lake, then directly asked, "What is wrong with the child?" "It's my sister's child. She is still in her mother's womb, but it's 6 months." The ultrasound showed an incomplete lip line. AI Jingchu continued to ask, "What is the gap distance? Is there a gap in the upper jawbone? Is it unilateral or bilateral?" These consecutive questions clearly stumped the physics teacher. Mu Qinghao paused on the other end of the line. He didn't quite understand. When his wife assigned him this task, he thought it was just a term, not realizing there would be so many options to consider. AI Jingchu glanced at his watch and said, "How about this, Teacher Mu? I have a flight at noon today, and I'm afraid I won't have time to meet with you, but I'll be back on Wednesday evening. If you trust me, let's meet in person on Thursday morning." Mu Qinghao breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "Okay, thank you." He then hung up the phone. AI Jingchu looked at the phone screen, thought for a moment, typed a few words, and saved the number into his contacts. The school expanded its enrollment every year, and more campuses were built, so most of his colleagues were hardly recognizable or had never met before. He was not unfamiliar with Mu Qinghao. They had shared a ride and talked before, and he often heard people mention him. Occasionally, when visiting the old man's former subordinates, they would also mention this person, but they had never discussed personal matters. Early Thursday morning, AI Jingchu met with Mu Qinghao as scheduled. Behind Mu Qinghao stood a petite girl, and beside her was a heavily pregnant woman. The pregnant woman held a B-scan examination report in her hand. AI Jingchu took it, carefully read through it, and noted a line that stated, "Right upper lip continuity interrupted, approximately 7 millimeters wide." He turned around to look again, and the header of the report showed it was from the A University's affiliated hospital. AI Jingchu raised his eyes and asked, "What does your family think?" Upon hearing AI Jingchu's question, the pregnant woman did not utter a word but began to cry. The petite girl beside her said, "Teacher AI, do you think there could be a mistake?" AI Jingchu looked at her, contemplating how to respond more delicately. He was not an impatient person, so he paused. Perhaps the pause led to a misunderstanding, as the girl hurriedly explained, "I am Mu Qinghao's wife, and this is my cousin. I'm not doubting the hospital's competence. I just wonder if there could have been an error somewhere. How could a child have a cleft lip? There is no family history of it." Mu Qinghao moved closer, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. "Shui Tong, don't worry. Let's listen to Teacher AI." AI Jingchu said, "Right now is peak season. There are many people getting B scans at the affiliated hospital in the morning. Let's go to the imaging department and borrow their teaching equipment to check again. I'll confirm on site." The pregnant woman repeatedly thanked him. Outside the B-scan room, Shui Tong accompanied her cousin inside, while Mu Qinghao stayed outside. This time, the examination was more thorough. AI Jingchu crossed his arms and stared at the black and white images on the screen, his expression serious. The examination lasted nearly 10 minutes without a word until the patient and family members exited the consultation room first. A nearby doctor asked AI Jingchu, "Are you familiar with them?" "Yes." "What do you think?" AI Jingchu replied calmly, "Not only is there a problem with the right lip, but there is also a piece missing from the maxillary bone. The child's tongue is visible." The fluorescent light on the screen reflected his facial contours, making it hard to read his emotions. "It's very serious. It's best to terminate the pregnancy." AI Jingchu did not respond but stood up and said, "Lao Wang, can I borrow your office next door?" "Sure, use it as long as you need." AI Jingchu glanced at the three people and said, "I need to talk to the child's mother alone." After receiving permission, AI Jingchu took the pregnant woman to the adjacent room. AI Jingchu asked, "Are you Mu Qinghao's sister?" "No, I'm his wife's cousin." Ai Jingku nodded. Since she was a cousin and not a direct relative, he decided not to involve them in the conversation. This was the only question he asked to seek the other party's opinion that morning. "That's fine," the cousin said nervously. "The examination results you showed me earlier were correct. I just confirmed with Dr. Wang that it might have been unclear due to the position of the fetus during the last scan. The fetus not only has a cleft lip, but also a cleft palate." Upon hearing this, although the cousin had mentally prepared herself, her freshly dried tears became wet again. "Doctor, You may not know how difficult it was for me to conceive this child. I got pregnant less than a year after getting married, and my husband and I felt we hadn't had the chance to enjoy our time together as a couple. How could we possibly have a child and burden ourselves? So we resolutely terminated the pregnancy. We didn't even tell our families. I remember sitting on the bus the day I found out I was pregnant, complaining about how unlucky I was. The cousin wiped her tears and continued. Then, as I approached 30, all my classmates and friends had children, and I started to think about it. But who would have thought that no matter what, I couldn't get pregnant? We went to every hospital and tried every method. But after more than a year, there was still no news. Then I thought, is this some kind of retribution from heaven? Is the child I gave up coming back to punish me? Now that I finally have one, it's been 6 months and you say. In the end, the cousin broke down in tears. AI Jingchu quietly watched her, offering no comfort and showing no impatience, simply waiting for her emotional outburst to subside. The cousin finally felt she was losing composure in front of the doctor, so she held back, stopped sobbing, and asked, "Dr. AI, do you really think the child's condition is serious? What should we do? If the child is born, it can be treated, right? I don't want to give up this child. We will treat it." He said, ultimately, how to proceed needs to be decided after you discuss it with your family. The obstetrician may have told you about the risks and consequences of termination. Now I need to tell you what preparations you should have if you want to keep this child. The cousin nodded, waiting for him to continue. If the fetus has a cleft lip and palate, it will need to be taken to the orthodontics department for a pre-surgical orthodontic evaluation within 2 months of birth. We will take molds to shape the alveolar ridge and use an orthodontic appliance. At 3 months, the child will undergo lip repair surgery, and at 6 months, palate repair surgery. After that, the child will need speech therapy until preschool age. Since the child's body is constantly growing, there is a possibility of secondary deformities even after successful surgeries. If there are any structural obstacles in terms of pronunciation or other aspects, a second repair will be needed in the oral and maxillofacial surgery department. Around 12 years old, there will be another cosmetic surgery. The final surgery for nose, lip, and palate repair will be around 18 years old before adulthood. During this time, whether the child has deciduous or permanent teeth, the orthodontist will need to monitor and treat the growth and development of the teeth and alveolar ridge. He tried to organize his words to make them easy to understand. The cousin, upon hearing about the repeated surgeries, forgot to cry and even forgot to ask questions, simply staring wide-eyed. AI Jingchu calmly said, "This is currently the most authoritative cleft lip and palate repair procedure in the world. The entire process requires the full participation of cosmetic surgeons, oral and maxillofacial surgeons, orthodontists, and even psychologists. Not to mention the pressure on the child. It's a huge responsibility for the parents, with several surgeries over nearly 20 years of treatment. Once you give birth to this child, the parents will bear an undeniable responsibility for this life. They should love and care for it to the best of their ability, rather than abandoning it if the child has any aspects that they find unsatisfactory or treating it casually, only to regret it when their patience runs out." AI Jingchu had lost count of how many times he had said these words to parents consulting him. Many originally firm parents ended up backing down after hearing everything. Some felt they couldn't bear that burden, while others thought it was too unfortunate for the child to grow up like this. He explained repeatedly, without subjective emotions, not to persuade people to give up, nor to give them hope, but simply to make those parents who knew their child had defects understand that they shouldn't bring lifelong misfortune to the child due to a moment of impulse or temporary compassion. He had treated many children with cleft lips and palates, many of whom were sent from welfare institutions, some abandoned before reaching a month old, and others who were 3 or 4 years old and had been briefly treated before being discarded by their families. In fact, the fact that they were abandoned by their mother may have a much greater impact on their lives in the future than the effects of the cleft lip and palate deformity. My cousin finally murmured, "Doctor, is it possible for it to be detected this way, but the baby could still be born healthy? Is there such a possibility?" AI Jingchu replied, "If you ask this, a typical doctor would answer that with the current level of medical technology, the accuracy rate is only 90 or 95, leaving some room for uncertainty. However, since you're a family member of Teacher Mu, I will speak frankly based on my professional experience. This is a confirmed case, with no surprises or luck involved. Although it is cruel, it is the truth. After AI Jingchu finished speaking, my cousin fell silent. AI Jingchu stood up, saying, "You can go back and discuss it with your family." He knew that sometimes making decisions is difficult, and many objective factors can affect the family, which is why he didn't want Mu Chenghe and his wife to be present. As they were leaving, my cousin said to AI Jingchu, "Dr. AI, can I contact you if I have any questions?" AI Jingchu agreed. "Teacher Mu has my number. You can call me." After AI Jingchu saw Mu Chenghe and the others off, he returned to the laboratory to wait for two students. After about 10 minutes, the two students who had come to ask for his opinion on their paper topics finally arrived, probably having encouraged each other to approach AI Jingchu together. After finishing up, AI Jingchu initially planned to go home and sleep, but he still couldn't adjust to the time difference. Last night's flight was delayed, and he got home in the middle of the night, barely getting any sleep before heading to the hospital to see Mu Chenghe early in the morning. It was much colder last night compared to the previous days, and he felt a bit under the weather, seemingly running a slight fever. AI Jingchu ate a little of what Aunt Lee had prepared, then went upstairs to lie on his own bed. He checked the date on his phone screen. Tomorrow would be January 19th, and he had to muster his spirits no matter what. With that thought, he closed his eyes and forced himself to fall asleep immediately. Meanwhile, Zheng Li and Ma Yi were preparing their luggage to go to Dongshan. Dongshan is about a 2-hour drive from City A on the highway, and the road conditions are excellent. The mountain is home to many temples with a wide range of believers, and it is also famous for its hot springs. Every Friday afternoon, the library closes early for political study sessions for all staff. For this collective activity, the director took advantage of the situation by saving time on political learning, notifying everyone to leave early at noon and sending a vehicle for them to head out first. Ma Yi, however, was caught up in a sudden rush at the store, so she let Zhengli go ahead with her colleagues, saying she would drive over later. When the group arrived at the resort hotel on the mountainside of Dongshan, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. One Sister Wu from a union assigned the rooms. Everyone dropped off their luggage and headed to the hot springs with their gear. Zhengli was thinking about Ma Yi, so she kept an eye on her phone to see if there were any calls. It wasn't until dinner time that Ma Yi finally called, saying, "I'm okay now." "Finally. Where are you now? Do you want me to wait for you to eat?" Zhengli asked. "No need. Just prepare the room for me. I already ate a bit, and I'm getting on the highway now. I should arrive at the Dongshan toll station around 8, Ma Yi replied. "Oh, then I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain at the entrance." "Don't. Just tell me how to get to the foot of the mountain, and I can drive up myself," Ma Yi quickly interrupted. "No, it's too late. I'm not comfortable with you driving on mountain roads alone at night," Zhengli said firmly. After the colleagues finished their meal, some planned for a card game in the evening, others prepared to soak in the hot springs, and some wanted to enjoy the night view. Zhengli didn't want to disturb anyone, so she took her things and prepared to head out alone. Descending the mountain was quite simple. If you didn't drive, you could take the sightseeing cable car down the cliff, which only took a little over half an hour. The cable car operates from 6 in the morning to 7 in the evening. After asking the hotel staff about the cable car schedule, Zhengli hurried over, just in time before others finished their shifts. At the foot of the mountain was the ancient street of Dongshan town. Although it was called an ancient street, it had actually been renovated later for tourism development. The planning from several years ago was not very good, and it is still quite chaotic. There are private cars running around, families trying to attract customers, souvenir vendors, and even people introducing tourists to enlightened monks. As night fell, many people dispersed, but some lingered around Zhengli, occasionally asking if she wanted to invite a master for blessings, if she wanted to stay at a hotel, or if she wanted to ride up the mountain. Some even rode motorcycles up and down the road, looking for business. Since it was still early, Zhengli decided to browse in the largest convenience store in the town, which was less than 100 square meters. She wasn't there to buy anything. She just wanted to kill time, walking from one corner to another, standing in front of shelves reading the ingredient lists of various products until the store owner began to think she was there to scout the place and sent a sales assistant to watch her. To prove her innocence, she awkwardly picked up 2 bottles of water and took them to the cashier. When Zhengli stepped outside with the 2 bottles of water, she realized she had bought the worst possible thing. She hadn't brought a bag, so she had taken some change for convenience, allowing her to keep her hands warm in her pockets. But now she had to carry 2 cold bottles of mineral water in the chilly night breeze. Throwing them away felt too wasteful. She returned to the entrance of the small town, waiting for Ma Yi under the archway on the road that led up the mountain. As the crowds thinned out, with hardly anyone around except for a security guard at the parking lot, her phone rang. Xiaoyu, something's wrong, Ma Yi said urgently. What happened? Zheng Li asked. My grandma fell. Is she okay? I don't know. They're taking her to the hospital now. I might have to turn back immediately. Then hurry back, Zheng Li said, feeling anxious for her. Wu Ying is calling me. I don't know if they've reached my grandma, or if the situation has changed. I'll talk to her first, Ma Yi said. Okay. Zheng Li quickly hung up the phone. Zheng Li stood alone in the wind, waiting for news from Ma Yi. After 2 minutes, Ma Yi's call came in again. How is it? Zheng Li asked. Wu Ying asked for my dad's number. They're contacting him directly to avoid wasting time with me, relaying messages. That's good. Can you manage alone? Ma Yi suddenly remembered Zheng Li's situation and asked, Are you waiting for me at the foot of the mountain? How about I come to pick you up? I'll be there in about 20 minutes. No, it's fine. I came with a few colleagues. They're just out on the town for fun, and we'll drive back to the hotel soon. Don't worry about me. Just find the nearest toll station and head back to the hospital to see your grandma. Zheng Li knew how important Ma Yi's grandma was to her, so she took a moment to think of a way to reassure her. Really? Really? More real than pearls, Zheng Li said. Ma Yi pretended to be annoyed and said, Next time you swear, can you change your lines? Zheng Li couldn't help but laugh. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Li was left in the night, starting to worry about her own situation. She walked over to the security booth and asked the guard, Sir, do you know if there are any cars going up the mountain? The man was originally sitting in a chair watching TV, warmed by an electric heater. He looked up when he heard her voice and said, The cable car and the shuttle bus have already stopped running. There were quite a few private cars here earlier. You can ask on that street over there. Oh, but it's late now. Many people aren't driving the mountain roads anymore, so you might have a hard time. Oh, thank you. Why is a young girl thinking about going up so late? Where have you been earlier? The guard muttered. Zheng Li smiled and didn't reply. Walking towards the street, he pointed out. As a result, she finally managed to stop a taxi, but without even asking where she was going. The driver said he was off work and didn't take passengers. A driver in a private car shouted from the opposite side. Sister, where are you going? I can take you. The price is negotiable. How could there be taxis in our rural area? They're all just going home. Zheng Li didn't dare to get in the car, nor did she dare to respond. She could only keep walking forward. The car slowly followed her for a while, and seeing her determination, it went off to find other business. Zheng Li continued to look for taxis by the roadside. Little did she know, just as the fat driver had said, it was impossible to catch a proper taxi in this area. It started to rain again. Her heart grew more and more anxious. She still hadn't dared to throw away those 2 bottles of mineral water, moving them to one side of her embrace, while using one hand to feel the money in her pocket, secretly blaming herself for being too careless when she left home. Finally, she made up her mind, mustering her courage to return to the private car, and asked, Driver, are you going to the Dongshan Hotel on the mountain? How much? It was originally smoking with the car window down, and paused when he heard Zheng Li's words, responding, You said you want to go to the scenic area? Zemli nudda. After all this time, you want to go up the mountain? The fat driver had a look that said, Why didn't you say so earlier? He refused while waving his hands, saying, No way, no way. Zheng Li was stunned. This was a situation she had not anticipated at all. She thought that even if the cable car and the sightseeing bus had finished for the day, even if Ma Yi couldn't come due to an emergency, even if she couldn't get a taxi, and even if a black car tried to take advantage of her, it would all be negotiable. On the other side of the road, someone chimed in, It's drizzling now, so the mountain must be frozen. The tires are going to skid, the chubby driver added. And if I take you, I have to hurry back down the mountain overnight. Last time, we had a friend who, on a snowy day, took a passenger for a little money and ended up skidding off a curve on the way back, almost losing his life. After saying that, he ignored Zheng Li. Someone else said, Sister, if you're not in a particular rush, I can recommend a place for you to stay and go up the mountain tomorrow. Suddenly, someone next to him laughed, You little guy, not pulling a car. When did you start running a hotel business? My wife's sister just opened a hotel. Why don't you help promote some business? The man muttered under his breath, You're not just trying to introduce this beauty to your own home while your wife is away, are you? Though his voice was low, it was unusually clear, instantly drawing bursts of laughter from a few people nearby. Zhang Li stood there at a loss, just about to reluctantly call Wu Ying or a colleague for help when someone across the street called out to her. "Miss, hey, I'm talking to you, young lady." The old man who had been guarding the mountain gate earlier was panting heavily as he pointed at her and shouted, "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to go up the mountain? Their SA car now, their SA car." It turned out that as soon as Zhang Li had left, a car came down mountain. The driver had come down to buy medicine in town and stopped to ask the old man for directions to the pharmacy. Sensing an opportunity, the old man had asked if the driver was heading back up. So upon getting the news, the old man hadn't even bothered to grab an umbrella. He rushed out in the light rain to find Zhang Li. The driver seemed decent, not like a bad person. "Go talk to him," the old man said. Zhang Li thanked him, deeply moved. "Don't dawdle. Hurry and catch him before he leaves. If we delay any longer, he might be gone." The old man pointed in the direction, urgently urging her on. "Go quick." It was a black car with license plates from City A. Zhang Li didn't dare to delay and jogged toward the pharmacy at the far end of the street. The illuminated signboard at the pharmacy entrance was shining brightly, and Zhang Li spotted it as soon as she turned the corner. As she ran closer, she noticed a black SUV with City A plates parked not far from the pharmacy. It felt like she had grasped a glimmer of hope. Panting heavily, she quickened her pace. She drew nearer to the pharmacy and could now make out the counter inside and a figure standing at the entrance. The person had their back to her, making it impossible to see their face or verify whether they truly looked as harmless as the old man had claimed. Then, the figure turned slightly, descended 2 steps, and walked out of the pharmacy. That was when Zhang Li caught sight of his profile. Sharp, handsome features and tightly pressed lips. That person was AI Jingchu. For a moment, Zhang Li felt as though she had been lost in a dark, confined underground cavern for ages and had suddenly stumbled upon a passageway bathed in radiant sunlight, or as if she had been trapped underwater on the verge of suffocation, when a fresh burst of oxygen abruptly revived her. She jogged forward and called out, "Professor AI." He seemed to hear her, or perhaps not. His steps slowed, and he glanced back uncertainly. But Zhang Li stood in the shadows across the street, separated by the road, with passers-by and trees blocking his line of sight. Then, as she crossed the street, she called out a second time. Just then, a motorcycle with a booming subwoofer roared past, its deafening music drowning out Zhang Li's voice in the split second it sped by. Tall and long-legged, he was only a few strides away from getting back in his car and driving off. Panicked, Zhang Li threw caution to the wind. She rushed forward, covering the distance in quick strides, and mustered all her strength to grab his sleeve from behind. This time, she called out his full name at the top of her lungs. AI Jingchu. 11 AI Jingchu turned around in surprise and saw Zhang Li. Many years later, AI Jingchu could still vividly recall this scene. On a drizzly winter night, in an overdeveloped tourist town, a girl with flushed cheeks and nose, panting heavily, stood somewhat flustered on the disorderly, mud-covered sidewalk, clutching his clothes and calling his name loudly. Her eyes, perhaps from walking briskly in the cold wind, glistened as if brimming with tears, and a few strands of hair clung messily to her forehead. Strangely, she was also holding 2 bottles of mineral water in her arms. Perhaps it was the case of physician, heal thyself, but he had always disliked seeing doctors or taking medicine. Just like many respiratory specialists who tirelessly lectured patients about the harms of smoking and the need to quit, only to light up a cigarette themselves the moment their shift ended. That was why, even though he had arrived at Dongshan by noon, he had no intention of driving out after dark. But his cold was worsening, and his fever stubbornly refused to break. Worried that a high fever might flare up in the middle of the night and alarm his grandfather, he reluctantly went into town to buy medicine. Just a few steps out of the pharmacy, someone grabbed him from behind. He froze for a moment, still processing what was happening. Zhang Li snapped back to reality and quickly withdrew her hand, releasing his clothes. Stuttering, she corrected her address to AI. "I Laoshi, teacher I." She then hurriedly explained, "The old man at the mountain entrance said you were driving up. Could I hitch a ride? I waited for my friend to go to Dongshan Hotel, but we ended up missing the time. She continued to speak a bit incoherently. I originally planned to take a taxi, but no one was willing to pick me up. I called out to you a couple of times over there, but you didn't hear me, so I got anxious, afraid you would leave. I. In fact, what she almost said was, I can give you the fare. Fortunately, before she could blurt it out, Zhongli wisely closed her mouth in time. She glanced at his car, for rings, the brother of the Olympics. In City A, the starting fare for a regular taxi is 8 yuan. And if you happen to get a Volkswagen Sagittor because it's a good car, it would go up by 2 yuan. Zhongli pondered to herself. There's no Audi in the taxi, so she didn't know what the starting fare should be. At that moment, he took the keys out of his coat pocket, unlocked the car with the remote, and then said, "Get in the car." Zhongli opened the back door and sat in the back seat. Usually, apart from riding in Ma Yi's and Wu Ying's cars, she prefers to sit in the back of many people's cars. The front requires a seatbelt and restricts her movement. So even when taking a taxi, she loves to sit in the back. Thus, AI Jingchu drove in front, and she sat behind the driver's seat. She lifted her head and saw AI Jingchu's eyes in the rearview mirror. He saw her too. After the car started moving, Zhongli suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to say the most important thing. She hurriedly told AI Jingchu in the rearview mirror, "By the way, teacher AI, my name is Zhongli." "I know," he replied while turning the steering wheel to maneuver the car, his eyes fixed seriously on the mirror, not looking at her, with no sign of emotion. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Zhongli asked AI Jingchu to stop for a moment. She ran to thank the old man and reassured him. The old man said, "As long as you got in, that driver looks kind-hearted and seems like a good person." Zhongli smiled and glanced back at the car, wondering how such a cold man could seem kind to the old man. As soon as her gaze fell on him, he happened to look over too. Zhongli quickly averted her eyes, not daring to scrutinize him further. When saying goodbye, the old man started to express his concern again, saying, "But, young lady, you must be cautious. Even with familiar people, you should have some vigilance. I noted down the license plate, and you should remember our phone number. If anything happens, give me a call." Zhongli cheerfully agreed verbally, but in her heart, she disagreed because she knew AI Jingchu was truly a good person. When she returned to the car for the second time, Zhongli hesitated, struggling in her mind, before walking around to the other side, opening the passenger door, and sitting next to AI Jingchu. "Is it okay?" AI Jingchu asked. "It's fine," Zhongli nodded. The heater was on high, and music was playing, likely because he turned it on while waiting for her. He pressed the gas, shifted gears, and the car gradually picked up speed. After half a minute, a beeping sound rang out. "Seatbelt," he said. "Oh." Zhongli suddenly remembered and quickly fastened it. It was still raining outside, the fine rain drumming on the car window, slowly blurring the view layer by layer, only to disappear instantly when the wipers swept across. The visibility outside was extremely low, with many sharp bends in the road. So he drove very cautiously, carefully navigating each bend where the road ahead was not visible. She didn't often get car sick, but she felt uncomfortable with ear ringing and hiccups on mountain roads, especially in Wu Ying's car. Wu Ying was reckless, driving fast when there were no cars and slamming on the brakes when turning. Once, when Wu Ying's phone fell under her feet, she bent down to pick it up, scaring Zhongli into shouting, "You're going off course. There's a car coming, let them through." By the time Wu Ying looked up and asked, "Where?" "I can't see." The other car had already passed behind them. Zhongli said irritably, "Fortunately, the other driver saw you." To put in Ma Yi's cruel words, if she ever got a terminal illness, she should first buy a substantial insurance policy, then take Wu Ying's car, and that would be that her parents would have the insurance company to rely on for the rest of their lives. And it would at least be a death with a purpose. However, AI Jingchu's stability and composure were the complete opposite of Wu Ying. They remained silent, the music inside the car appropriately covering the silence. Just then, the song abruptly stopped, turning into a ringing tone, and the DVD navigation screen indicated an incoming call. AI Jingchu glanced at the number on the screen, pressed the call button, and answered. "Hello," he said. "Hello, Dr. AI. This is Shui Xiaomei. I contacted you yesterday. I'm Mooching his cousin." AI Jingchu's phone was connected to the car's Bluetooth, so the conversation was transmitted through the speakers, and Zhongli could hear everything clearly. She heard that the woman's voice was nasal, either from a cold or from having just cried. If she hadn't started with Dr. AI, Zhang Li would have almost thought the caller was seeking a romantic debt from AI Jingshu. The woman continued, regarding the child. Both my husband and my mother-in-law want to consult you in person. At this point, the caller stopped speaking, seemingly crying. Zhang Li stole a glance at Aijinuku. He said, Ms. Shui, please hold on, I'll call you back shortly. After hanging up, AI Jingshu pulled the car over to the side, then got out and walked to a tree, dialing the number back. He stood in front of the car's headlights, allowing Zhang Li to observe his every movement slowly. Generally, people pace while on the phone, shifting their weight from one foot to the other, but AI Jingshu stood still, not shifting his weight or moving a step, perfectly straight and motionless. The spot he chose was right under the densest part of the tree, with the ground around him soaked by the rain, while only the area around him was dry and light-colored. At first, when he spoke, a puff of white mist would escape his mouth, but gradually that mist faded too. The car didn't turn off. The wipers, heater, and music continued working. Zhang Li sat in the warm car while he stood in the cold, dark night. Suddenly, he looked up at Zhang Li, and their gazes met. He then walked towards her. Zhang Li found it strange. Even if he was done talking and preparing to get back in the car, he should walk to the other side, not towards her. What was he doing? As he got closer, Zhang Li recalled the old man's warning about being cautious. Had she misjudged him and trusted him too easily? Was he going to do something to her while on the phone, or perhaps worse? AI Jingshu stopped in front of Zhang Li's door and knocked on the window. Zhang Li suspiciously pressed the button to open it. It's hard to say how long it will take to perform the surgery after the baby is born. It depends on the baby's weight and condition. He answered the caller's question while signaling Zhang Li to open the glove compartment in front of her knees. She obediently complied. When she opened the compartment, there were several file folders and a pack of cigarettes inside. He bent down, peeking in, bringing a bit of cold, damp air. Then, he reached over Zhang Li, grabbing a box of cigarettes from among the items. Consequently, he was very close to her, close enough that she could feel the cold air he exhaled. She saw the roots of his hair and the mole on the skin behind his ear. AI Jingshu straightened up, took a cigarette, and put it in his mouth, then pulled out a lighter from his pocket and slowly lit it. He completed the entire process with just one hand, showing remarkable skill. Gradually, Zhang Li noticed that the rain was also wetting the patch of ground beneath his feet. He lit another cigarette. Sometimes he would speak, and sometimes he would listen quietly. Occasionally, he would talk for a long time, and the cigarette in his fingers would burn freely, the glowing ember flickering dimly, and after it had burned down to ash, he would lower his head and flick it off with his fingers. Eventually, he hung up, but the cigarette in his hand had not yet burned out. So, he stayed in place, quietly finishing it. After only a few steps, his phone rang again. This time, the conversation was brief and ended quickly. He opened the door and returned to the car, saying to Zhang Li, "Sorry to keep you waiting." As soon as he spoke, the air in his throat alternated suddenly between hot and cold, leading him to cough a few times. The fingers he placed on the steering wheel were already red from the cold outside. Zhang Li couldn't help but speak up. "If you catch a cold, it's best not to smoke. You are a doctor after all." She didn't know why she blurted that out. There was a hint of blame, a bit of concern, and a touch of incomprehension. Perhaps this concern was for his late-night rescue, or maybe it was just a kind-hearted casual remark. However, as soon as she said it, she felt a bit regretful. AI Jingshu didn't respond, but instead moved his stiff fingers, released the handbrake, and after driving a few meters, he suddenly said, "Doctors also say that women should never smoke, no matter the time." Zhang Li turned her face sharply to look at him, surprised for several seconds, before slowly turning back, her cheeks flushing red. He was talking about her. When did she learn to smoke for the first time? It seems it was on New Year's Day in her freshman year. She and two other girls from the dormitory, along with several classmates, went to the square to count down the new year. On the way back to the school, it was already past 1 or 2 in the morning, and they couldn't get a taxi, so they agreed to walk back together. Halfway there, feeling bored while walking, Wu taught her how to smoke. At that time, Wu was also a novice. Wu told her, "Just take a puff and then blow it out." "Where should I blow it out from? My nose or my mouth?" She curiously asked. "From your mouth. Using your nose would be uncomfortable." "Oh." She tried to do as instructed, but ended up coughing and tearing up. Ma Yi said, "Your rebellious phase came a bit late. didn't it? Unexpectedly, the person who later introduced her to smoking quit. After a while, however, she developed this habit. She only smoked very little and discreetly, and hardly anyone ever found out. Once, when Wu Ying had a birthday, she invited a bunch of classmates and colleagues out for dinner and karaoke. That day, she was in a particularly bad mood and quietly walked into an empty private room next door to smoke a cigarette. Little did she know, Wu Ying came looking for her midway. As soon as Zheng Li heard her voice, she hurriedly threw away the cigarette, but after Wu Ying entered, she curiously asked, "What are you doing here alone, and why is it so dark?" Zheng Li, still shaken, replied, "I just sat here for a bit." This was the closest she had come to being exposed. Surprisingly, this little secret was noticed by AI Jingchu. She really smoked very little, and every time she finished smoking, she would rinse her mouth. To maintain her orthodontics, she even wanted to get her teeth cleaned, so there should be no stains from cigarettes on her teeth. Before every dental checkup, she was especially cautious about oral hygiene. If there was to be a flaw, it was just once when he came to the library to return books. Zheng Li pondered for a long time and didn't know how to explain it, as the impression was too bad. But then she thought, why should she explain it to him? So, with a mindset of giving up, she decided not to say anything. A song played one after another in the CD, and later there was a version of Looking Back song by Hao Lei. Zheng Li seemed to have heard this version on Crails before, but she didn't remember it clearly. Looking back, the clouds obscure the way home. Looking back, the thorns are thick. Tonight, there will be no old dreams that are hard to part with. Looking back, it feels like a dream. Looking back, my heart remains the same. Only the endless long road accompanies me. A song so familiar sounded particularly poignant on this night drive, and emotions began to accumulate in Zheng Li's heart. She felt the need to talk to someone, so she broke her usual restraint and said, "Teacher, AI, it seems you're not married, right? Are you here on vacation with your girlfriend? Or like me, is it a work event?" "No." He answered her 3 questions with just 3 words. So, she turned her head and didn't ask any more questions or continue to make herself look foolish by trying to talk. The female singer continued to sing that song with her unique husky voice, and the windshield wipers moved rhythmically in front of her. But the air in the car felt somewhat different due to the smell of tobacco on him. After a while, he spoke up. "I'm here with my family, staying for a few days." Outside the window was pitch black. Apart from the trees illuminated by the headlights, nothing else could be seen. On a foggy and rainy night, it was quite frightening. Occasionally, as the car turned into a curve, they would suddenly encounter a mass of misty rain ahead, startling Zheng Li several times. Reminiscent of the fox spirits and ghosts described in strange tales from a Chinese studio haunting the wilderness. Meanwhile, AI Jingchu calmly drove, his gaze steady ahead. After turning another corner, they reached a fork in the road, and Zheng Li noticed a sign indicating the altitude, 1,800 meters. Slowly, the rain seemed to lighten. The speed of raindrops hitting the windshield decreased, but they became larger and larger. After a while, Zheng Li realized that the scenery outside was not rain, but snowflakes. "It's really snowing. I've never seen heavy snow before." Zheng Li pressed her face against the side window, curiously examining the outside. As she exhaled, the glass fogged up. After wiping it clear with her hand, she looked outside again. AI Jingchu glanced at her, but said nothing. Zheng Li, talking to herself, said, "Is the snow on the mountain heavier?" At that moment, her phone rang. It was Ma Yi calling. AI Jingchu subsequently turned off the sound system. "Xiaoyu, are you back yet?" Ma Yi asked. Zheng Li's phone receiver wasn't loud, but in this quiet and confined space, it sounded exceptionally clear. "I arrived early. Zemli Ruplia. I'm in the hotel room. Is the colleague driving you back a man or a woman?" Ma Yi asked mischievously. Zheng Li initially wanted to say it was a woman. If it weren't for her, would she be in such a predicament? Yet she still had the nerve to come looking for gossip. She needed to quickly extinguish Ma Yi's boring imagination. However, Zheng Li awkwardly glanced at AI Jingchu. She bet he could hear every word they said clearly, so she reluctantly replied, "A man." "Is he handsome?" Ma Yi pursued relentlessly. "Oh, Zheng Li Kazwali responda," trying to act calm, but inside she was nearly falling apart, wanting to suffocate her. "You just said, oh, is he handsome or not?" Ma Yi cornered her. "Is your grandmother okay?" Zheng Li, nearly in tears, tried to change the topic. It was originally quite scary. She went to the bathroom alone and ended up sitting on the floor, unable to get up. When called, she didn't respond, just stared blankly. It scared my parents to death. But when she was taken to Wu Ying's hospital, she calmed down as soon as she saw the doctor. The doctor asked her, and she said she wasn't in pain anywhere. So are you coming tomorrow? They arranged for you to stay with me in the afternoon. If you don't come, I'll be alone. I'll go if you introduce me to a handsome guy. Ma's mood improved significantly, just like her grandmother's condition. Hearing Zheng Li stutter, she continued, we agreed before. You better not be selfish. Ugh. Zheng Li, unable to bear it any longer, hung up the phone. Zheng Li felt extremely guilty and could hardly imagine AI Jingchu's expression. She, along with Ma Yi and Wu Ying, often gathered to critique men's appearances, pointing fingers. But that was just girls' private talk. Who would have thought the person involved would be sitting right beside her? Just as Zheng Li was lost in thought, AI Jingchu started coughing, initially a couple of light coughs, but then it became a prolonged coughing fit, forcing the car to stop. Zheng Li asked, did you just go buy cold medicine? If you have it, take it quickly. AI Jingchu regained his breath, waved his hand, and said he would take it later, or else he would feel drowsy. Oh, Zheng Li didn't know how to respond. After all, he was the doctor. She suddenly remembered, then drink some water to soothe your throat. After saying that, she opened the bottle of mineral water she had been holding and handed it to him, adding, it shouldn't be cold. AI Jingchu took it and had a couple of sips. Indeed, it was not cold at all. The water had been kept close to her body for a long time, warmed by her body temperature. He took another sip. Before long, the second sign showed the altitude, 2,000 meters. As the altitude increased, the snowflakes that fell to the ground no longer melted. Those scattered white flakes accumulated on the trees and grass, spreading wider and finally covering the road. Although Zheng Li had no experience driving in the snow, she had learned some things from television, news, and the words of the driver who had taken her on a ride before. As the snow grew thicker, her mood gradually shifted from curiosity to tension, and she even forgot to continue counting the altitude. Finally, AI Jingchu slowly pulled the car over to the side and looked at the snowy road ahead, saying, we can't drive up any further. It's not safe. Zheng Li was stunned and at a loss. What should we do? He raised his hand to check his watch, sighed lightly, and said, let's walk. It's not far from the hotel. After saying that, he got out of the car, walked to the back, and fished out a flashlight from the toolbox to test the light. Zheng Li got out of the car as well, and as soon as her feet hit the ground, she realized how cold it was outside. AI Jingchu locked the car and shone the flashlight on the road, walking ahead. There was no umbrella in the car, so Zheng Li pulled the hood of her down jacket over her head. Her hair was thick and long, tied up in a high ponytail, making the hood unstable. So she had to let her hair down, gathering it to the sides. By the time she was done, she noticed AI Jingchu had already walked several meters ahead. She was startled and hurriedly stumbled after him. Teacher AI, she called breathlessly. He turned around. I want to walk in front of you. He stopped and let her go first. When she was young, Zheng Li had to walk home at night along a dark road that was devoid of lights or houses. Where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, adults could only use flashlights. Even if there was a large group walking together, Zheng Li had to stay in the middle. She was timid and extremely afraid of the dark, and every time in such situations, she imagined something sneaking up from behind to grab her, which made her back feel creepy, forcing her to run to the front of the group in terror. But being in front was also scary, as there might be a monster coming out of the darkness, and if everyone turned around to run back together, she would go from first to last. Later, Wu Ying scared her by saying, actually, the person in the middle is the worst. If something that eats people shows up, and the people in front are moving too fast without being prepared, and the ones behind haven't caught up, the person in the middle is the most vulnerable. But now, with just her and AI Jingchu, she still preferred the front, entrusting her safety to him from behind. They walked on the main road. Although it was snowy, it wasn't too difficult. She walked ahead while he followed behind with the flashlight. The light from the flashlight was just right, casting a long shadow of Zheng Li on the snowy ground in front of her. This was an extremely quiet snowy night. It seemed that besides their breathing and the sound of crunching snow underfoot, only the sound of falling snow remained. Suddenly, Zheng Li's ears caught an unusual sound from the woods, and she froze. She said, "Listen, does it sound like someone is crying?" The thought of this metaphor made Zheng Li's heart start to race. AI Jingchu stopped as well. "What sound?" AI Jingchu listened carefully and said, "It should be an owl." Zheng Li remained skeptical, but continued walking forward, feeling that the sound seemed to be ahead. After a few steps, she couldn't help it and moved beside AI Jingchu. When she felt scared before, she would sing softly. But since AI Jingchu was next to her, she couldn't help but pay attention to her image. So she switched to talking. Zheng Li suddenly thought of the phone call she had just received. "Do patients often call you during your break?" It lasted for over half an hour. "Occasionally." What happened to that person? Her child. She sounded so sad, crying on the phone. She was a pregnant woman. The fetus was over 6 months old and was diagnosed with a cleft lip and palate. "Oh," Zheng Li asked, "is that what people call a hair lip?" "Yes." "So what did she do?" At first, she wanted to keep it, but her family opposed it. In the end, she gave up. If the child is born, can it be treated? It depends on what good means. Just like when you come for braces. If you only expect an 80 or 90% result, you may end up with 100% satisfaction. Conversely, you might always feel it's never perfect. The topic seemed a bit heavy. Zheng Li's phone beeped with a message, and she took it out to check. It was from Ma Yi. "I suddenly realized there must be someone next to you." Another message followed. Still from Ma Yi. "I will come tomorrow, but I won't make it to see the sunrise at the top of the mountain. You are allowed to go see it first. Take me with you the day after tomorrow." As she read the messages, Zheng Li kept glancing at AI Jingchu, afraid that if she lost focus for a moment, he would leave her behind. "Will we be able to see the sunrise tomorrow?" she asked. "It depends on whether the weather is clear." Zheng Li looked around and felt that the chance of it clearing up wasn't great. At that moment, they came across a tree branch that had fallen in the middle of the road, and they had to go around it. The branch was covered in thick snow, and Zheng Li couldn't help but reach out and grab a handful, squeezing it in her hand. After walking quite a distance with AI Jingchu, she was sweating a bit from climbing the slope, and at that moment, holding the snow didn't feel cold, but rather interesting. AI Jingchu glanced at her little action. She squeezed the snow in her hand, and in the end, it turned into a snowball the size of a ping pong ball. Zheng Li brought it to her nose to sniff, then opened her mouth to take a bite. The snowball froze her teeth for a moment, and as it touched her tongue, it melted away, cold and tasteless. AI Jingchu looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. "You," she smiled shyly. He stared at her for 2 or 3 seconds, then turned to continue walking ahead. Before Zheng Li tossed the snowball away, she bent down and secretly took another bite. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly heard a very faint pop. She found it strange because the sound seemed to come from her head, not as a thought, but actually from her brain. She stopped and recalled carefully. It was a very strange feeling, as if a string had snapped or a screw had fallen out. A screw? She nervously remembered her dental braces and checked with her tongue. Fortunately, everything was fine, but feeling uneasy, she checked again and discovered that the metal screw on her front tooth was loose. Her pause made AI Jingchu turn back in confusion. Then he saw Zheng Li standing still with a worried expression, touching her braces on her front tooth. He walked back. "Teacher AI." She looked at him with a face full of dread. Which one? He had wanted to remind her earlier, and it turned out to be true. The front tooth. She was wearing flat boots, not heels, so, as she stood there with her mouth open, AI Jingchu had to bend down to adjust for the height difference. He adjusted the flashlight's beam to shine on Zheng Li and discovered that the screw on her upper left brace, which should have been attached to the tooth, was loose, and the thin wire connected to it had snapped. "Are there any others?" he asked. "I don't know." He couldn't wash his hands or disinfect them, nor did he have disposable rubber gloves, so he didn't dare to touch her mouth to check inside. He could only look under the flashlight's light. Their heights were mismatched, and the angles of their sight and light were somewhat off. Moving the flashlight wouldn't help, and he was afraid the bright light would shine in her eyes. So, he gently lifted her chin with his index finger and adjusted it slightly upwards to get a better view. His finger was very warm, which was the only feeling Zheng Li had besides the discomfort of tilting her head back and opening her mouth. The skin was touching skin, but it wasn't that warm touch, nor was it the damp heat from climbing. It was just that his body temperature was really hot, to the point where Zheng Li began to suspect that he might have a fever. "It should only be one screw that fell out," he said. "What should we do?" "We'll reattach it next time." AI Jingchu withdrew his hand and let her go. You have a fever, Zhang Li hesitated to say. I Jingku replied lightly, adjusting the flashlight's beam to illuminate the path ahead, continuing to walk as if nothing had happened. Is it serious? Zhang Li asked as she caught up with him. It's fine, he answered. Every time she catches a cold, she has a cough and a runny nose, and only occasionally, when it gets really serious, does she develop a fever. Once the fever hits, she feels dizzy and her limbs ache. Walking feels like she could collapse at any moment. That feeling is truly as bad as it gets. She is a bit worried. However, due to the difference between genders and their lack of familiarity, asking Zhang Li if everything is okay is already her limit. Thus, she falls silent and doesn't he pull him into conversation again, wasting his energy. She slows her pace, and he cooperatively slows down as well. Fortunately, after turning a corner, Zhang Li sees the familiar lights of the hotel ahead. They've arrived. Her heart fills with joy. AI Jingchu hears this and lifts his gaze to the brightly lit area. The two of them walk to the entrance, where the security guard looks at them in disbelief. Dongshan Hotel has 4 courtyards, divided into east, south, west, and north, with the main building in north. The middle features a garden and entertainment area, with a hot spring behind the south building, and standalone villas further back, which also have hot springs. Zhang Li asks, our unit stays in the west building. Where are you staying? AI Jingchu replies, let us go to the west building. He follows her to the entrance of the west building, where the first floor is a bar and entertainment room, and it seems quite crowded inside. Just then, a man in his 30s comes out and greets Zhang Li. Xiao Zhang, we were just talking about you. Where have you been hiding? Didactoli, Zem li smilas. Hurry up, everyone is inside playing cards. After saying that, the man heads off in another direction. Are those all colleagues? AI Jingchu asks, looking at the people coming and going inside. Yes, Zhang Li replies. And as she walks forward, she realizes AI Jingchu hasn't followed. You've arrived, so I'll head back. AI Jingchu says to her from a few steps away. Thank you. He nods and retraces his steps. Zhang Li watches his back and feels that he is heading in the wrong direction, completely going outside the hotel. Teacher AI, where are you staying? Zhang Li suspiciously chases after him to ask. Domping Temple, he says. At that moment, Zhang Li is taken aback. She had never asked where he was going when he drove up the mountain or where he lived, because that old man had said he was going back to the mountain, and among all the hotels along that road in the Dongshan scenic area, besides Dongshan Hotel, she could not think of a second one, so he didn't mention it, and she didn't ask, nor did she ever doubt. She never thought he wouldn't be going to the same place as her. Dongping Temple. Zhang Li knows that place, even if she only vaguely remembered it before. After the road they just took, she can now clearly recall, because she counted the first altitude sign while in the car, which indicated 800 meters. At that fork in the road, the right leads to Dongshan Hotel, and the left is less than 500 meters to Dongping Temple. At that moment, AI Jingchu had actually already arrived, but he said nothing and continued driving her up the mountain until the car could go no further. Despite having a high fever, he walked with her through the snow until they reached her colleague. For a moment, Zhang Li felt a mix of emotions and was at a loss, not knowing what to do, sending him back or keeping him from leaving. It seemed he wouldn't agree to either. Finally, Zhang Li said, wait for me. I'll go get you an umbrella. After saying that, she quickly ran into the west building, pressed the elevator button, but the elevator was still stuck on the 4th floor. In a hurry, she decided to take the stairs instead. The west building has 6 floors, and she lives on the 5th. She climbed up in one breath, took out her room card, opened her luggage bag on the vanity, pulled out the umbrella she had prepared, and without bothering to close the door, ran back down the stairs. When she returned to the spot where AI Jingchu had just stood, his figure was already gone. Zhang Li quickly took out her phone. She remembered she should have saved AI Jingchu's number. However, searching through her contacts yielded no results. Seemingly, she really hadn't saved it. The only clue was the text message he had sent her half a month ago. Luckily, she doesn't often text and doesn't frequently clear her messages. She opened her inbox and scrolled through, finally finding AI Jingchu's medical advice among a pile of junk ads, work notifications, and bank transaction messages. She hurriedly dialed the number, and After ringing 2 or 3 times, it connected. Did you leave? Zhengli asked anxiously right away. The voice on the other end hesitated. Unsure. Zhengli? She and T save his number, and neither had he. It's me. Are you walking back alone? Yeah. Are you okay? Fine. I can drive after walking a bit. He replied. What if the car gets frozen? It's not too far to keep walking. Hearing his answer, Zhengli fell silent, unsure what else to say, and finally could only repeat, Thank you for bringing me back. After the call ended, Zhengli walked back to the West Building. As soon as she opened the glass door, the sounds of music, loud conversations, and even the clatter of mahjong enveloped her, along with the warm air. And she saw several kids, brought by colleagues, playing and pressing the elevator buttons. She didn't enter the game room, but sat down on the sofa outside. And a waiter immediately came over, adding a cup to the coffee table beside her and pouring water. Colleagues passing by casually greeted her. It felt as if that stretch of night road was just a dream, so cold and so dark. She had only sat for less than 2 minutes before feeling hot. And someone beside her said, ISN T Zhengli here? Wu Wanxia is missing again. Another older colleague replied. Xiao Wu said she caught a cold and went back to her room to sleep. She probably caught a cold from playing outside in the snow earlier. Young people really need to take care in this weather. Zhengli looked outside. Through the glass, the inside and outside seemed like 2 completely different worlds. She slowly stood up, made a decision, and then went upstairs. AI Jingchu received Zhengli's call shortly after stepping out of Dongshan Hotel. Zhengli's last sincere thank you made him pause, and he answered, just a small favor. He didn't wait for her to return before leaving, as he was always a bit at a loss when faced with such enthusiastic gratitude. It really was just a small favor. When she said she wanted to return to Dongshan Hotel, he figured the car might not make it to the destination, but in such a place, he was the only person she knew. He couldn't just leave a young girl alone, who knew he would end up on a long phone call midway, delaying him for another half an hour, making the situation worse, and finally having to walk down. Perhaps moving alone without concerns made him walk a bit faster. And with a fever, AI Jingchu felt a bit dizzy. He slowed down a bit and walked a short distance when he saw a long stone bench by the roadside. So he brushed off the snow and sat for a while. He turned off the flashlight and sat on the bench, then took out the 2 boxes of medicine he had just bought from his coat pocket, considered for a moment, and put them back without opening them. He really didn't like the feeling of swallowing pills without water. Then, AI Jingchu took out a cigarette and lit one. He had learned to smoke back in the U.S. from U.E., who said nicotine could invigorate, stimulate the mind, relieve pain, and cure 100 ailments. He took a hard drag, which made his throat uncomfortable, if it weren't for warding off the cold and waking himself up. Smoking while having a cold really was a good idea. The night was very heavy. Sitting alone in the deep night on the snow-covered ground, unable to catch any light, was truly a unique experience. At that moment, a rustling sound came from not far away. He curiously turned the flashlight back on and shone it over, seeing a squirrel running onto the main road. As soon as the light hit it, the little creature quickly darted back into the bushes. When the flashlight was retrieved, it shone on a large branch lying across the middle of the road, which was exactly where Zhengli had just damaged the brace. Before he saw her making the motion of gnawing on the snow, he wanted to remind her that the wire might snap in the sudden cold, but after observing her reaction, it seemed like nothing was wrong. Little did he know that after just a few steps, it really did break. AI Jingchu recalled the expression on Zhengli's face when the brace broke, and couldn't help but smile slightly. He shook his head, extinguished the majority of the cigarette in his hand, and didn't continue smoking. He quietly rested in the darkness. Just as he was about to get up and continue on his way, he heard another sound. The noise came from the direction he had just come from. It was different from the rustling made by the squirrel earlier, and was a rhythmic creaking sound, seemingly from a person's footsteps. Soon, he saw a swaying beam of light gradually approaching. It was likely someone else, like him, hurrying along the dark road. The other person was walking quickly, almost jogging, so it didn't take long for them to catch up. The footsteps grew closer, and the flashlight's beam became clearer. After rounding the last bend, AI Jingchu finally saw the face of the approaching person. Using the other person's light, when he saw that face, AI Jingchu was momentarily stunned, then involuntarily blurted out 2 words, Zheng Li. He had been sitting there alone, without any movement or turning on his flashlight. And the sudden voice in the darkness nearly scared Zheng Li, who was focused solely on hurrying forward, out of her wits. She let out a scream, instinctively dropped the flashlight in her hand, and turned to run. Upon seeing this, AI Jingchu hurriedly reached out to grab her. But the more he tried to stop her, the more she struggled. "It's me," AI Jingchu said. Get away. Get away. Don't grab me," she pleaded while struggling. "It's me, Zheng Li, I'm AI Jingchu." He firmly held onto her wrist, not daring to let go, fearing she might panic and fall off the steep cliff on the side of the road. This sentence finally registered with Zheng Li, and she calmed down a bit, turning back and tremblingly asking, "AI Jingchu?" "It's AI Jingchu," he sighed in relief. "You're alive?" she asked again. This was a question that left AI Jingchu both amused and helpless. His flashlight had been left on that stone bench, and her flashlight had been thrown to the ground, rolling several meters away. The two of them were panting in the pitch darkness, and under such conditions, he couldn't call out to her to show her that he was indeed alive. So he helplessly took her hands and placed them on his face, saying, "I promise. I am alive." Zheng Li hurriedly felt his face with her hands. It was indeed warm. He had a chin, and he was breathing. She even leaned in closer and sniffed, trying to discern his breath. Gradually, she calmed down, trembling as she took out her phone from her pocket, using the screen's light for a final confirmation. After seeing AI Jingchu's face clearly, the tension in her heart finally relaxed, and she began to cry. "Ai Jingku, why did you scare me? Do you know you almost gave me a heart attack?" She cried. "It was my fault," he apologized. He really hadn't thought it through, and should have called her out directly. Once he confirmed that she was calm, he dared to release her, then slowly turned to retrieve his flashlight and the thing she had thrown on the ground. She wiped her tears, not wanting to cry anymore, but still feeling shaken, unable to stop the tears. He returned her flashlight and asked, "What are you doing here?" It was truly unexpected. He never dreamed that the person he would encounter on the road would be Zheng Li. "I came to find you." "Find me?" Ai Jingku replied. "You were running a high fever and specially brought me back. How could I just let you go like that? I brought you a winter coat and hat, along with cold medicine, fever-reducing medicine, heat patches, and boiled water." As she spoke, Zheng Li wiped her tears with the back of her hand and rested her backpack on the ground, handing it to AI Jingchu. She had come prepared. After making up her mind earlier, she returned to her room to grab the cold medicine she always kept in her luggage, asked Dr. Wang from the unit's medical room for some, and borrowed a coat and hat for AI Jingchu from a male colleague she was close with. She herself had wrapped up in a thick scarf and hat, braving the wind and snow to chase after him. AI Jingchu was stunned for several seconds before taking the bag from her hand. She actually walked such a long stretch of night road alone just to bring him these things. Although she hadn't mentioned anything about being afraid of the dark earlier, he noticed how she would sometimes walk ahead, sometimes walk alongside him, and hesitate at the slightest noise. All these actions and expressions were observed by him. Yet, such a timid girl had actually walked alone in the desolate night to bring him these things. He couldn't help but think about how scared she must have been and how much courage it took for her to come here. To the point where even when he called out to her, she was completely terrified. What a silly girl. She brought him these things. So he had to send her back. AI Jingchu looked at her, unable to say a word for a long time. Zheng Li seemed to sense his thoughts and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "You don't need to worry about me. Just go ahead. I can go back by myself. If you reach Dongping Temple, just send me a text to let me know you're safe." For a moment, he was somewhat at a loss for words. "I'm not afraid. I came here alone, so going back alone is also pretty simple," she said, forcing a smile, the tear stains on her face still wet. Before turning around to head back, AI Jingchu stared at her retreating figure, suddenly feeling as if something was gathering around his heart, slowly spreading through his blood to his limbs. He stood there. After a myriad of thoughts, he let out a soft sigh. "Zheng Li," he called out to her. She stopped, turned around with a puzzled look, waiting for his next words. "There should still be vacant rooms at the hotel, right?" he said. Zheng Li was a bit puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly asked this, and said she would have to check with the front desk to find out. "Let us go." He stepped towards her direction. "I really don't need you to send me again. Otherwise, I'd be causing you trouble," Zheng Li said. "It's not your business." It said I can't walk anymore, AI Jingchu replied. Upon hearing this, Zhengli opened her mouth, not expecting his situation to be that bad. But after considering it, she felt embarrassed to say anything more caring. There is a difference between men and women. One should know when to stop. If too much care is expressed verbally, it would feel like crossing boundaries, and she couldn't do that. She didn't know if it was because she had gained courage from walking alone earlier or for some other reason, but she surprisingly wasn't as scared as before. Walking alongside AI Jingchu calmly, at a distance that varied. What were you doing sitting there just now? She couldn't help but ask him. Sitting alone by the roadside in the dark? Isn't that a bit creepy? He originally wanted to honestly answer, smoking, but after thinking about it, he changed it to resting. The logic was correct. He was resting because he couldn't walk anymore. I thought you were looking at something. That is somewhat true, he said. Looking at what? There is a grave by the roadside. Agrave? Zhengli said with a frown. Isn't that just a mound of dirt? There is no tombstone. I saw some paper money and incense candles. Upon hearing AI Jingchu say this, Zhengli suddenly recalled the women selling things at the foot of the mountain earlier, claiming they could not only bless, but also look at feng shui and relocate graves. They said Dongshan has good feng shui since ancient times. And if you find a good spot to bury someone here, it could benefit 3 generations. At that time, she was puzzled. There were no public cemeteries in Dongshan. So how could they do this? Now that she thought about it, could it be that they had secretly buried their family members here? Zhengli suddenly lost the courage she had just moments ago and even felt a pang of fear about her reckless decision to chase after him alone. She glanced around and immediately felt a chill at the back of her neck. She hurriedly stopped and turned back to look. Behind her was just a dark expanse, and nothing else. This made her feel even more uncertain, so she quickly and nervously followed him. Aren't you afraid? Zhengli asked. Afraid of what? He replied. Graves. With ashes or maybe even buried dead. People. Zhengli felt her tongue starting to tremble. Corpses, actually. Stop. Zhengli quickly urged him to stop, unable to bear hearing more. She was truly dizzy. How could she be discussing the terrifying nature of dead bodies with a seasoned medical professor? He was surely the type who could sit and eat meat while looking at a dismembered corpse without even needing to spit out the bones. When the word corpse popped into Zhengli's mind, she couldn't help but look around again, edging closer to AI Jingchu. The distance between the two of them instantly closed significantly. When they arrived at the hotel, the front desk informed them that there were no standard or king rooms available. Only business suites, and those priced higher. The prices in such tourist spots were not very friendly, and when Zhengli glanced at the Arabic numerals on the screen, she felt a pang of pain in her wallet. AI Jingchu silently took out his wallet. Zhengli suddenly felt guilty. If it weren't for her, AI Jingchu would have been fast asleep at Dongping Temple. How could he be here being taken advantage of? At that moment, a crisp female voice tentatively called out, Senior brother? Both AI Jingchu and Zhengli turned to look. After confirming it was AI Jingchu, the other person smiled and approached, saying, Senior brother, didn't you say you were staying at Dongping Temple? I have some last-minute matters and can't go back, so I'm staying here for the night. While AI Jingchu watched the staff register his ID, he replied. The newcomer was Gu Yi, a colleague of AI Jingchu at the medical school. Since she also graduated from Penn and returned home, she habitually called him Senior brother. AI Jingchu always felt that if it was a student, they could only call him teacher, adhering to the principle of respecting teachers and not breaking the rules. As for others, whether they wanted to call him doctor, AI Jingchu, or even affectionately call him senior brother or junior brother, that was their prerogative. Gu Yi's father was one of the shareholders of Dongshan Hotel. In the afternoon, he happened to bump into AI Jingchu at the Dongshan toll station and learned his accommodation. He originally invited him to hang out, but AI Jingchu declined due to other commitments, not expecting to run into him again that evening. The staff returned AI Jingchu's ID and then asked Zhengli, Excuse me, Miss, I still need your identification. Zhengli suddenly felt embarrassed, blushing as she said, We are not together. She has a room, AI Jingchu replied. The staff nodded and began explaining the deposit, room rate, and so on to AI Jingchu. AI Jingchu then handed over his credit card. Seeing this, Gu Yi told the staff, No need, Just have manager Wen sign the bill later. It's not a bother. AI Jingchu insisted on handing over the card, but the staff was already too timid to accept it. Zhang Li stood aside, feeling that this was something AI Jingchu had to resolve on his own. However, being called senior brother and getting a 4-digit bill waived was not a bad deal, so she felt at ease and quickly bid him farewell before slipping away. Back in the West Building, most of her colleagues were still enthusiastically playing cards. Some of the kids who had been making a ruckus around the elevator had already been coaxed to sleep, while a chubby boy continued to dart around energetically. This little chubby boy was the son of Director Li, who had just been out there calling for her, and AI Jingchu, known in the unit for being mischievous. As she took off her scarf and hat while entering the elevator, preparing to go back to her room to sleep, she casually checked her phone and was surprised to find it was only a little past 11, though it felt like she had lived through a century. After taking a shower, she was too tired and fell straight to sleep. Not long after she lay down, she heard a commotion in the hallway, accompanied by the cries of children and adults. Initially, she was too drowsy to care, but the noise was too loud, and she didn't know who had bumped into her door handle, hitting it hard. "Who is driving? Who is driving?" Someone shouted. "We have a car at the hotel, but it can't go down." Zhang Li finally put on some clothes and got up, opening the door to see Director Li and his wife holding their child, accompanied by several others standing at the elevator entrance diagonally across. All the guests were peeking out to see, and many of Zhang Li's colleagues were surrounding them, anxiously waiting. As Zhang Li stepped in a bit closer and saw the child in their arms, she was stunned. The chubby boy had a fork stuck in his mouth. He was being held up by his mother, who was looking up, while Director Li held his chin, worried he might bite down due to crying or discomfort. The child cried loudly, but with his mouth clamped, it made the cry sound even more heart-wrenching. "What happened?" "He was fine just a moment ago," Zhang Li asked the equally worried Wu Wanxia beside her. "I heard from Sister Yuan that after everyone finished playing cards, they gave the chubby boy some cake, and he ran around with the fork. He fell when he went back to the room." They all escorted the child downstairs with the hotel staff, but they were still a loss for what to do. They called 120, but the hospital said the road was blocked by snow and the ambulance couldn't come up. The hotel's car also couldn't make it down. The hotel had a medical room, but the doctor on duty, like their library's Dr. Wang, was just an ordinary internist of advanced age. They could handle colds and headaches, but anything else was beyond their capability. "I'll carry the child down the mountain," the child's mother said tearfully. "Are there no other doctors?" someone else asked. The medical room staff shook their heads. But then Zhang Li suddenly said, "There is." She thought that as a dentist, AI Jingchu surely wouldn't be able to help, so she hesitated to speak up. But upon seeing the child, she felt she shouldn't let any small glimmer of hope slip by. What if he could help? Hearing Zhang Li's words, all eyes turned to her. The next moment, manager Wen of the hotel suddenly remembered something. There actually is one. Before he could finish, another voice chimed in. "I'm a doctor." Zhang Li looked to see it was Gui. Gui asked someone to move the child to the hotel medical room, turning on the lights to examine him while telling manager Wen beside her, "Please go call the guest in room 608 of the administrative building." Manager Wen hesitated, saying it was too late. "Wouldn't that be?" Gui replied, "It's fine, just explain the situation to him." The child's mother was in tears, asking, "Doctor, what is wrong? Is my child very serious? Or do you not want to help?" Gui said, "I'm a surgeon from University Medical School. The guest in room 608 is my colleague. He is an expert on maxillofacial issues and has much more experience than I do. It would be more appropriate to entrust it to him, especially since it concerns a child. We can't be careless, right?" AI Jingchu had been studying oral maxillofacial surgery and only switched to orthodontics during his doctoral studies. Gui's teacher had taught AI Jingchu and always praised him, particularly saying his surgical techniques were flawless, lamenting that it was a pity he was poached by the orthodontics division. What is the doctor's last name? The mother, feeling a bit uneasy again, began to question this seemingly miraculous doctor. Does he really have experience? Which school did he graduate from? What is his title? Is he a formal teacher at a university? Zhang Li couldn't help but stand at the door and say, "Sister-in-law, I know that doctor. He is a professor at a university's dental department. You have to wait several days to get an appointment with him. I promise, he is really a good doctor. You can rest assured." In a very short time, AI Jingchu appeared alongside manager Wen. He walked quickly, completely unaware of Zhang Li standing in the hallway. Upon entering the room, AI Jingchu saw the child lying on the observation bed, being comforted by his mother. He coldly said, "How can you lie down?" With blood gets choked in the trachea while crying. Although his words were not explicitly directed at anyone, there were only a few people in the room, and the child's parents definitely wouldn't understand. It was clearly Gu Yi's oversight. Hearing this, she felt embarrassed and quickly changed her position. Zhang Li, standing outside the door, couldn't help but shrink her neck. "What a fierce person," Wu Wanxia asked. "Is it true that experts and famous doctors tend to have big tempers?" Zhang Li smiled noncommittally. She was too embarrassed to speak ill of AI Jingchu behind his back. "You just said you know which doctor I'm talking about, right?" "Yes. So young and so handsome. Being a bit fierce is worth it," Wu Wanxia sighed. Although the medical room had limited conditions, it still had basic emergency supplies. AI Jingchu assessed the child's condition and calmly said, "A metal object has inserted into the child's lower jaw. Fortunately, it's not deep. We can pull it out, but it's hard to stop the bleeding in the mouth, so we need to stitch a few times. It would be better to go to the hospital, but we can't go down a mountain right now. We can manage it this way. Is that okay?" The child's mother asked. "No problem," AI Jingchu replied, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He meticulously washed his hands, disinfected them, put on gloves, instructed the child's father to hold the child, and asked Yi to fetch a syringe of anesthetic. As soon as the child saw this setup, they became anxious and began to wail and struggle fiercely. Zhang Li felt heartbroken from afar, but AI Jingchu remained unfazed, telling the parents, "We can't perform general anesthesia. You just need to hold the child tightly." He then administered a little local anesthesia to the relevant area in the child's mouth. Although the needle was very thin, it still caused pain, and the child squirmed. The father applied more strength, and with the other hand, he held the child's chin, while the mother pressed the child down firmly in the father's arms. After a moment, AI Jingchu gently pulled out the object with a forceps. Blood gushed out from the wound. Gu Yi used forceps to clamp the cotton to stop the bleeding, and then proceeded to disinfect and clean the wound. It seemed the anesthetic had taken effect. The child was not in much pain anymore, and the cries gradually subsided. Zhang Li couldn't help but peek inside. She saw AI Jingchu stitching the wound, which was inside the mouth, and with limited lighting, it was hard to see clearly. As the child sniffled, their mouth opened and closed. In such a situation, AI Jingchu was fully focused, with his hands swiftly alternating with the tweezers, pulling a bloody thread. Zhang Li couldn't bear to watch and pulled her head back. The entire process was quick. After giving some instructions and handing over to Yi, AI Jingchu walked out of the medical room. Upon exiting, he looked up and spotted Zhang Li. Just now, Director Li had asked everyone to disperse and rest after confirming the child was all right, leaving only Zhang Li waiting there. Zhang Li nodded at him as a greeting. "You are here too?" AI Jingchu was slightly surprised. "It's a colleague's child inside," Zhang Li explained. "The child is fine. For now, we'll do it like this, and we'll check at the city hospital tomorrow," he said. Zhang Li noticed AI Jingchu's cheeks had a flush under the light, probably because of a lingering fever. She remembered he said he would fall asleep right after taking medicine, so he might have just taken some and was called up from a warm sleep. "Thank you for taking care of the child," Zhang Li said. She didn't know how many times she would have to thank him that night. "Just a small effort," he replied again. They both walked out of the medical room corridor in the north building. At the fork in the road, AI Jingchu told Zhang Li, "You wait here for me. I'll go get your bag back." The bag he mentioned was the one Zhang Li had just delivered to him. If he didn't return it now, who knows when it would be delayed, and she was anxious to use it. Zhang Li remembered there were other people's things in that bag. "I'll go with you to get it. I want to be able to sleep for a while anyway." AI Jingchu silently agreed. She followed him to the administrative building and took the elevator to the 6th floor. He used his room card to open the door, and Zhang Li hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to go in or wait outside. Just then, as the door opened, AI Jingchu's phone rang. He must have been in a hurry when he left earlier and hadn't taken his phone with him. The ringtone continued from the bedroom. She didn't know how long it had been ringing, and he had to hurry inside to answer it. Zhang Li stood outside the door when someone walked out of the elevator and saw her standing there. That man curiously sized her up as he walked by. his unabashed gaze lingering until he saw her pull out a room card to open the door to the room next to AI Jingchu's. In the middle of the night, a woman stood in front of an expensive suite in the administrative building, the door open, yet she showed no intention of entering or leaving. Zhongli felt that the man must be speculating about her profession. She glanced at the ceiling, mustered her courage, took a couple of steps inside, and quickly closed the door. Only the lights in the living room and bedroom were on. AI Jingchu was talking inside the bedroom. Zhongli peeked inside and saw the white quilt was wrinkled, confirming that he had indeed been called up from bed. AI Jingchu heard the door close, and, while talking on the phone, stepped out of the bedroom to see what was going on. Zhongli stood in the living room, facing him. He pointed to the sofa, indicating for her to sit down. Zhongli noticed the open medicine box on the coffee table and her thermos cup that she had given him. Then he said, "I'll be heading back early tomorrow morning," and ended the call. After hanging up, he went to pour out the remaining water from the thermos, washed it, dried it, and then put it back in Zhong Li's bag. Just as they were about to speak, Zhong Li's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Director Li. "Xiao, Zhong, you're still not resting?" "No, Director Li, how is the child?" Zhong Li asked. "Dr. Gu prescribed some medicine. He has taken it and is sleeping now, and his mother is watching over him." "That's good. I went looking for you just now, but couldn't find you. I heard from Xiao Wu that you know Dr. AI, is that right?" Director Li asked again. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li couldn't help but glance at AI Jingchu, who was also looking at her. Learning from past experiences, she didn't dare to discuss him while holding her phone in front of him again. Director Li was different from IE. He was her superior, and it wouldn't be appropriate to talk about him casually. So, she smiled at AI Jingchu, pushed open the glass door, and stepped onto the balcony to continue her call. Director Li noticed Zhong Li hadn't replied for a while and said, "I saw you come back in the yard just now. That was Dr. AI beside you, right?" As Zhong Li turned back, she saw through the glass that AI Jingchu had taken off his coat under the heating, casually draping it over the chair, then sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Hearing Director Li's follow-up question, she felt a pang of distress. AI Jingchu had only walked her to the West Building and had barely spoken to Director Li. Yet he remembered him. She had to admit it now, so she turned back to answer, "Yes, I've been seeing him for dental work. He is my attending doctor." "Quite a coincidence, huh? Look, I really didn't expect that. I didn't even have time to greet him." Zhong Li made a light-hearted laugh. "He is a benefactor to our whole family. We must thank him." "Of course. So, since you know Dr. AI, make sure to convey my gratitude to him. Please set up a time for me to treat him to a meal someday, so the whole family can thank him in person." The other party couldn't hide their emotions, continuously asking Zhong Li to convey their gratitude again and again, leaving Zhong Li in a bind, unsure whether to agree or refuse. Director Li is well known in the unit for being talkative. When he speaks at meetings, he spent the first half of the time reviewing the past and the latter half looking forward to the future. After getting carried away with his words, he finally remembers to check the time, only to find that there is no time left to discuss the main topic. After managing to hang up the phone, Zhong Li let out a long sigh of relief, stomped her frozen feet, and returned to the living room. She froze in place. AI Jingchu was actually sitting on the sofa, asleep. Zhong Li quietly took a few steps closer and tentatively called out, "I." "Jingchu," she spoke softly, afraid he might just be pretending to nap or truly be asleep, and didn't want to disturb his good rest. He remained still, his breathing even and long. Perhaps it was the effect of the medication, or maybe he was just extremely tired. After silently waiting for a minute or two, she realized he was indeed in a deep sleep. His head was slightly tilted back against the sofa's headrest and in the warm orange light. His facial features radiated a dazzling beauty. One of his hands rested in front of him, while the other lay on the armrest, his eyes closed, thick eyelashes casting a soft shadow, making him seem much kinder than when he was awake. Zhong Li didn't know what to do. After a long consideration, she walked in the bedroom and fetched a thick blanket. As the corner of the blanket brushed against the coffee table, it accidentally nudged AI Jingchu's bag off onto the floor, making a muffled sound. Zhong Li quickly looked up at AI Jingchu. Fortunately, he seemed unaffected. Careful not to disturb him, she picked up his belongings and draped the blanket over him. However, His hand, resting on the armrest, was stretched out far enough that it peeked out from under the blanket. His fingertips were neatly trimmed, with no excess nail. And in some places, they were cut too short, slightly misshaped. His fingers were very pale, and every nail groove was extremely clean. These were hands used to save lives. Were all men who worked with their hands like this? Zhongli wondered as she gently placed his hand back on his leg. Perhaps her hand was too cold. Startling him, he furrowed his brow, withdrew his hand from hers, and rested it nearby, tilting his head slightly without waking up. After doing all this, Zhongli grabbed her things, turned off the lights, and slowly closed the door. After returning, Zhongli struggled to fall asleep for a long time. She was not used to the bed, and having missed her regular sleep schedule, it was now late at night, making it even harder to sleep. She lay in bed, staring at the curtains one moment and the ceiling the next, unsure how long it took before she finally closed her eyes. In a hazy state, she had many dreams, each just fragments, stacking up like a dark shadow gripping her, pulling her down, making it hard to breathe. She suddenly kicked her legs in the blanket, startling herself awake. Zhongli checked the time, pulled aside the curtains, and saw that the snow had stopped. The sky seemed to be a bit gray. In the end, she simply got ready and went out. The sunrise at Dongshan is a well-known sight. Due to the heavy snow blocking the mountain, the roads were still closed, but the cable car was running. The Dongshan Hotel was still a short distance from the summit. One could take the cable car or hike up. Perhaps because of the snow from last night, there were not many people there to watch the sunrise, just a few scattered groups. Zhongli happened to run into a few colleagues preparing to watch the sunrise, and, as she was not brave enough to walk the mountain path alone, she bought a ticket and went up with them. The cable car was large, capable of holding over 20 people. Everyone was excited, taking pictures continuously, while Zhongli stood quietly in the corner. When the cable car reached the top, everyone rushed off, heading towards the viewing cliff, completely oblivious to Zhongli walking in the opposite direction. Instead of joining the crowd, she bypassed the East Mountain Temple's courtyard wall and continued toward a small peak on that side. The snow at the summit was thick, almost reaching her calves, and the high altitude made walking difficult, leaving her somewhat breathless. However, she pressed on, and eventually her legs just couldn't carry her anymore, causing her to tumble into the snow. She fell face down, her cheek resting against the snow, and for a long time, she didn't want to move. After a while, she heard someone shouting from the cliffside, a series of calls, as if dawn was about to break. She struggled to roll over, sit up, and continue moving forward. Finally, she saw the long-awaited, giant heart-shaped lock sculpture. Surrounding the sculpture, chains were covered in copper locks, and even the iron railings at the edge of the cliff were hung with locks. Every available space was filled with locks, layered upon each other, almost obscuring the original appearance of the chains. She approached, then crouched down to examine them. Each lock was engraved with "Forever Together," 100 years of harmony. But she was looking for more than just that. The lock she sought not only had these 8 characters, but also had their names inscribed on the back. It was something he had carved when they visited that summer, one stroke at a time. The gloves were too thick, and she found them cumbersome. So she took them off and began to sift through the locks with her bare fingers. After a while, she suddenly realized something and began to regret being so foolish earlier. After so many years, how could it still be on the chain? She then started to dig through the new layer on top, specifically searching for the old locks that had been weathered by time. A large pile of cold, hard metal hung there, sun-baked and wind-blown for who knows how long, with many inscriptions on the locks obscured by rust and ice, making it impossible to discern their original forms. She used her fingers to wipe them clean one by one, leaning in to carefully identify them. As she did all this, her thoughts were clear, and she felt no urge to cry or shed tears. Gradually, her legs became numb from squatting, so she simply sat down. But one by one, they were not the locks she was looking for. The red sun on the other side of the mountain leaped up, and the excited cheers and shouts reached a peak. Then, a figure appeared in front of Zhongli. She thought the person was just passing by, so she moved aside to make way. To her surprise, the person did not step aside but asked, "What are you looking for?" Zhongli looked up at the voice and was startled to see it was AI Jingchu, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Why is it you?" He said he had just gotten up, thought it was a good time, and came to catch the sunrise too. But you're late. The first light has already appeared, and yet you're still here, dawdling with me. What are you looking for? He ignored her comment and asked again. The lock I placed here before. How long ago? He continued to inquire. Zhang Li suddenly felt a bit angry, thinking it was none of his business. I've seen them change the chains every few months, and they throw away all the locks at the same time. Otherwise, the railings would break from the weight. After she spoke, AI Jingchu noticed Zhang Li's hands. Her fingers were dirty and black, already reddened from the cold. The back of her hands bore numerous scratches from the sharp edges of the copper locks. In fact, he had been watching her from a distance for quite a while. He had originally planned to tidy up and check out of his room after getting up. However, upon opening the window and seeing the nice weather, he remembered her asking him about watching the sunrise last night, so he decided to go out himself. He didn't take the cable car, but walked up the steps alone. Near the top, he saw Zhang Li walking along another small path with a dazed expression. So he followed her, feeling a bit uneasy. He hadn't intended to disturb her, but in the end, he couldn't help it. You should get up, he said. I'm not looking anymore. I'm just casually browsing. Zhang Li replied. The sunrise is almost gone. You should hurry up and leave. This is none of your business. She impatiently said this and shifted her position, signaling AI Jingchu to leave. Then she resumed her search through the locks without caring about anything else. He squatted down and slowly said to her, without any emotion, It's not my business if you can't go back to the hotel last night. It's not my business if that kid has an accident. And it's not my business if you're doing foolish things here now. But, Zhang Li, I care. The mountain wind picked up, whistling past the ears of the two. I don't know what happened to you, but you're no longer a child. Life's hopes shouldn't be placed on such things. Over at Guanjiri Cliff, people were shouting various slogans, sentences, and names towards the rising sun, one after another. Suddenly, a little girl shouted into the sea of clouds. Hey, Xie Xiao Yu, I love you. Then a male voice shouted even more excitedly, I got it, followed by a burst of laughter from others. In this festive and lively atmosphere, Zhang Li suddenly felt something surging in her heart and quietly shed tears. I'm sorry, she said. He was such a good person, yet she heard him while sulking. I'm sorry, she said again. AI Jingchu silently handed her tissue. Do I look ridiculous? Zhang Li asked. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but he wasn't good with words, and after pondering for a long time, he couldn't come up with a suitable phrase. She continued, I've been clumsy since I was a child, shy, timid, and my memory isn't good. It takes me an hour to memorize a text that others can remember in 10 minutes, and sometimes after working hard to memorize it, when I get to the teacher, I get so nervous that I can't read a word. Once in gym class, while playing basketball, the other boys threw the ball to me with great force. And when I went to catch it, I sprained my finger, but I didn't dare to say anything, fearing the teacher would call me delicate and my classmates would say I was being a snitch, so I just endured the pain. I didn't dare to tell my mom when I got home, afraid she would go find the teacher in school. When I felt uncomfortable, I thought it would be fine if I just endured it, and after a while it really didn't hurt anymore, but the joint of my finger swelled up. Later, when my mom took me to see a doctor, he said it was too late to treat it. She calmly recounted these trivial matters, as if she would go mad if she didn't say them out loud or find someone to vent to. I've loved the same person since I was 15, and with my personality, it's actually me who liked him first, foolishly pursuing him for many years. That day we came here, he said that if we threw the key to that lock away, we would never be apart. Isn't it silly, immature, and ridiculous? When in love, it seems like one's IQ drops. I've been to Dongshan many times since then, but I've never dared to come here. But last night, I thought of this matter again. And I just wanted to come and see if that thing was really still there. After listening to her words, AI Jingchu's gaze fell elsewhere, and he remained silent for a long time. Zhang Li smiled bitterly. She somewhat regretted her lack of restraint. Usually, she rarely talked about these things with others, even with Ma Yi and the others. But in this situation, she vented to AI Jingchu. People had started to come down from the cliff one after another, and some later arrivals were heading towards Guanjiri Cliff, which was the necessary path to see the sunrise. Occasionally, one or two curious tourists glanced at Zhang Li and AI Jingchu. However, most people were eager to reach the eastern cliff, wanting to catch the last moment of the scenery without paying attention to anything else. Meeting me will bring trouble, she said, feeling quite embarrassed. At this moment, the sun had completely emerged from behind the clouds, leaping out and emitting a fiery red light, soft and warm. AI Jingchu stood opposite Zheng Li, his back to the sunrise, his entire face against the light, making it hard to see his expression. After a long pause, he sighed and said, "Let me see your hand." "What?" "The one you sprained." Zheng Li raised her left hand and held it in front of AI Jingchu. She was slightly tall, but her frame was slender, making her fingers long and beautiful. However, the second joint of her ring finger was swollen like a knot on a tree trunk, looking out of place. He took it and examined it closely. At that moment, her hand was dark and wet, making his hand dirty as well. It should be a ganglion cyst, he concluded after letting go of her hand. It's been many years. Apart from being ugly, it's nothing serious. He didn't say anything more. Suddenly, Zheng Li saw Wu Wanxia and several colleagues swaying towards them. Getting closer, Zheng Li's heart tightened. Wu Wanxia was the most famous broadcaster in the unit. Anything that reached her would surely turn into gossip with double the impact. If she saw Zheng Li crying here, who knows what kind of questions would follow. Moreover, AI Jingchu was standing next to her. Either way, it would be enough for her to handle. In a government unit, the first pastime for married and unmarried women during work hours was introducing people to each other, and the second was spreading local gossip. Zheng Li quickly rubbed her face, wiping away her tears, and then said to AI Jingchu, "Where are you going?" "Up the mountain. Then I'll go down." Saying this, she walked in the opposite direction. By the time she got back to the hotel, it was not yet 8 o'clock, and she finally felt tired, so she took off her clothes and went to sleep. As a result, she slept until Ma Yi knocked on her door. "Heavens, are you here for vacation or to sleep? The sun is about to set, and you still haven't gotten up." Ma Yi frowned at her messy hair. "What time is it? Is it dark?" She rubbed her face while yawning. The curtains were too thick, completely blocking out any view of the outside. "Boss, the sun setting is just a metaphor." Oh, her mind was still a bit foggy. "It's already lunchtime. Your colleagues asked me to hurry you down." Zheng Li slowly got up to brush her teeth, wash her face, and use the restroom. "When's the handsome guy coming back?" Ma Yi shouted from the bed outside. "What handsome guy?" Zheng Li asked, confused, with toothpaste foam in her mouth. "Heavens, Zheng Li, you escaped my sight for just one day, and you've turned into this." Ma Yi jumped up and said, "You don't have to hide it anymore. I heard about your glorious deeds last night before I went upstairs. Saying your boyfriend saved the world." Zheng Li spat out a mouthful of water. She wiped her mouth with her hand and rushed out to ask, "What did you say?" Then Ma Yi vividly recounted what she had just heard from Zheng Li's colleagues. Zheng Li screamed, "Wu Wanxia, you big mouth. I'll admit, I know AI Jingchu, but everything else is not true. They also said you went down the mountain alone just to bring him to Dongshan to accompany you. I was going to fetch you." Zheng Li was angry. "All right," Ma Yi remembered. "But didn't you say you had many colleagues with you?" "I'll explain this later. They also said you two agreed to watch the sunrise together." "Nonsense. They also said," "What do they say?" "You hide and tuck away your high, rich, and handsome boyfriend and don't introduce him to everyone. If it weren't for the unexpected situation yesterday, you would have definitely managed to fool everyone again. No wonder you didn't like all those people I introduced to you before. It turns out you were already taken." After Ma Yi finished speaking, she saw Zheng Li quickly combing her hair and changing her clothes. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to find AI Jingchu to testify for me and clarify things with them." "Let's go," Ma Yi said. "Gone?" "Yeah, after breakfast, we checked out and left." "How did you know?" "Oh, that I say whole story." Ma Yi said smugly. "Tell me." "He came back from outside to have breakfast and ran into colleagues from your unit in the restaurant. A group of aunties surrounded him, asking for his phone number, saying they wouldn't have to get up before dawn to queue for appointments anymore, and that they could say they had acquaintances at a hospital when they needed to see a doctor or stay in a hospital. To show their gratitude, they promised to look after AI Jingchu and not let her suffer any losses at work. Guess what he said? Zheng Li thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know, Zheng Li," especially when said with AI Jingchu's expression and tone. It must have instantly shattered the dignity and hopes of that group of aunties. Wrong. Who is Zheng Li? Wrong, wrong, wrong. What did he actually say? He said, "Thank you." "Thank you?" Zheng Li was taken aback. "So, You should plead guilty and accept your punishment. Ma Yi smiled and pinched Zheng Li's cheek. AI Jingchu walked back alone, and along the way, there were staff from the scenic area removing snow. When he got to the halfway point, he saw his car. The hood and the roof were covered in snow. Some child had drawn a large heart on the snow on the hood, and a few student-like tourists were adding an arrow that pierced through the heart. He slowly walked over, and only one girl with big eyes noticed him. When he took out the keys and pressed the remote, the car beeped, and the lights inside turned on. They then realized AI Jingchu was the car owner, and they all gasped and quickly ran away. However, the girl with big eyes didn't react as quickly and stood there, caught in the act. After running a distance, a few of them looked back and saw that AI Jingchu had no intention of paying them any mind. So they stopped, pointed at that girl, and laughed happily. That joyful atmosphere infected AI Jingchu, and he tilted his head and couldn't help but chuckle. When he smiled, his lips lifted slightly. The corners of his mouth dipped in a little, creating two dimples, and his eyebrows slightly squinted, giving off a charming feeling of blushing and heart racing. The nearby girl stared foolishly at AI Jingchu, unable to move her feet. The boy in the distance noticed his girlfriend's awkwardness and shouted unhappily, "Nan Nan, are you coming or not?" Only then did she come to her senses and hurriedly run away. As she moved, her phone fell out of her pocket, and she only noticed after running a few steps. When she turned back, she found AI Jingchu had picked it up for her. With a flushed face, she walked back to take the item, and her boyfriend impatiently reached out to hold her hand, saying, "How long are you going to dawdle? We want TC the sea of clouds at this rate." "Thank you," the girl said. Suddenly, AI Jingchu asked a puzzling question, "How old are you?" The girl was taken aback and replied, 19. AI Jingchu stood for a moment, collected himself, and got into the car. 19. What a distant age for him. He didn't teach undergraduates. Most of his students were in their 20s or older, and some were even on-the-job doctors sent from lower-tier hospitals for training. So there were some much older than him. At 19, he was almost done with his undergraduate studies and preparing to enter medical school. He was smarter and quicker in his studies than average, yet he had no spare time to think about anything else. What were others doing at 19? Freshman or sophomore year, a time for casual dating. And what about 15? As he fastened his seatbelt, AI Jingchu turned to see a bottle of mineral water in the passenger seat. One bottle was full, and another was half drunk. He couldn't help but pick up the half-full bottle and inspect it. Like many of his peers, he had a slight obsession with cleanliness, whether it was regarding food utensils or anything else. Even when Zheng Li had dirted his hands in the morning, the first thing he did upon reaching the mountaintop was to borrow a basin of cold water from Dongshan Temple to wash his hands clean. As for overnight water, he never drank it, so he almost never touched open bottled water from a water dispenser. However, at that moment, he unscrewed the cap and took a sip. The clear liquid flowed slowly from the bottle into his mouth, sliding down his throat and into his body. It was cool. When Zheng Li next encountered AI Jingchu, it was a month later. To be precise, she wasn't going to see him, but to return to the hospital for a follow-up appointment. The day he scheduled for her to get her braces adjusted was this very day. She registered, handed her follow-up card to the nurse, and then sat in the lobby waiting. There were simply too many people. It was probably because it was the first few days back to work after the new year, and all the patients from over a month had piled up together. Zheng Li was a bit late, and after sitting for over an hour, it seemed there was still no end in sight. A beautiful woman next to her couldn't help but strike up a conversation with Zheng Li. "What is going on with all this?" Seeing her speak, Zheng Li couldn't help but marvel in her heart and blurted out, "Your teeth are so white." The beautiful woman was pleased, saying, "Everyone says that. It's rare to have such white teeth, even with braces on." The beautiful woman smiled, confidently took out a makeup box from her bag to check her reflection, saying, "I was even thinking of adding some rhinestones." After a while, the beautiful woman began to complain again. "It's so annoying to wait this long. Hospitals should be service industries. How can it be like this?" Yeah, Zheng Li couldn't help but sigh. At around 11 o'clock, they finally called Zheng Li's name. She hurried into the consultation room. Zhou saw her and greeted her. "Zheng Li, you have to wait a bit longer. There's still one person ahead of you." After saying that, he buried himself back into his work on the treatment bed. The child in front of Zheng Li was still wearing a school uniform and seemed to have knocked off a brace. Zhou asked, How many did you lose? 2. The teenager replied. How much good food did you eat over the new year to lose them? I've been to a rib. It seems that what Dr. Zhou and teacher AI told you to be careful about, you didn't remember at all. Zhou gently scolded the child, saying you can't eat hard or cold things, and if you lose them again, I'm not going to deal with you. You just keep causing me trouble. The child stuck out his tongue. This conversation made Zheng Li, who was waiting nearby, feel embarrassed. She was a whole year older than that child and hadn't remembered either. She looked around and found AI Jingchu's figure at the farthest treatment bed. When he wore a white coat, he felt completely different from when he was in casual clothes. He seemed cold and distant from people. A few minutes later, another female student came over and asked, Sister Zhou, what are we having for lunch? We need to order. Teacher AI is treating us. Zheng Li was surprised. Don't you have a break for lunch? Usually, we have an hour break, and we get back to work at 1 o'clock, but today there are too many people, so we probably won't have much time to eat, Zhou replied. At this moment, Zheng Li's phone rang. It was her mother. Xiaoli, we are waiting for you. Zheng's mother had arranged a blind date for Zheng Li. Thinking since she had taken leave to go to the hospital for a follow-up, it would be a good opportunity to have lunch. She didn't expect to wait so long. And after explaining on the phone, she still couldn't refuse. At this moment, both families were already waiting, and they just needed her. So, she asked Zhou how much longer it would take. Your braces haven't come off, have they? Zhou asked. They have. Zimli raplia ishakigrega. Zhou almost cried out. Why don't you all listen? He still needs 20 minutes, and it will take at least half an hour for you. Zheng Li looked at the time. There wasn't enough time. Can I wait and come back in the afternoon? Why? Zhou asked. Zheng Li was about the same age as Zhou, and they had become familiar after a few interactions, so she didn't beat around the bush. She pressed her hands together and earnestly said to Zhou, I have a blind date, and I won't make it. Otherwise, I'll be scolded to death. Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? Zheng Li frowned and nodded. Then you go ask teacher AI for leave, she said. Zheng Li was taken aback by the words. Zhou immediately laughed. Just kidding, come back in the afternoon. Zheng Li received permission and hurried downstairs to catch a ride to the banquet. AI Jingchu had just finished his work and sat down to catch his breath. Zheng Li was the next patient, and her follow-up card was right on top. AI Jingchu glanced over and saw the name. He asked Zhou, who is your next patient? Zhou finished her task and stood up, explaining, Zheng Li has been waiting all morning, but she had an urgent matter come up. So, she said she'd come back in the afternoon. She was worried that AI Jingchu would have a bad impression of Zheng Li and also feared he might think she was acting on her own. So she hurriedly explained for Zheng Li. AI Jingchu said nothing and pulled out the card, placing it aside. Around 2 o'clock, Zheng Li returned. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally her turn, and by then, there were hardly any patients left. She was almost one of the last. As soon as she lay down, Zhou called AI Jingchu over. The bracket that fell out, did you reattach it for her? AI Jingchu asked. Zheng Li noticed his voice sounded a bit hoarse. No, Zhou replied, glancing at AI Jingchu. She was increasingly feeling that her mentor was unreachable. He could tell that a patient's brace had fallen out even before they spoke. If Zheng Li hadn't told her that morning, she would have been caught off guard. AI Jingchu sat down, changed into a new pair of gloves, and took a mouth mirror from the sterilized dental tray to check Zheng Li's teeth. He then instructed Zhou on the next steps. Throughout the process, AI Jingchu did not greet Zheng Li or even glance at her, as if they were complete strangers, before continuing to examine other patients. Zhou took the mouth mirror from AI Jingchu's hands, and instead of fixing Zheng Li's brace first, she spent time examining Zheng Li's teeth back and forth, then called over a classmate to take a look. Zheng Li felt uneasy under the scrutiny. What's wrong? Our piece, Zhou explained, seeing Zheng Li's confusion. Not you, but your brace. ISNT that right. Fan Fan? The girl named Fan Fan quickly nodded. It was done by teacher AI himself. It's so perfect. It's been a long time since I've seen teacher AI do a full mouth. We should take a picture. Zheng Li felt a bit annoyed. A mouth full of metal didn't seem to have anything to do with beauty. Zhou continued, I originally had an appointment with you that day, but I couldn't make it due to something, and when I tried to call you, I couldn't get through. I want to tell the nurse to reschedule for you when you arrived. But when teacher AI heard, he was quite angry. Zhang Li opened her mouth to wait for Zhou Wan to retrieve the wire, unable to respond, and could only keep listening. Zhou Wan, while working with the pliers, said, "He often tells us to be true to our word and to act with integrity. Between doctors and patients, honesty is even more important. The two words integrity mean sincerity in heart, trustworthiness in action." When Zhang Li finally had a moment to rest her mouth, she curiously asked, "Is teacher AI a nagging person?" Nagging? How could he be associated with those two words? If you asked him to say one more word, he would probably think it's a waste. Then why are you all so afraid of him? Their boss is so kind and friendly, but he never jokes with us. And you have no idea how strict his exams are. The papers are terrifying. There was a senior in our building who was brought to tears during her defense when he questioned her. It's enough to scare someone to have a heart attack. Zhou looked around to see AI Jingchu wasn't there and complained quietly. Zhang Li couldn't help but laugh. She remembered that night when AI Jingchu almost scared her to death. Then, Zhou was attaching brackets while Fan stirred the glue nearby to help her. After a while, it was done, and Zhou went to call AI Jingchu for a check and to arrange the next step. However, AI Jingchu was still occupied. Since Zhang Li was Zhou Wen's last patient, and there was hardly anything else to do near the end of the workday, she saw that AI Jingchu wouldn't be free for a while, so she took the opportunity to go to the restroom. Feeling bored, Zhang Li studied the water basin to her left. She didn't understand why the thin water pipe above could sometimes release water and sometimes stop on its own. As she frowned and pondered, someone approached. She quickly lay back down and glanced to see that it was AI Jingchu sitting down. She wanted to greet him, but didn't know how to start. The last time they met, she had acted so out of character, as if she were performing a tragic play. He surely didn't know that the thank you he left her with had caused her so much trouble at work. Zhou went to the restroom, Zhang Li said. Then let us wait, he replied. At that moment, Zhang Li's hair tie fell to the floor, and she didn't notice, but AI Jingchu did. He took off his gloves and picked it up for her. Just as he bent down, Zhou returned. Not seeing AI Jingchu's figure behind the partition, she assumed he hadn't arrived yet and cheerfully asked, "By the way, how was the blind date at noon?" As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou saw AI Jingchu straightening up, and her words stumbled. AI teacher is here. He paused briefly, casually putting the hair tie into his pocket. Then, the same routine continued, with AI Jingchu guiding while Zhou watched. At that moment, the head nurse walked in. "Xiao AI, here are the 2 bundles of number 4 wires you wanted." The nurse was a slightly plump lady, around 50 years old. AI Jingchu thanked her and let Zhou take over. The head nurse glanced over and saw that there was only this one patient left. So she leaned against the table and started chatting with AI Jingchu. She talked about the new year and the hospital, and AI Jingchu responded intermittently. Suddenly, the head nurse said, "Hey, Xiao AI, I heard you have a girlfriend now." Her sudden question caught everyone's attention, including the students next door who had been taking notes. Just as AI Jingchu was about to say something, the head nurse continued, "Don't hide it from us Andes. A classmate of mine told me about it. What was her name? It's quite unique. Let me think." The head nurse pondered for a moment. Everyone, including Zhang Li, was waiting for the head nurse to reveal the name. "Oh, right," she exclaimed, "it's Zhang Li. My old classmate said you've picked the library flower." Zhang Li nearly rolled off the treatment chair when she heard her name come out of the nurse's mouth. Even AI Jingchu was momentarily stunned. Zhou was equally surprised. She looked at AI Jingchu and then at Zhang Li, trying to determine if the Zhang Li the nurse mentioned was indeed this Zhang Li. Fan, who had just walked over, pointed toward Zhang Li and said, "What a coincidence. Her name Zhang Li." Zhou admired Fan for asking such a crucial question at a critical moment. She had always thought Fan was quite shy. None of the students would be unaware of the name Zhang Li, as AI Jingchu had taken out her medical records during class yesterday to talk about them. Although they only saw black and white projections of the skull from the front and side, they clearly remembered the name. Zhou thought for a moment, "Is Zhang Li the mentor's wife? That's impossible. I didn't notice anything at all. If it were true, she had actually covered for the mentor's wife and sent her on a blind date. That wouldn't just be a matter of scaring someone to death. The boss would have to force her into a breakdown." Zhou's mind was a bit in disarray when all eyes turned toward her. Zhongli wished she could dig a hole and disappear, racking her brains to find a way out. But then she thought again, why should she explain for him? Back then, why didn't he clarify things, leaving her isolated and unable to defend herself no matter how hard she tried? Now, he was finally reaping what he had sown, and she had gotten her revenge. Unfortunately, she didn't have AI Jingchu's composure and presence of mind. Unable to hold back for long, she hastily waved her hands and said no. Under the crowd's persistent, probing gazes, Zhongli continued to explain. It's absolutely not what people in our workplace are saying. She had always been inarticulate, and in her panic, she had no idea how to phrase it. Finally, in desperation, she blurted out, AI Jingchu, say something. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat, aside from a girlfriend. Who in this world would dare to speak to the boss with such an attitude? AI Jingchu had never expected that his casual thank you would drag her into a storm. That morning, as he ate plain rice porridge with pickles, a group of people suddenly sat down around him, chattering nonstop and asking for his phone number. He wasn't fond of small talk, but since they were all elders, he reluctantly gave them his number. Then they promised they would take good care of Zhongli, ensuring she wouldn't be bullied at work, that her boss wouldn't assign her exhausting tasks, and that she wouldn't be exploited to write summaries, reflections, plans, and so on. In that moment, he recalled the pitiful look on her face when she shared her past grievances with him at the mountaintop at dawn, and without thinking, he uttered a simple thank you. Now, Jingchu glanced at Zhongli, who was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, and leisurely removed his gloves before asking, "Did you charge her for reattaching the orthodontic appliance?" The spacious and quiet consultation room even had a bit of an echo. His voice was hoarse, though not too severe, so it sounded a bit deeper than usual. However, his words weren't directed at Zhongli, but at Zhou Wen, as if the gossip they were asking about had nothing to do with him. Calm, composed, and utterly self-possessed, Zhou Wen quickly shook her head in denial. "No," AI Jingchu said. "Then write out a 20 yuan bill and have Zhongli go downstairs to pay first, so she doesn't miss them before they get off work. We'll proceed with the next steps when she gets back." And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhongli suppressed the urge to strangle AI Jingchu, straightened up, stood, and walked out of the consultation room with the payment slip in hand. Even in a situation like this, he still hadn't forgotten to make sure she paid before the staff went off duty. Zhongli gritted her teeth and walked to the billing window on the first floor, as if everyone had rushed to settle their bills at that moment. With quite a few people still in line, she stood there for a long time before it was her turn. When she finally climbed up to the fourth floor, panting, and returned to AI Jingchu, she found that the situation had changed. The head nurse was nowhere to be found. Fan and a few other students were focused on making molds. Zhou Wen was sitting next to the treatment bed, waiting for her. AI Jingchu was at the computer, flipping through the medical records. The clinic was completely silent. It was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard, as if everyone had returned to their places and all curiosity and gossip had settled down. She handed the receipt to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen tucked the receipt away and, without looking away, instructed Zhongli to lie down, quickly finishing the remaining tasks before inviting AI Jingchu to check. "It's done. You can schedule the next appointment with her," AI Jingchu said to Zhou Wen. All of this almost made Zhongli think that she had just imagined what had happened earlier, and she was dying of curiosity about what had actually occurred after she left. Zhongli stood up, recalling that when she had just lain down, the ponytail had pressed against the back of her head uncomfortably, so she had taken off her hair tie, which was now missing. She bent down and searched around on the floor, but found nothing. She rummaged through her bag, but there was still nothing. "Shall we schedule for Wednesday?" Zhou Wen asked. "Okay." Suddenly, Zhou Wen winked at her. Zhongli was puzzled. Zhou Wen glanced over and noticed that AI Jingchu had his back to them. So she quickly made a gesture as if wiping away tears, looking pitiful. As Zhongli was leaving, she hesitated and took one last look at AI Jingchu's back. There was still a crucial matter she hadn't resolved, but in front of everyone, especially after what had just happened, she really couldn't bring herself to ask. When she had taken leave yesterday, Director Li had once again reminded her to ask AI Jingchu when he would be available, as he wanted to treat her. When she had taken leave for her previous checkups, She was usually allowed just 2 or 3 hours, or at most half a day. Who would have thought this time he was very straightforward and directly asked if a whole day would be enough. That was why she could take advantage of AI Jingchu's schedule to go on a blind date at noon. If she failed again today, Director Lee might think she wasn't doing her job properly and didn't take his matters seriously, and who knows when he would give her a hard time. Zhang Li was feeling conflicted, but it was really impossible to say anything in front of everyone, so she sighed and walked out. After waiting for the elevator for a long time, she calmed down and suddenly understood why AI Jingchu had asked her pay. She walked back and stood on one side of the corridor, seeing through the glass that AI Jingchu was still sitting there. Gathering her courage, she finally picked up her phone and dialed AI Jingchu's number. Zhang Li saw him take out his phone from his pocket, answer it, and put it to his ear, saying hello. Just like last time, the phone was in a transparent plastic bag, as if that way it wouldn't get dirty while he was working, showing his strong cleanliness obsession. This is Zhang Li. She had originally wanted to address him, but what should she call him? Ai Jingku? Too awkward. Teacher AI? Doctor Ai? She just called him by his full name earlier, but now she switched back. How hypocritical. I know. AI Jingchu's computer was facing away from the glass. So when he lifted his gaze from the screen, he caught sight of Zhang Li not far away. Zhang Li was a little afraid he would hang up the phone and walk straight out to confront her. What would everyone think if they saw that? But fortunately, he didn't. The two of them looked at each other, communicating through a phone call separated by a piece of glass and half a corridor. Were you free tonight? Last time, Director Lee from our unit wanted to invite you to dinner, Zhang Li said. Tell him it's not necessary. I appreciate it, I insisted. I've pushed several times, but he insists on inviting you. If you don't go, he will still ask me to call you next time, Zhang Li said helplessly. AI Jingchu was silent for a moment and replied, then let's do it tonight, if he has time. It should be no problem. Zhang Li decided on behalf of Director Lee. Then I'll call him first and let him arrange the place. Okay, AI Jingchu said. After Zhang Li ended the call, she quickly reported to her leader. Director Lee was very happy and praised Zhang Li for doing well. Then asked what AI Jingchu liked to eat, Chinese hot pot or Western food, so he could make a reservation. Zhang Li had to call again, forgetting to ask what you like to eat. He was about to order food. Just then, Zhou stood up to turn around, and Zhang Li immediately turned and hid by the elevator. If they saw that it was actually her talking to AI Jingchu on the phone, and that she was shamelessly asking him to dinner, there would be no way to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Chinese food, but no alcohol, AI Jingchu replied. Oh, Zhang Li said, I'll go to the place first once I know where it is, and I'll send you the address in a bit. You can come over after work. I don't have any patients left, so let's go together. Wait for me for a few minutes at the parking lot entrance, AI Jingchu said. Zhang Li didn't wait long at the first floor exit before she saw AI Jingchu's SUV coming out. The car slid forward a few meters and then stopped. After she got in the car, she said, Director Lee said to eat near the hospital for your convenience. He picked up his wife and child and will be waiting for us there at 6:30. After saying that, she and AI Jingchu coincidentally glanced at the time, which was just 5 o'clock. What to do with the remaining hour? Zhang Li had never run a business, nor had she received clients or accompanied leaders. So she had no social experience in such situations. How about I tell Director Lee that you've finished work early and we can count the time from now? Zhang Li tentatively asked. No need. Just drive around a bit, AI Jingchu said. It was already close to rush hour, and the roads were congested enough as it was, and they were continuing to contribute to the traffic jam. Zhang Li was really at a loss, so she sent a text to Ma Yi. Ma Yi replied, It depends on what kind of person you're with. Generally, you can accompany clients for a foot wash, massage, or tea to pass the time. Foot wash, massage, tea sounds better. Zhang Li chose the most reliable option and asked, How about we find a place to have some tea? AI Jingchu glanced at her and said, If you want tea, I know a place. So, the car drove to a secluded little street. At this time of year, the leaves of the phoenix trees had all fallen, yet did not diminish the quiet beauty of the gray walls and blue tiles. One of the black door plaques simply had the words, One Flavor inscribed on it. If AI Jingchu hadn't tea brought her in, she would never have known it was a tea house. A beautiful woman in a deep blue uniform answered the door and led them through the courtyard to a side room. Once seated, the woman said, Mr. AI, The tea you requested last time is ready. Then let us brew that, AI Jingchu said. The woman then brought out the tea utensils. Zhongli didn't understand tea, but thought that tea tasting should be done with a purple clay teapot. However, she saw that both she and AI Jingchu had a transparent glass cup without a lid in front of them, so she picked it up to examine it. AI Jingchu noticed Zhongli's confusion and explained, "We're drinking green tea. Green tea is best enjoyed for its taste and aroma, and using glass vessels allows us to see the color and shape." The woman who brewed the tea smiled slightly and softly explained, "The tea is top-grade bamboo leaf green. It grows near Dongshan's Dongping Temple before the Ming Dynasty tea season, at an altitude that is neither too high nor too low, with each bud being a single shoot, selected from thousands." As she spoke, she scooped a spoonful of tea leaves to show Zhongli, then evenly divided them into their glass cups. Zhongli looked closely. The tea leaves were flat and slender, bright green, each one distinct and plump. She suddenly thought a not-so-poetic but closest comparison, elongated and slim green tea melon seeds. After that, the woman tested the boiling water against the cup's wall with her hand, and when it reached the right temperature, she rinsed the utensils once before pouring water along the edge of the cups. With a smile, she made a gesture inviting them to enjoy, then quietly exited. Only the two of them remained in the room, with soft gouging music playing in the background, though she couldn't tell where the speaker was. The long, narrow tea leaves floated in the water at first, but gradually, one or two stood upright, and the clear water slowly turned a light green. All these changes were clearly visible through the thin glass, and the aroma of the tea spread gently in the air. He was not talkative, nor was she. Suddenly, Zhongli's phone buzzed with a text message. She opened it to find a strange number, with only one line. "Is this Zhongli? Zhou Wen." She glanced at the message, nervously looking up at AI Jingchu. AI Jingchu turned his gaze toward her. Zhongli said, "I'll go take a phone call." She then walked outside, closed the door, and dialed back the number. "Zhouwen, Em is Zhongli. It's really you," Zhouwen said. "I secretly looked at the number you left on your profile, and it turned out to be correct. I've had this number for many years. I just happened to have something to ask you." "What?" "Well, I want to pay the fee, did AI. The teacher say anything? Did he explain for me? Everyone seems so off." "Oh, don't mention it. After you left, he didn't need to say a word to us, just a glance. And we knew what to do. Even if we had nothing to do, we had to pretend to be busy so he wouldn't find us something to do," Zhouwen replied. "Then the head nurse saw him actually collecting your fee and thought she might have misunderstood. Because even students don't usually have to pay for treatment with teacher AI, let alone his girlfriend. Later, when the head nurse saw we didn't react at all, she lost interest and talked about something else before leaving. Just that simple." "Yes." Zhongli initially thought AI Jingchu was trying to avoid her because he thought her involvement would complicate matters, and it was easier for him to explain alone. However, AI Jingchu's behavior today was quite unusual. How so? The cost of reattaching a bracket is 20 yuan, and the hospital has always had this rule. But teacher AI rarely charges us. The head nurse absolutely doesn't know this as well as we do. Sometimes he is too busy to remember, and sometimes he really feels embarrassed to charge people a little. So teacher AI never asks, and we couldn't be bothered since it's not our responsibility. So we thought that if he actually asked you to pay, he either has a grudge against you or is hiding something. Zhouwen analyzed thoughtfully. "Why do you think that is?" Zhouwen asked again. "Yes, why?" Zhongli dodged the question. Zhongli had thought about it while waiting for the elevator earlier. During that time in Dongshan, AI Jingchu didn't explain it because he was considering her feelings. If faced with such rumors, it would be he who denied them first, not her, as the woman might feel embarrassed in front of her colleagues. So today, in front of his colleagues and students, he deliberately sent her away. What else could be unsaid? Or perhaps he was simply someone who looked down on such matters. "Are you teacher AI's girlfriend?" Zhouwen pressed. "I already said no. I always felt he was planning to deal with us harshly after getting rid of you." Zhouwen said, "Anyway, I called to ask you for help." "Help with what?" Zhongli was puzzled. "To say a good word for us in front of teacher AI. You don't know how we'll be doomed." "I've said whether you are or not, we will be in big trouble, really. If you're not, we dare to gossip in front of him and watch his show. He must be very unhappy. If you were the future teacher's wife, I might even help you hide it from him while you go on a blind date. He would probably want to kill me. Considering how much I understood you at noon, could you say a word for us? Zhongli, Zhou, who was originally cheerful and friendly with everyone, was now pleading with such a thick skin, making it difficult for Zhongli to refuse. Doesn't he seem like someone who would abuse his power for personal gain? Teacher's wife, Zhou exclaimed. This title made Zhongli's forehead twitch, nearly causing her to drop her phone. Stop calling me that. At that moment, the woman who had brewed the tea walked over from the other side of the courtyard, smiled at Zhongli, then knocked on AI Jingshu's door and said she was interrupting. Then she entered with a pot of water. Zhongli was just turning to avoid her when she caught a glimpse of AI Jingshu's face through the gap of the door. Teacher's wife, Zhou cried out again when Zhongli didn't respond. Today, Teacher AI hurriedly went to change clothes after work without saying a word. And then when we just returned to the dormitory, we heard other junior sisters say they seemed to see Teacher AI's car with a beautiful woman in it. It wouldn't be you, would it? If it's not you, then we need to investigate thoroughly. Our boss never. Stop. Zhongli started to feel a headache. She rarely lied and didn't dare to speak untruths with her eyes open. So she didn't know what to do and hastily brushed it off, hanging up the phone. The woman brewed the tea a second time and quietly left, while Zhongli returned to her seat. Drinking tea here reminds me of the CAF I opened with my friend. She recalled Zhou's instructions and started chatting casually with AI Jingshu. Where is it located? AI Jingshu added some water to his cup. It's just outside your school's main campus, Zhongli answered. Compared to here, it really feels like being in the mundane world. AI Jingshu didn't respond. So Zhongli sighed inwardly and continued. Why is it called Yi-Wei? Perhaps it comes from the phrase Zen tea is one flavor. Our CAF is quite ordinary. It directly uses my English name. At this point, Zhongli suddenly remembered something and the color in her eyes faded a bit. AI Jingshu then asked, is business good? Barely breaking even, just to fulfill the dream of a few of us from university, Zhongli murmured. Back then, I thought being able to do what I love and be with the people I like. Running a small CAF for a lifetime would be the happiest life in the world. As she said this, the corners of her mouth lifted, but it showed a kind of helpless smile. Zhongli suddenly felt some emotions that she shouldn't have, and changed the subject. There's a student from your medical school working at our place. She knows you and says you're too strict with the students. Finally, getting to the main topic, what did she say? He asked. She said that during one paper defense, you made a girl cry. To avoid selling Zhou out, Zhongli had to drag Dodo down with her. It actually happened more than once, AI Jingshu honestly replied. Zhongli gasped. So strict. When we had our graduation defenses, the teachers were just going through the motions, very kind. It's different, he said. How is it different? Zhongli didn't understand. Is it the difference between a prestigious university and a third-rate one? He didn't answer immediately, pulling his hands out of his pockets and placing them on the table. His eyes focused on his teacup. The leaves had already spread out, no longer floating on the surface of the water, but standing upright. Then, he gently flicked the glass cup, producing a sound of thud, thud. The vibration caused the leaves to float up and down in the cup, and the color of the tea appeared a bit richer than before. Just as Zhongli was immersed in this, AI Jingshu slowly began to speak. An ancient Greek mathematician named Protagonist once said, where there are numbers, there is beauty. Later generations extended it to the beauty of science. However, my former teachers, and I believe that scientific beauty includes not only beauty, but also truth. This is especially true for medicine as a science. There can be no carelessness or compromise. Sometimes systemic issues are beyond the control of the average person. So what I can do is teach them to the best of my ability. After AI Jingshu finished speaking, there were no more words. At this moment, all the leaves in the water had fully unfurled, standing at the bottom of the cup, blending with the green tea, making it look like a piece of jade being dissolved in clear water. He closed his long, ink-like eyes and quietly took a sip of the tea. The fragrance of the tea spread out again due to the movement of the cup. Suddenly, Zhongli felt that the man in front of her was much like this tea. At first, it was light and tasteless, but over time, it became rich and fragrant. When they arrived at the restaurant, Director Li and his family were already in the private room, waiting with the dishes ordered. Director Li stood up with his child and wife, then arranged for AI Jingchu and Zheng Li to take their seats. The chubby child sat between his parents. Zheng Li next to Mrs. Li, and AI Jingchu next to Director Li. The child was obviously much more obedient than before. Mrs. Li said to Zheng Li, "When men sit together, just let them drink." "Little Zheng, what else do you want to order?" After saying that, she asked the waiter to open the wine. Zheng Li quickly said it was enough, smiling as she pushed the menu away, glancing at the freshly opened bottle of white wine, and then at AI Jingchu. She had just relayed his message that he doesn't drink when having Chinese food. Sure enough, when Director Li personally poured the wine, AI Jingchu declined. Later, when the dishes came, the five of them officially began to eat, clinking glasses once together. Except for Director Li, the other three adults drank beverages. During the meal, Director Li tried to pour wine for him again, but AI Jingchu still stopped him. "We have to work tomorrow. I really can't drink," AI Jingchu said politely. "Drinking a little won't affect work, right, little Zheng?" Zheng Li didn't know how to respond and could only smile. "I drove here," AI Jingchu had to say again. Director Li showcased his persuasive skills, saying that it was no problem for little Zheng to give him a ride. She could drive, absolutely no problem. AI Jingchu remained steadfast in his refusal to drink. "Just let little Zheng drink a little." Director Li turned his focus to Zheng Li. "Director, I don't really know how to drink." "You've drunk before," Director Li said with a smile. "Come on, let us all have some fun." After saying that, he picked up a small glass and filled it to the brim. The glass spun halfway around on the glass tray and landed in front of Zheng Li, and she felt very conflicted. Why does it seem like you have to drink to truly have eaten? AI Jingchu not drinking was already quite disrespectful to Director Li if she didn't drink. Just as she hesitated, Mrs. Li stood up, playfully scolding her husband. "Old Li, really? How can you urge a young girl to drink?" She picked up the wine jug and poured herself a glass, saying, "As a housewife, I have some words to say. If I say something wrong, Professor AI, please don't mind." Then, she raised her glass towards AI Jingchu across the table, saying that if it weren't for Professor AI's help that day, the child wouldn't know how much suffering he would have to endure. On TV, that would be considered a life-saving grace. Originally, during the new year, Old Li taught the child to bow and shared many auspicious phrases, wanting to recognize you as a godfather. But later, we heard that Professor AI comes from an extraordinary background. Perhaps there are other considerations from the elders at home, so we dropped the matter. It was only with little Zhang's help that Professor AI agreed to have a meal with us. 1,000 words can be summed up in one thank you. Now, with this thin wine, I will toast to express my gratitude. You may drink as you like. After saying this, Mrs. Li raised her hands and drank the white wine in one gulp. Although she said to let AI Jingchu drink as he likes, as an older woman, she drank first. Forcing AI Jingchu to stand up, pick up the glass of wine that had just turned to Zheng Li, and drink it in one go. When Zheng Li saw him swallow, her brows furrowed tightly. Encouraging drinking at the dining table is always difficult at the beginning. Once it starts, there will be a second time. In the end, that bottle of white wine had been consumed by 3 people. Director Li called the waiter to bring more wine, and Zheng Li hurriedly stopped him. Mrs. Li also advised, "It's fine as long as you're having fun, Old Li. If you drink any more, little Zheng will get anxious." Zheng Li wanted to explain, but this time, she held her tongue. In the end, it was just as Director Li had arranged before. AI Jingchu drank wine and couldn't drive, so Zheng Li was responsible for taking him back. She felt a bit nervous sitting in the driver's seat, having never driven such an expensive car before, so she kept asking how to adjust the seat, how to start it, where the lights were. AI Jingchu patiently explained everything, raising an eyebrow at her. "I drive quite well," Zheng Li assured him. Once the car slowly got onto the elevated road, AI Jingchu believed her words. She was skilled, and her sense of direction was good. He roughly told her how to go, and she didn't make any mistakes. He had drunk about 3 or 4 taels, not enough to be drunk, but he still felt a bit lightheaded, so he slightly closed his eyelids and lazily leaned back in his seat. "Sorry," Zheng Li said apologetically. "What are you apologizing for?" He asked with his eyes closed. "If it weren't for my shamelessness, you wouldn't have come." He probably, like her, disliked such dinner parties. "Then I should say thank you," AI Jingchu said. After drinking, AI Jingchu was different from usual. She was much kinder in her words and chatted a lot more. She felt much more relaxed, as if they were back on that snowy night on a cold and desolate road, just the two of them, occasionally talking about trivial things. Every time she met him, it was either "I'm sorry" or "thank you," she said. This time, he didn't respond. After a moment, she asked, "Are you attending class or seeing patients tomorrow? It won't affect your work, right?" After asking, she remembered that he had clinic hours on Wednesdays and Fridays. She should have known that. "So, do you have class tomorrow morning?" After a long silence without his answer, she couldn't help but glance at him, only to find he hadn't opened his eyes. "You didn't fall asleep again, did you? This time, I won't care about you," she murmured. After saying this, she slowed down the car and finally came to a stop, glancing at him again, but there was no movement. "I haven't even helped Joe when plead for mercy yet," she sighed. "Why not just take off your clothes, take a sexy photo, and send it to Joe? You'll definitely have to support her later, and then I'll return her favor." To her surprise, AI Jingchu couldn't help but laugh. He chuckled lightly, the dimples at the corners of his mouth gradually sinking in, then opened his eyes and said in a leisurely, husky voice, "Is that how you thank me?" AI Jingchu's sudden voice truly startled her, and thankfully, the car had stopped. Otherwise, she might have driven it into the river. I. Zhongli didn't know what to do, so she had to start the car again and continue driving forward. "Did Zhou call you?" he asked, sitting up a bit. "Yeah, she said you would handle them and asked me to plead for them," Zhongli honestly replied. "They are messing with you," he said. "Huh? Why?" "They came to test you, knowing you're easy to deal with." "Really?" 80% sure, he answered. When Zhongli heard this, she was both amused and exasperated. They were teasing her, and she was still worried about them. She drove seriously and silently, which made her seem a bit serious, creating some distance from others, completely different from the usual shyness that appeared on her face, prompting AI Jingchu to look at her more. She had no nails, but her fingers were painted with pink nail polish, and her earrings were fish-shaped, reminding him of what he had in his pocket. Thinking she was angry, he said, "They're just kids, don't take it too seriously. They're about the same age as me. They haven't been exposed to society. You've been working for a while." AI Jingchu explained. "You're really protective. You said you want to be a strict teacher while drinking tea," Zhongli said. "That's not contradictory." At this moment, AI Jingchu took something out of his pocket and handed it to Zhongli. "Is this yours?" Zhongli turned her face slightly to see it was a black hair tie with a round little fish made of lotus-colored beads. Exactly like the one she had worn today. "How did it end up with you?" Zhongli moved her hand from the steering wheel to accept it. "I found it on the ground," AI Jingchu replied. Because patients have to lie down, he often encounters things they drop. He rarely picks things up for patients. Not because he is too lazy to bend down or is afraid of trouble, but because there are too many bacteria on the ground. If his hands get dirty, he has to change his gloves, so he usually just reminds them. However, just now, he inexplicably picked it up for Zhongli, even putting it in his pocket when Zhou Wen's voice appeared. After Zhongli thanked him, she hesitated and said, "Actually, AI Jingchu suddenly interrupted her, saying, "You passed the intersection." Zhongli hurriedly slowed down and changed lanes, distracted by their conversation. "It's okay. Go straight. There's a small road at the next intersection where you can turn back. It's very close," AI Jingchu said. So, she followed AI Jingchu's instructions, turning off the main road into a one-way street. The road was right by the river, an old street. Recently, the government was working on a riverside image project, and all the residents had been relocated, waiting to be demolished, with almost no streetlights, no pedestrians, and no vehicles. If it weren't for AI Jingchu guiding her and being beside her, Zhongli definitely wouldn't dare to drive here. The light was too dim, and she turned on the high beams, driving a bit further when she suddenly saw a car parked in the middle of the road ahead. "This car really lacks public morals," Zhongli said. "Can we get through?" Zhongli stopped and looked over. "I'll give it a try." She slowly edged her car closer, feeling like the other car was moving, but also wondering if it was just her illusion. AI Jingchu suddenly said, "Forget it. Let's turn around." "Why?" "This is a one-way street. If we go back against traffic, we'll get fined and lose points if the red light at the intersection is captured." AI Jingchu looked at Zhong Li's bewildered expression, wanting to explain, but finding it hard to open his mouth. This question had truly caught him off guard. He tried to find a euphemistic and subtle phrase from his vocabulary to express it, but it was quite difficult. Meanwhile, the rear window of that car rolled down, and a man and a woman leaned out. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Li understood what had just happened, standing there dumbfounded. AI Jingchu, however, remained quite calm and said, "Since it has come to this, let's just wait." So they quietly stayed for about 2 or 3 minutes. After Zhang Li figured it out, her cheeks grew redder and redder. She was actually sitting here with a man, waiting for another car to have a rendezvous. Thankfully, the other party had enough self-awareness and had long stopped. They were probably just wrapping things up. The key issue was that the other party's car was the same model and color as theirs. Zhang Li felt it was quite inappropriate to shine the light so blatantly on them, so she hurriedly turned off the high beams. But AI Jingchu said, "Don't turn it off." Zhang Li was puzzled. AI Jingchu explained, "So others won't misunderstand." Zhang Li was even more confused. Misunderstand what? After asking, she suddenly realized. By the river without streetlights, 2 cars, 2 pairs of men and women, sitting separately in dark cars. When a phrase catching couples popped up in Zhang Li's mind, her heart trembled. The ancient people who invented this term would surely weep. They sat for several more minutes, and the other party still hadn't moved their car, seemingly standing still. In such an awkward situation, every second felt like a year, and they could even hear each other's breathing. Instead of silently observing the other party's aftershocks, it was better to find something to do. So Zhang Li helplessly turned on the radio. She didn't know which station it was, but when she turned it on, she heard a middle-aged man's voice with a thick accent saying, "The corpus cavernosum is composed of cellular fibrous tissue, and its growth is caused by tissue proliferation." Because there were too many technical terms, she didn't initially understand what the man on the radio was saying until he mentioned the words to usher in the second development of males, when she suddenly realized. Zhang Li felt her mind explode. In a panic, she reached out to change the station, but upon listening closely, it was still a similar health program. She became a bit irritable and turned off the radio, then honked the horn. AI Jingchu glanced at her, sensing her emotions, and said, "Let us turn around." But she didn't comply. Instead, she honked again, just when everything seemed fruitless, and Zhang Li was preparing to return the same way. The rear door of the car in front suddenly opened, and a man and a woman got out. The man was a short, chubby, middle-aged guy, wearing a shirt, staggering a bit as if he were drunk, quickly ducking into the passenger seat. The woman, however, was very young, strolling slowly towards the driver's seat, turning around in disarray to give Zhang Li the middle finger. Seeing Zhang Li's light still on her, she became furious and shouted loudly. The woman spoke at an extremely fast pace, her voice crisp and clear, echoing along the dark road, spewing the most vulgar curses from the streets. Zhang Li, as before, felt her blood rush to her head, her face flushed with anger, but she didn't know how to respond, only gripping the steering wheel tightly with her 10 fingers, unable to utter a word in retort. Seeing that Zhang Li didn't fight back, but instead remained silent, the woman not only didn't back down, but became even more arrogant. In such circumstances, AI Jingchu suddenly spoke to her. "Have you been bullied since you were a child?" "Huh?" She was bewildered. He glanced at her and unbuckled his seatbelt. Zhang Li hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" Reaching out to stop him. "I'm not doing anything, just grabbing 2 CDs, he said. And sure enough, he pulled out 2 discs from a CD case and then got out of the car. Zhang Li looked at his actions in confusion. Seeing AI Jingchu get out, the woman thought he would retaliate for his female companion, so she immediately shut her mouth and even took a step back. However, AI Jingchu didn't approach her. He merely walked to the front of his car, bent down, and wedged the CDs into the frame around the license plate, then walked around to the back and did the same with the other CD. He didn't glance at the woman the entire time, smoothly completing this series of actions before silently returning to the car. Sometimes, retaliating against someone doesn't necessarily require eloquence. After giving her a sidelong glance, he fastened his seatbelt. Zhang Li was still bewildered, not understanding what he was doing. "Your technique is not bad. Can you turn around with just 1 steering maneuver?" AI Jingchu made a turning gesture. Zhang Li hurriedly surveyed her surroundings. It should be possible. Then step on the gas and crash into her, he said nonchalantly. But, Zhang Li's mind was in a whirl. They would get caught. They would have to pay for damages. What would happen if the car got wrecked? At that moment, Zhang Li realized that AI Jingchu had gone to cover the license plate, which was a premeditated hit and run. The woman seemed startled by AI Jingchu's sudden exit, shrinking into the front driver's seat. "Stop thinking so much. Hurry up," AI Jingchu urged, just as Zhang Li hesitated with her hand on the gear lever. AI Jingchu's left hand reached over, grasping her right hand from above, and shifted the gear into drive for her. Zhang Li took a deep breath, gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressed the gas pedal, and with a loud crash, their car's front collided with the rear of the car in front, pushing it back half a meter and denting its rear bumper. Zhang Li was startled by the jolt she had caused, momentarily dazed. "Turn around," AI Jingchu reminded her at the right time. "Oh." She hurriedly turned the steering wheel fully and made the turn. She didn't expect to be so nervous that her skills faltered. The first attempt almost crashed into the flower bed on the roadside, and she quickly reversed, only succeeding in making a 180-degree turn on the second try. As they sped away, Zhang Li saw in the rearview mirror that the couple was furiously getting out of their car again, the woman still cursing. But she could no longer hear what was being said. With a guilty conscience, her speed increased, and even though she couldn't turn left at that intersection, she rushed through. After several kilometers, seeing nothing unusual behind, Zhang Li chose a secluded alley and stopped the car. She let out a long sigh of relief. And the first thing she did after parking was to go check the front of the car. Fortunately, there was no major damage. In fact, it was much less than the other cars. There was a bit of paint chipped off the front, and it seemed that the angle of the impact had caused the right side's headlight cover to break. Zhang Li turned to AI Jingchu, who was standing beside her, and asked, "How did I do?" AI Jingchu raised an eyebrow, a bit fiercer than I expected. After returning for the first time, Zhang Li didn't mutter to herself about the insults she had received, since the CAF was a bit busy. She went to Carol's to share her good mood with Ma Yi. "Didn't you say you would help him fix it?" Ma Yi asked. "I did, but he wouldn't let me," Zhang Li replied. AI Jingchu is really a weirdo. A big man actually encourages you to do such crazy things, Ma Yi said, frowning while wiping a glass. Zhang Li chuckled as she stacked the shiny glasses one by one. If he had said nothing and done nothing at that moment, she would have found it very normal because he was, after all, a man and shouldn't get involved in women's battles. On the other hand, if, like that moment when she grabbed him, she had misunderstood and he had gotten out to defend her, she would have thought he was a good friend. However, whether she chose the former or the latter, perhaps when she calmed down, the impression he left her with would either be that he was too unsupportive or too impulsive. Yet he was neither. If it could be guessed, he probably wouldn't be AI Jingchu. He taught her that if you can't out-curse someone, you can retaliate in other ways. For some reason, such a simple rule took her a little longer to grasp than others. "You're hurting yourself while trying to hurt others. It's detrimental to yourself," she said. "But it feels really good," Zhang Li laughed. "Little fish," Ma Yi suddenly said with a sly smile. "If you keep this up, be careful, you might fall for him." Zhang Li's expression shifted slightly. How is that possible? She had sworn that she would only love one person in this lifetime and would never change her heart. Absolutely different from her mother. Earlier, Zhang Li helped AI Jingchu take down the 2 CDs and continued with the task assigned by Director Li. He lived in the family quarters of the Air Force headquarters, and after parking the car, it was still a long way to hail a taxi outside. So AI Jingchu accompanied her, walking her back to the main street. The night wind was quite strong, making Zhang Li's hair messy and covering her face. She pushed her hair back a few times, then slipped the hair tie he had just given her onto her wrist, raised her hands, and casually gathered her hair with her fingers. She still had her bag on her wrist. Since she had left early in the morning, her bag still contained her toothbrush, toothpaste, cups, and other items for a follow-up appointment, which were heavy and cumbersome. Her movements became awkward as she quickly tied her hair into a messy ponytail. Throughout this, AI Jingchu didn't gentlemanly take her bag. Instead, he stood nearby, observing her. Zhang Li realized that her actions just now seemed a bit unladylike and didn't take into account the feelings of those around her, so she smiled awkwardly at AI Jingchu. When she smiled, her metal braces became visible, and with the smile came her canine tooth and the gap left from a tooth extraction. Her sharp teeth were not particularly prominent, but the positioning was poor, almost pushing the front incisor inward, making it quite noticeable. Before this, he had always thought that all teeth should be in their rightful places to be considered healthy and perfect, but he didn't expect that flaws could actually make a person unique. Finally, an empty taxi drove towards them. Zhang Li quickly waved it down. Just as she hurriedly said goodbye to AI Jingchu while running towards the taxi, AI Jingchu stepped forward a few paces and called out to her. She turned around. AI Jingchu stood in the wind, facing her, with a distance of 3 to 4 meters between them, with a stream of cars passing by. His deep eyes shone brightly, yet he remained silent for a long time. The taxi driver impatiently said, "Miss, are you getting in or not? Are you getting in or not?" "Yes." "Wait a moment." "Driver," Zhang Li hurriedly replied, bending down to open the car door, then turned back to look at AI Jingchu. AI Jingchu tilted his head slightly, furrowing his brow. "Remember to come back for your follow-up in 4 weeks." Zhang Li smiled. "I won't forget." Then she got into the car. A normal person, aside from those 4 occasionally mischievous wisdom teeth, would have 28 permanent teeth. In ancient China, people believed there were 28 lunar mansions in the sky. 4 weeks happened to equal 28 days. The average menstrual cycle and metabolic period for women is also 28 days. Sometimes, skincare product advertisements on television often claim that a complete transformation can occur in 28 days. There was a U.S. art film titled 28 Days, where the female protagonist underwent a psychological treatment lasting 28 days. Strangely, there's also a zombie movie called 28 Days, in which the male lead wakes up after a car accident and finds the world has changed after being in a coma for 28 days. However, 28 days is also a cycle in which Zhang Li and AI Jing first met. If I say I love you, what will happen? It's like lighting a candle in a bright room. Zhang Li returned home and turned on the television. A certain channel was airing a centennial film retrospective recounting the lives of various masters. When discussing the life of director Michelangelo Antonioni, they quoted a line from the film. Zhang Li stood in front of the television holding a cup, unable to look away for a long time. This line was from a sexual awakening film she watched during her adolescence. One afternoon, during the summer vacation of her second year of middle school, several close female friends gathered at a classmate's house under the pretext of doing homework, but took the opportunity to hide and watch a disc while their parents were away. They first watched a horror movie, and then to lighten the mood, they continued with Days on the Cloud. For the little girls squished in front of the sofa, the entire movie was completely incomprehensible. The only highlight was the nudity. Zhang Li curled up in a small corner, watching the screen with a mix of timidity and confusion, but pretended to be indifferent like everyone else. The next day, Zhang's father returned home and said he'd found a tutor for Zhang Li, as she would be in her 3rd year of middle school soon and needed to work harder academically. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Zhang's mother asked. "Don't bring just anyone home. It's my cousin's son. You've seen him before. He studies at university in Beijing," Zhang's father replied. "Which cousin of yours?" "My mom's cousin. The one from my 4th uncle's family." "None of your cousins are any good." Zhang's mother began to criticize her husband's relatives, which led to an endless argument between the two. Zhang Li pretended to go to the bathroom to hide, only listening as they argued from matters of the previous generation to various topics before their marriage, and eventually to herself. Zhang Li thought she should have gotten used to it by now, but she still couldn't help but crouch on the floor and cry. Such things had happened countless times throughout her life, starting from her earliest memories. Sometimes when she visited friends' houses and saw other families getting along so harmoniously, she felt a strange sensation inside. Perhaps after they left, they would also throw dishes and break plates like her parents. Zhang Li could only comfort herself this way. However, her parents wouldn't even bother to hide it and would argue and fight in front of her friends, so she no longer dared to bring anyone home. On the weekend, she thought the tutoring arrangement would fall through, but unexpectedly, Zhang's father brought the boy back. This was not the first time Zhang Li had met Yu. Although their families were distant relatives, they had seen each other once during the Qingming festival when they had a ceremony in their hometown. She didn't remember much about the dozens of relatives, but she had a deep impression of Yu because her grandmother had held her hand and told her to call him little cousin. So when Zhang Li saw Yu at home again, she felt embarrassed. She was no longer as obedient as she had been as a child, calling adults whatever they taught her. Now it was difficult to address a boy only a few years older than her as little cousin. Zheng's father said, Xiao Li, why don't you greet him? Yui smiled and said, just call me by my name. Zheng Li didn't have her own room at home. There was a small bed on one side of the living room, and if she did her homework, she used the small desk in her parents' bedroom. Therefore, Yui also tutored Zheng Li in the bedroom. He was the result of his family's unplanned pregnancy and didn't get registered until he was 7. However, even his fourth aunt didn't expect that her son, born late in life, would be very intelligent. He was well known in the county for his academic prowess. Last year, after he was accepted into university, their school hung a large red banner at the entrance, as if afraid others wouldn't know. After he returned home for the summer. Many people sought him out for tutoring, and finally, at Zheng's father's request, he managed to free up time on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings to tutor Zheng Li in English, math, and chemistry. Other than Saturday, it was just the two of them at home. Since they were both relatives and well acquainted, Zheng's mother didn't have much concern, and Zheng Li herself didn't think of anything else. She finished her second year of middle school and hadn't gotten her first period yet. Perhaps this was why she was slower to understand the differences between boys and girls compared to other girls in her grade. Later, on the second Saturday, Zheng's father and mother started arguing again. She sat next to Yui while he was explaining a geometry problem to her. Hearing the commotion outside, he paused, and their voices almost drowned out his. So he stopped. Little did they know that this waiting would seem endless. Yui then stood up and closed the bedroom door. Zheng Li looked at him awkwardly, thinking he was annoyed. But unexpectedly, Yui turned around and smiled at her, saying, let's ignore them. Let's take a break. And I'll tell you a joke. Yui was a cheerful person with great eloquence. When he told stories, he was vivid and engaging, making Zheng Li listen intently. Just as they were approaching the punchline, Zheng's mother suddenly pushed the door open. With a loud bang, it startled Zheng Li and abruptly interrupted Yui's story. Zheng Li, tell me, if your dad and I get divorced, who would you go with? Zheng's mother asked right off the bat. Zheng Li froze in her seat. She had been asked this question countless times, but did it really need to be asked in front of an outsider? Before Zheng Li could respond, Zheng's father came rushing in, shouting divorce. Who's afraid of who? I bet you found someone else outside, hoping to hook up with someone richer than me. The two of them began hurling insults at each other, leaving Zheng Li and Yui there. In the end, Zheng's father, in a fit of rage, slammed the door and left. Zheng's mother didn't forget to shout after him. Every time we argue, you go out drinking and eating with your mother's money. And the kid doesn't even take my surname. Why should I care? After saying this, she threw down her apron, grabbed her bag, and left. Those originally jarring voices suddenly vanished from the air. Yui asked, do they often argue like this? Zheng Li, flustered, said no, not really. Really? Then she nervously bit her lower lip. Don't keep biting your lip with your front teeth. You'll get buck teeth, Yui said. Hearing this, Zheng Li felt even more embarrassed and hurriedly relaxed her mouth. However, Yui deliberately clenched his front teeth, mimicking a rabbit's appearance to tease Zheng Li. Zheng Li, however, frowned and didn't smile. Yui then said, having buck teeth has its advantages, you know? What? It's very convenient when eating watermelon rinds. It won't mess up your face. As he spoke, he even mimicked the action. Hearing such a bizarre advantage for the first time, Zheng Li couldn't help but laugh. Yui looked at her smiling face and said, good girl, then patted her head. At the end of August, Yui finished his summer vacation and returned to school. In winter, during a physical education class, Zheng Li suddenly felt something different in her body. She rushed to the bathroom and saw her pants stained with blood, and she immediately realized what had happened. There was no panic, no confusion. She was the last girl in her class to get her period. Having heard and seen everything before, she calmly placed some toilet paper and then went to the small shop to buy sanitary pads. She told her mother when she got home, but Zheng's mother merely said flatly, you know what you need to know, right? Just one sentence. Perhaps it was because both of her parents had such flamboyant personalities that Zheng Li had been extremely quiet and timid since childhood. They lived in a relocation housing on the edge of the city. Downstairs was a courtyard, which had originally been a garage, but was rented out to others specifically for holding funerals. According to local customs, after someone passes away, relatives and friends must observe 3 days of mourning before the body can be sent for cremation. Generally, people do not set up the mourning space at home due to some taboos, and there aren't too many places in the city that conduct this business. So the courtyard downstairs was busy all year round. Some superstitious families would even hire people to perform music and rituals, regardless of day or night. The neighbors had objections. They had argued and protested, but there was nothing they could do. Zheng Li's worry, however, was the body lying there. More than 10 years ago, the trend of ice coffins in funeral homes had not yet become popular. Instead, it was simply two stools with a wooden board on top, and the body covered with a white cloth placed on it. For some unknown reason, there would be an oil lamp burning beneath the body. Later, she heard from her neighbors that the oil lamp represented the soul, and it couldn't be extinguished during those 3 days. Doing so would be bad luck. Zheng Li did not dare to inquire further about what bad luck specifically meant. Every day when she returned home, she had to pass by several times, always going around it far away, her eyes fixed on the white cloth and the oil lamp. And as soon as she passed, she would run upstairs. In her last year of junior high, she did not attend evening self-study sessions, but the teacher would occasionally offer extra tutoring. Because her home was nearby, her parents were very busy, and the security was relatively good. For various reasons, Zheng Li returned home alone after tutoring. She usually arrived home a little after 9 o'clock, which was the busiest time for the funerals. Some were playing cards, others were chatting or eating sunflower seeds. In short, there were many people, making it seem lively and festive. However, what terrified her the most was not the night, but the morning. Zheng Li would get up at 6:30 and leave by 7. In winter, it wasn't yet bright at 7, and downstairs during the morning was precisely at that awkward time. Those who had stayed up all night had probably gone home to sleep, while those coming in for the next shift had not yet arrived. Occasionally, there would be no one there, just the body under the white cloth and the flickering oil lamp. Sometimes, even the slightest noise around would scare her to the point of wanting to scream. Later, Zheng Li could not help but tell her parents about this feeling, and unexpectedly, her parents directly took her to find the owner of the business, saying, "You scared my daughter with your business. What should we do? How will you compensate?" Then the neighbors got involved, and it turned into an endless tug-of-war and quarrel. Not long after, winter break arrived, and Yu-Yi came back. That day, there were 4 tables of people having a reunion dinner at her uncle's house. Perhaps because her grandmother was old and in poor health, feeling she wouldn't last long. She loved the liveliness. This year, her uncle invited all the relatives from her grandmother's side who could come. Zheng Li sat next to her grandmother, listening to her ramble. And in the midst of the guests, she saw Yu-Yi. She couldn't help but call out to him. He walked over and first greeted Zheng Li's grandmother. "Hey, I was wondering who Zheng Li was calling out to. How rude. Have you forgotten what I taught you?" Her grandmother scolded her with a hint of affection. Zheng Li awkwardly opened her mouth and then closed it, finally calling out, "Little cousin." Yui responded while grinning and winking at her. Her younger cousin also came over. She was only a few months younger than Zheng Li, but under her grandmother's instruction, she boldly shouted, "Little cousin." However, she was not as easy to deal with as Zheng Li, and with a glib tongue, she said, "Little cousin, the younger generation wishes you a happy new year. Congratulations, and make a fortune. Bring out the red envelope." Yu-Yi, in response, tossed the oranges on the coffee table into her cousin's arms, saying, "This is our family's orange. What kind of red envelope is this?" The cousin refused to accept it and lunged at him. Then, a group of half-grown children began to play around. Zheng Li quietly watched from the side, feeling a bit lost. It turned out he was not just her little cousin. Until it was time to eat, Zheng's mother had not yet appeared. Zheng's father irritably said, "She probably has something to do and won't come. Let's eat." This isn't the first or second time. The people present exchanged glances. After the meal, her grandmother started to chat again, and soon brought up Zheng Li's studies. "Your dad said Yu-Yi tutored you for a whole summer. Did it work?" her grandmother asked. "It did," Zheng Li replied. Yu-Yi smiled. "Well, I won't go back to school until the end of next month. In a few days, I'll continue tutoring at your home. But I forgot what you need to study for the junior high entrance exam. I'll have to check the books later." "Aren't you going to thank him?" her grandmother said again. Zheng Li glanced at Yu-Yi, saying, "Thank you, little cousin. This kid talks like squeezing toothpaste, one sentence at a time," her grandmother sighed. A few days later, Yu-Yi began to come over to tutor again. This time he borrowed a lot of review questions and plan tasks for Zheng Li systematically. Occasionally, they would run into Zheng Li's parents arguing. Yu had almost gotten used to it, and he always had a bunch of nonsensical jokes to tell Zhongli. The worst fight happened when Zhang's father smashed all the bowls, leaving a mess behind, and both of them left in anger. Yui asked, "What are you having for lunch?" "There's leftover rice and dishes in the fridge. Just heat them up." "What about dinner?" Zhongli thought for a moment. "Heat them up again." Yui sighed and started cleaning up the broken pieces. "Don't worry. Actually, my mom can't let go of me. She always comes back to cook for me," Zhongli said. Yui looked at her in disbelief. Zhongli insisted, Really, really, really? Okay, I got it." After a while, he said, "If you want to lie in the future, don't rush or panic. Otherwise, you'll be exposed immediately. Just smile and tell others, really, it's more real than pearls." Zhongli stared at him in a daze. "Little fish," Yui called her. You need to grow up quickly. Once you grow up and can leave home independently, you'll find that your parents are actually quite good," Yui said. Zhongli buried her head, and then tears started to fall. Yui hurriedly said, "Don't cry. It looks ugly when you cry. You look good when you smile. Maybe you'll grow up to look like Wang Zuxian." When Zhongli took the entrance exam, she successfully got into the city as high school, which was a notch higher than what her teachers had expected for her. However, her parents' marriage was not so smooth. After more than 10 years of fighting, they finally parted ways unhappily. The day of the separation happened to be the day after Zhongli received her high school acceptance letter, which became the most difficult and humiliating day of her life. At her grandmother's house, all the relatives gathered together. It seemed they were judging, but it felt more like watching her parents perform. Everything was divided piece by piece. Passbooks, cash, stocks, even appliances and furniture. And then there was Zhongli, followed by the house. Whenever they couldn't continue, both families, including uncles and even her grandmother, would get involved, each arguing their own point. When it came to Zhongli, her mother immediately said, "The daughter belongs to me." This time, her father did not speak. He rarely stayed home to raise children and didn't understand how to raise a daughter, so he felt uncertain. Zhang's grandmother was genuinely reluctant to part with her granddaughter and said, "Zhongli is a child of the Zheng family. If you remarry and find a new husband for her, what will happen to her? Have you ever raised her? What's wrong with a stepfather? Her biological father doesn't care either. Have you ever helped with homework? Have you ever attended a parent-teacher meeting? How can I not help?" Zhang's father got angry, and so they began to argue again. Zhongli stood in front of everyone. Some were trying to mediate, and some were sizing her up, their gazes seemingly sighing. This child is so pitiful. As a result, Zhongli would often dream countless nights of walking on the street or in a crowd, only to realize that she had forgotten to wear clothes when many people looked at her. Then, she would see Yui sitting on the outskirts, her little cousin, who comes from a completely different family. He is the youngest son in the family, with the smallest sister being 10 years older than him, and she is already married. Regardless of whether it is his brothers, sisters, or uncle and aunt, the entire family's attention is focused on him alone, as if he were made of sugar, afraid he might melt in their mouths, or like a fragile treasure, afraid he might fall if not held carefully. Moreover, he is also very promising. Whenever anyone in the family mentions him, they do so with a beaming smile. What interrupted her thoughts was her uncle's voice, as he suddenly said to her, "Let Zhongli choose for herself. Who do you want to follow?" Tears rolled down Zhongli's cheeks as she replied, I want both." Zhang's mother gritted her teeth and said, "No. If he has me, then I won't have him, and if I have him, then I won't have you." In the end, Zhongli went with her mother. One reason was that Zhang's mother insisted on having custody of her daughter, even willing to give up the house. The second reason was that she believed he was speaking the truth. Zhang's mother was worried about her daughter, and though she said that, she would still come back to cook for her. So, she thought from the bottom of her heart that perhaps it would be better to stay with her mother. After Zhongli entered high school, she chose to live on campus, and Zhang's mother never opposed it. Finally, Zhongli left that courtyard house, left the small county town, and moved to a school in the city several dozen kilometers away. Zhang's mother was a capable person. After the department store went bankrupt, she attended night classes for accounting, and later worked as an accountant in a small factory. She was tall and had fair skin, which made her look young. Although she had a bad temper towards Zhang's father, she always greeted others with a smile. Therefore, less than a year after the divorce, she remarried. The new husband was named Deng Gang, who worked at a bank in the city, and his conditions were much better than Zhang's father. Deng Gang was a good man. His wife had passed away, and he had no children, so he was very fond of Zhang Li. However, Zhang Li psychologically could not accept him so quickly. She was not very willing to talk to him and always called him Uncle Deng. Between her and her mother, there was hardly any communication beyond daily life. School matters were only mentioned occasionally when she returned home. The only way she could talk was with her classmates at school. At 15, Zhang Li was rapidly developing. Her chest was gradually protruding, her height was increasing rapidly, and her lips were becoming plumper. Occasionally, older boys would approach her, but aside from joking with her female classmates, she was particularly reserved and cautious around strangers, giving off a cold vibe instead. Every night, after lights out in the dormitory, was when the girls would share their secrets. The topics were usually about who was rumored to be dating whom in class, who definitely liked whom, or how handsome a certain senior was, or how someone on a basketball or volleyball team had a new girlfriend. When winter vacation arrived, Zhang's grandmother sent someone to bring a message saying she wanted her granddaughter to come back for a few days. After the divorce, Zhang's father held a grudge because Zhang Li did not choose him at the last crucial moment. In fact, he was the one who initially did not want her custody. But in the end, he turned around and accused Zhang Li of being unfilial. Zhang's mother also forbade her from having contact with anyone from her father's side. As a result, Zhang Li had not seen her grandmother for 6 months, and it was only with her mother's permission that she could return to the small county town. During the family reunion dinner, it was the same group of people, except that Zhang's father hardly acknowledged her and didn't even leave a seat for her, telling her to sit on the side. Zhang's grandmother was already surrounded by other grandchildren, leaving no space for her. Just when she was feeling lost, Yu-Yi came over, took her arm, and led her to his table, with the other hand holding a plastic stool. He indicated, "You can sit here." After saying that, he placed the stool at the corner of the table and sat down. The table he sat at was filled with boys or young men of similar age. Despite the different generations, everyone got along well. When she first sat down, Zhang Li wanted to greet everyone politely, but there were simply too many relatives, some of whom she hardly recognized and couldn't name. When she finally remembered one, the others insisted that she call them too, which made Zhang Li extremely embarrassed. Yu-Yi said, "Little fish, why are you bothering with them? Besides me, everyone else is your brother." He then added to the others, "Why should they call you?" This last sentence was directed at the others, questioning why they should be called at all during the new year. Yu-Yi was a mischievous and eloquent person, always the center of attention, able to attract people's gaze instantly and help others out of awkward situations. One of the cousins next to him chimed in eagerly, "Hey, you at least call me once and I'll drink a toast." Yu-Yi retorted, "You're just trying to take advantage of it. They have to put in the effort to call you, and you get to drink. So what do you want?" Watching Yu-Yi stand up, turn around, and smile at Zhang Li, he asked, "What do you call me?" Zhang Li didn't understand why he suddenly asked that, facing a table full of relatives. She didn't dare call him by name and could only honestly say, "Little cousin." "Hey, hey, hey," Yu-Yi responded, and then he pulled out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Li. "Here, this is your New Year's money from little cousin." After Zhang Li accepted the red envelope, everyone suddenly put down their bowls and chopsticks, rushing towards Yu-Yi, calling out little cousin in unison. Zhang Li couldn't help but laugh at this commotion. Later, she found out that the red envelope was money Yu-Yi had saved from a scholarship. After school started, Zhang Li saw a magazine on her deskmate's table, which had a line from a movie she had watched during the summer of her second year of middle school. "What if I say I love you? It's like lighting a candle in a bright room." She couldn't even remember what the movie was about, but when her eyes touched those words, she thought of Yu-Yi in love. Zhang Li felt as if a small tender sprout had broken through the ground in her heart. Once this thought took root, it began to grow wildly. He was better than any boy her age around her, calm, and more understanding of her fears, her shyness, and her anxieties. Yu-Yi was like a ray of bright sunlight, illuminating everything for her. She had a crush on him. She looked forward to every meeting with him. The weaving maiden can meet her lover once a year, while she was fortunate enough to see him twice a year. During the holidays, she would stubbornly go to her grandmother's house for a while. If Yu-Yi didn't come, she would go find him. But when she found him, she didn't dare approach him, only daring to watch him from a distance, following him without letting him notice. If Yu-Yi came to her house for dinner, No matter how others emphasized it, she would no longer call him little cousin. With this secret, she felt the world had opened up for her. She could communicate with her classmates and even discuss her late at night when it was quiet. She continued to call Dang Gang Uncle Dang, but it was no longer as awkward as before. He would bring her souvenirs when he was on business trips, and he actively invited her classmates to their home as guests. He didn't argue with Zhang's mother in front of her, and even when angry, he didn't break dishes or throw things. In fact, when Zhang's mother was busy, he would take the initiative to attend parent-teacher meetings at school and would smile at the homeroom teacher, saying, "My daughter is really lucky to have you looking after her." Zhongli began to feel that he was indeed a good person and slowly accepted him in her heart. For 3 whole years, aside from tutoring, she spent no more than 10 days with Yui. However, every meeting, every conversation, every smile was deeply etched in her mind, and she spent the remaining 6 months savoring them. She loved this boy in such a humble way, wanting to cling to him like a speck of dust, yet not daring to show any signs. She tried hard to get closer to him, but it was so difficult. During the winter vacation of her senior year, her father took the initiative to come to the city to see her, saying he wanted to visit her and bought her many things. Then told her he was remarried and that her new mother was pregnant. After Mama Zhang learned about this, she pointed at Zheng Li's nose and said, "You're going to have a little brother. Your father means you should stop trying to ruin their new life." Therefore, Zheng Li was no longer allowed to go to her grandmother's house. That spring festival, she did not see Yui. Later, she found out that Yui did not return home either. He was interning at a hospital in Beijing as he was about to graduate and might continue his studies. When filling out her college applications, she did not wish to attend the same school as him. She just wanted to go to Beijing to breathe the same air under the same blue sky as him. However, Mama Zheng told her, "Dream within your means. It's already good enough to get into an undergraduate program in the provincial capital." That night, while Zheng Li was showering in the bathroom, she cried. She had always been emotional, but never had she felt so heartbroken and desperate. Unable to hold back her tears, her sobs were drowned out by the sound of water. Yes, she was too foolish to keep up with him. One day, Zheng Li realized she had lost Yui. She went to City A for university. By the end of the year, her grandmother passed away. Their distance grew further apart, and they no longer met even once in half a year. Later, after a long time, she finally encountered her 4th cousin, who told her, "Did you not know? You went to study in America." "Where in America?" Zheng Li tightly grasped his arm and asked. Her cousin thought for a moment and said it was some long name, something like Pennsylvania University. She found the city in a book and traced it on a map with her finger. It was on the other side of the world, at the farthest end. During the summer vacation, Wu Ying's decision to leave home for love shocked her. While admiring Wu Ying's courage, she began to reflect on herself. By chance, she read a novel by Stefan Zweig titled Letter from an Unknown Woman in the library. By the end, she sat under the library window, tears streaming down her face, surrounded by classmates and teachers, with people walking back and forth, but she just sat there for the first time, ignoring the gazes around her, letting her tears flow. Back in her dorm, she sat alone at her desk and wrote a long letter to Yui. The letter contained all the longing and love of a girl. Every little detail and emotion turned into words on the page. Several times, her tears dripped onto the paper, smudging the ink into a blurry mess. Yet she could not help but cry, nor could she stop writing. At the end, she signed it as Carol, the name Yui knew. The envelope did not have her return address, only Yui's name and the vague address of the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine. It seemed that she was waiting for fate's judgment. If he did not receive it, then let it remain a secret forever. The moment she sent the letter, she suddenly snatched it back, looked at it again, and finally could not help but open the envelope to leave her phone number at the end. A week went by. 2 weeks went by. A month went by. 3 months went by. It sank into the sea. On a night close to the new year, her phone suddenly rang with a strange number. In that instant, she felt something, and her heart raced as she pressed the answer button. "Hello." She could not control her trembling voice. "Are you Carol? I'm Yi's roommate." A male voice came from the receiver. "I am," she managed to say, her eyes red. "Yi has gone back home due to a family emergency. My letter." Zheng Li felt embarrassed. He must have seen her letter, but I can't explain it specifically. I couldn't reach you either. If you're in urgent need to find him, I can give you his phone number, the other party said. Thank you. She hurriedly found paper and a pen to write it down as he instructed. At the end, she suddenly asked, "Can I ask your name?" AI Jingshu, he replied. That was the first time Zhengli learned of AI Jingshu. His voice was steady and smooth, with a unique texture mixed with a hint of distance. It suddenly colored her world. Like a celestial song, unforgettable for a lifetime. How many years ago was that? After getting up, Zhengli brushed her teeth while recalling in the mirror. 5 years ago, because of AI Jingshu, she found Yue. However, after breaking up with Yue, she encountered AI Jingshu in reality. It was not just a voice, but a real person standing in front of her, coldly saying in the library, "Fortunately, it wasn't your face that got sprayed." However, no matter how others evaluated AI Jingshu, no matter how tough and cold he seemed on the outside, Zhengli always felt that certain places in his heart must be soft. That day, at the foot of Dongshan Mountain, an old man guarding the gate reminded her to be wary of people, but she knew he was a good person, without a doubt. Such kindness toward the stranger girl. Even if it was not directed at him, even if it was so humble and embarrassing, she still received respect from him. One day, from morning to noon, Zhengli was distracted at work, thinking about whether what happened yesterday had any consequences. She had caused AI Jingshu a big trouble. Did the people in that car report to the police? Did they go looking for trouble with him afterward? Zhengli wanted to call him to ask, but remembering Ma Yi's prophecy, she held back. During the lunch break, she went out to eat and saw a small TV in the restaurant broadcasting today's law after the noon news, reporting that in a certain city, a BMW hit someone on the highway and then fled the scene. The police conducted a thorough investigation of all auto repair shops and finally found clues to catch the perpetrator. This case made Zhengli increasingly alarmed. She had never done anything wrong, not even forgetting to bring her homework to school or skipping cleaning up after school. She would worry about those things, let alone intentionally hitting someone else's car. So by the afternoon, she could not sit still and finally dialed AI Jingshu's number. The first time she called, it rang over 10 times before disconnecting, with a voice prompt saying no one answered. She had to put her phone away and start working. A few minutes later, she sat back down and dialed again. This time it was different. It rang 3 or 4 times before being cut off. She froze for a moment, listening to the busy tone in the receiver, feeling a bit uneasy, worried she had really caused him trouble, but also fearing that AI Jingshu might not be able to take the call for some reason, and calling again would be too abrupt. So, she thought for a moment and decided to send a text instead. Meanwhile, AI Jingshu, who had cut off her call, was in class. He taught several large classes specifically for undergraduates every week. Every Thursday afternoon, the classroom 101 on the first floor of Building 7 was always packed. To avoid any issues at the hospital, he rarely turned off his phone, only switching it to silent during class. Therefore, when Zhengli first called him, he did not hear it. However, standing on stage with a projection screen behind him and multimedia equipment in front, when a signal came in, the speakers emitted a beeping noise. At first, he thought a disobedient student in the front row was playing with their phone. He glanced coldly at them, frowning in displeasure, and the room suddenly fell silent. When the phone rang again, AI Jingshu noticed the innocent faces looking at him and realized it was his phone ringing. He took it out with some apologies, looked at the number, and saw Zheng name flashing repeatedly. He expressionlessly cut it off and casually placed it back on the lectern. Then, 2 minutes later, Zheng sent a text. "The police aren't looking for you, are they?" AI Jingshu, who was originally calling on a student to answer a question, heard this while lowering his face to check his phone on the desk. Upon reading those words, he suddenly remembered Zheng Li's cautious demeanor and couldn't help but smile. The girl in the 4th row from the back had finished answering and was standing at her spot, waiting. Without his signal, she felt embarrassed to sit down directly, yet she was still waiting for AI Jingshu to speak. After a few seconds, when AI Jingshu had composed himself and looked down at the students again, his expression was clear and devoid of any other emotion as he said lightly, "The answer is still not rigorous enough." He then asked the students to turn to the next page and provided a supplementary explanation of the case. After a brief summary, he raised his wrist to check the time and said, "Let's take a 10-minute break." When he said this, the students were momentarily stunned. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. They had been in class for 2 consecutive periods. But AI Jingshu rarely allowed breaks in the middle of class and never dismissed early. If any student needed to go to the restroom, they would quietly leave from the back without disrupting the class. Today, however, it was as if the sun had risen in the west, as AI Jingshu unexpectedly allowed them a 10-minute break. At this moment, several students rushed to the podium with their books to ask questions, most of them girls. Some were genuinely confused, while others had ulterior motives. AI Jingshu waved his hand for them to wait, then picked up his phone that had been resting on the desk and stepped outside the classroom to return a call. AI Jingshu dialed back Zhang Li's number, but she didn't answer. The phone just kept ringing without anyone picking up. He had no choice but to put his phone away and move to a quieter corner of the corridor to smoke a cigarette. Technically, he shouldn't smoke while teaching, and he rarely did so in front of students, as he needed to maintain a positive image as an educator. While he was hiding in a corner of the stairwell, he encountered Gu-yi, who had walked down from upstairs instead of taking the elevator. "Xiao," Gu-yi sweetly called out to AI Jingshu, with a cigarette in his mouth. He was too busy to respond verbally, just nodding his head. "I was just about to look for you," Gu-yi said, seeing that she had something to say. AI Jingshu extinguished most of the cigarette and walked a few steps to throw it in the trash can around the corner. "What is up?" he asked as he turned around. "I revised that article again. Can you take a look for me?" She was busy with her thesis for her professional title evaluation. "Email it to me tonight," he said. Gu-yi wanted to say a few more words, but she was interrupted by a group of students who had spotted AI Jingshu. This was the first class of the new semester, and many students had been holding in their questions, so they swarmed around AI Jingshu, leaving no room for Gu-yi to speak. AI Jingshu could only gesture to Gu-yi and then led the students back to the classroom. As long as the students genuinely had questions, he was quite patient in answering them. Before long, the 10 minutes had passed, and he asked everyone to return to their seats. Just at that moment, Zhang Li, who had gone to find a book for someone, returned to her seat and saw that AI Jingshu had missed a call. Without thinking too much, she called him back. "Hello," he answered, when Zhang Li heard his voice. It seemed to echo, as if he were in a wide space. "I was busy just now and didn't hear my phone ring. Did those two trouble you? Where are you?" Upon hearing Zhang Li's voice, AI Jingshu looked up at the more than 100 students who had just quieted down and replied, "I'm in the classroom, getting ready for class." She didn't dare say anything else and quickly wanted to hang up. "Sorry, I'll call you back later." AI Jingshu stopped her in time, raising his voice slightly, which caught the student's attention. "What?" she asked, putting the phone back to her ear. "I'm fine. Don't worry about it," he said. When he said this, his voice lowered again, slow and heavy, like a whisper, causing the girl sitting in the front row who was straining to listen to his phone call to feel her heart race uncontrollably. Zhang Li's heart, which had been anxious, finally calmed down, and her guilt was reduced by half. Zhang Li was not one to linger on things. Since he said everything was fine, she didn't want to worry unnecessarily and bother him. In the following weeks, due to a busy work schedule and the CAF being hectic with the start of the semester, she rushed through her days. On the weekend, a few friends from the website planned to have dinner, and Zhang Li brought along Wu Ying, who was looking to mooch a meal at her small place. After dinner, Ning Feng mentioned that there were a few leftover movie tickets from a website activity, and since Wing loved watching movies, she eagerly agreed to go. So, they went to the cinema together. The men sat with men, and the women sat with women, with Zhang Li sitting between Ning Feng and Wu Ying. Midway through the film, Zhang Li received a call from her mother. The ringtone was loud, and she hurriedly answered it. "How'd it go last time?" "You should at least reply to her," Zhang's mother asked right off the bat. "What do you mean?" Zhang Li was a bit confused, as the movie was at a climactic moment between good and evil. "That man your Aunt Sheen introduced to you. Oh, he said he was quite satisfied with you and tried to call you, but it didn't go through. It's been over 10 days. I don't know what you think. I'm watching a movie. I'll call you back," Zhang Li said helplessly before hanging up. She casually held her phone in her hand. At that moment, Wu Ying's drink fell to the ground and rolled to Zhang Li's feet. Zhang Li bent down to pick it up for her, and while she did, her phone, which hadn't been locked, accidentally dialed a number, AI Jingshu's. At that moment, AI Jingshu was stuck in traffic on his way home. The weekend rush hour was much longer than usual, and he wasn't sure if there had been another accident ahead. The cars were moving at a snail's pace. The phone rang in the car, and he glanced at the number displayed on the LCD screen of the central console before pressing the answer button. "Hello," he said. There was no response on the other end. After a while, he called out again, but still got no reply. Then he heard some rustling sounds, like the rubbing of clothes. He realized that it was her accidental call. This was the first time he'd experienced something like this. It was quite common for him. Because his surname was relatively uncommon and started with the letter, he was often the first contact in many people's phone books. So he would occasionally receive misdialed calls. The cars in front moved a few meters forward, and he followed suit, but a taxi in the adjacent lane, seeing that they were moving slightly faster, attempted to switch lanes and cut in front of him. The driver turned the steering wheel quickly, with the traffic being so close. He almost bumped into the taxi's rear because he got distracted by the phone, but fortunately, he managed to brake in time. As he started moving forward again, he glanced at the display screen in the console. The call was still connected. Meanwhile, Zhengli had set her phone down on the seat beside her and was sharing a bucket of popcorn with Wu Ying, munching away. On the screen, an American was using a flamethrower against the enemy, creating a sea of fire, and then throwing incendiary bombs. Thinking back to how the Americans had used such weapons to torture the People's Volunteer Army seemed cruel, burning people alive without them daring to move. "Are you talking about Huang Jiguang?" Zhengli asked. Huang Jiguang was the one who blocked the gun barrel. Wu Ying replied irritably. "Wasn't it Dong Tsunrui who blocked the gun barrel?" Zhengli challenged. "You're hopeless." Wu Ying rolled her eyes and said, "My party educated you for 16 years, and it seems it was all for nothing." After the movie, Ning Feng volunteered to take Zhengli and Wu Ying home. Wu Ying said, "All right, anyway, I'm too lazy to take a taxi, but I need to go to the hospital, and it's not in the same direction as Zhengli's home." Ning Feng replied, "It's fine, I'll drop her off first and then take you." Zhengli looked at Ning Feng's back and suddenly felt foolish for sitting in the middle and blocking Wu Ying's romance. This wasn't the first time Wu Ying had gone out to eat with them, and she hadn't noticed it before. Meanwhile, Wu Ying was completely oblivious, thinking that Ning Feng really just wanted to drop someone off at home. Zhengli waved her hand and said, "You take Wu Ying. She needs to go to the hospital. It's more convenient for me to go home. I don't even need to transfer buses." She boarded the bus alone, took out her phone to check the time, and then slowly returned Zheng Mama's call. "Let me tell you, Zhengli, today I ran into an old neighbor who said the old lady's house is going to be demolished." "Demolished? For what?" "The county is going to build a tofu processing industrial park, and they need that land, so they're going door to door for surveys. You should be careful and don't let those people with the surname Zheng trick you. Not a single one of them is good. They're all eyeing your share. It's clearly your name, but they won't give it to you, bullying just the two of us." Zheng Mama rambled on and on. The old lady that Zheng Mama mentioned was Zhengli's grandmother. The Zheng family originally had a courtyard house in the county, but decades ago, when her uncle got married, they split up. The old lady was left with a small side room, while the others were given to her sons. Zhengli's father didn't get a share because he replaced the old man at the factory and had a stable job. The old lady probably held a grudge about it for a long time and worried about Zhengli, who had married out, fearing she would be wronged without her biological father. So before she passed away, she entrusted a familiar person and spent some money to transfer the ownership of her room to Zhengli. This was done secretly behind the backs of her other sons and daughters-in-law, and it wasn't until the old lady passed away that everyone found out. That caused quite a stir, but fortunately, it was only after the funeral that things came to light. Otherwise, they might have had to wake the old lady from her coffin to clarify things. After that, the house was registered in Zhengli's name, but it had always been occupied by them. Even Zhengli's father was unhappy, feeling that his daughter had taken what should have been his share. Zheng Mama had confronted them a few times, but with no way to reach them, she eventually gave up. Seeing Zheng Mama about to drag up decades of grievances again on the phone, Zhengli quickly said, "Mom, the phone is about to die." Only then did Zheng Mama remember another thing. She needed to call that Gu Haidong. "You're already 25 this year, and you're still picky. What kind of person do you actually want? Just weigh it yourself. Don't pick one here and one there, and end up with a defective lamp." A defective lamp is a term from Zhengli's hometown, referring to a low-quality oil lamp that leaks oil. Got it. Zhengli wondered if others, like her mom and Wu Ying's mom, used to be afraid of their daughters dating but now were suddenly more worried about them not getting married. Also, Zheng Mama added, "Don't keep your heart on you, Yi. He doesn't want you anymore, and you're still shamelessly leaving him space?" As soon as she heard Yu Yi's name, Zheng Li's eyes turned red, and she fell silent, hanging up the phone without a word. Then, she quietly held her phone, sitting on the bus home, staring at the neon lights outside, not moving for a long time. After a while, she composed herself and called that guy from last time. The person who introduced her to the blind date was Aunt Sheen, a friend of Zheng Mama's, who was very fierce and could turn black into white with just her words. Everyone around her was afraid. Zheng Li naturally didn't want to provoke her, so she didn't dare to neglect the blind date either. "Hello, is this Gu Haidong? I'm Zheng Li," she said. "Oh, hello. I heard you call me a few days ago. Sorry I didn't pick up," he explained good-naturedly. "It's okay. Are you free now? If you've eaten, how about watching a movie? I just came out of the cinema." "Oh," Gu Haidong on the other end said, "then let's have a cup of tea. Or coffee is fine." Zheng Li originally wanted to refuse him outright, but thinking of Aunt Sheen's fierce face, she held back and casually replied, "Okay. It would be nice to take the opportunity to clarify things with him since there were no other people around." So, Zheng Li got off the bus at the next stop and took a taxi to the agreed location. When she arrived, Gu Haidong was already waiting for her. After chatting about some trivial matters, Gu Haidong got to the point. "I heard you've never been in a relationship before. Is that true?" Gu Haidong sipped his coffee, smiling ambiguously. "Aunt Sheen said that? Yeah, you're almost 25 this year, and you Haven T had a relationship before, that essay bit." After saying that, he forced a smile. Zheng Li looked at his smiling face and suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. She didn't understand how society worked. If a woman of her age had never been in a relationship, some people would think there was something wrong with her. But if she had been in one, they might question whether she was a decent woman. Feeling a bit displeased, she said, "They probably want to leave a good impression." Then Zheng Li deliberately responded in a way that made it obvious. "Forget it. If they say I haven't, then I haven't." Gu Haidong naturally misunderstood. He had been quite satisfied with Zheng Li. Her job was good, she looked nice, and she seemed quiet, but he found it hard to believe that she had never been in a relationship. So he didn't know what to say and pulled out a cigarette to smoke. At that moment, Zheng Li actually wanted to borrow a cigarette from him to completely overturn her image, but she was afraid he would tell the elders. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Zheng Li regretted not having contacted Ma Yi or Wu Ying before coming, thinking that a 10-minute call would have given her an excuse to leave. Just then, Zheng Li's phone rang with a message, and surprisingly, it was from AI Jingchu. The message only contained 4 words. "It's Qiu Xiaoyan." She was baffled. Zheng Li pondered for a while, but couldn't figure out what it meant, thinking he must have sent it by mistake. In a flash, Zheng Li suddenly remembered the conversation she had with Wu Ying in the cinema, and she was puzzled as she checked her call log, just in time to see that she had called AI Jingchu earlier. Realizing it must have been a mistake due to not locking her keyboard, she opened a message again, read those 4 words, and then burst into laughter. Zheng Li's smile revealed a shallow dimple at the corner of her mouth. Gu Haidong's eyes flickered, a bit stunned. Zheng Li noticed he was looking at her and quickly raised her hand to cover the lower half of her face, lowering her head a little and quickly pursing her lips. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Haidong couldn't help but ask. "A joke from a friend. Let me hear it." Zheng Li put her phone away and smiled faintly. "It's a dark joke, but it's really not funny when read out loud." After that, Zheng Li sat with him for a while, feeling bored. When it was time apart, Gu Haidong asked, "Can I keep in touch with you?" Zheng Li was a bit surprised, not expecting he would still have a good impression of her, and hesitated before saying, "Mr. Gu, actually I already have someone in my heart." "Then why did you come to the blind date?" "Because I was pressured by the intermediary." Zheng Li could only squeeze out these 3 words after a long pause. "So you rushed to pay for the bill with me, just now, and last time too?" Gu Haidong pressed on. Zheng Li silently nodded. She never liked owing others anything, not even the meals that were inevitable in blind dates. "Are you 2 together now?" Gu Haidong asked, not willing to give up. Zheng Li looked away sadly. Seeing this, Gu Haidong understood and sighed. "Give me a chance." She really doesn't know how to refuse people. "Don't rush to answer me." Gu Haidong hurriedly interrupted her. "Let's talk about it next time we meet." Zheng Li slowly repeated the same phrase. "I'm sorry." By the time she got home, Zheng Li remembered that out of politeness, she should have called AI Jingchu to explain. But when she looked at the time, it was already a bit inappropriate, so she gave up. The next day, Zhengli got up early to help at the CAF. The wheat that went home for the new year had already returned. She had been working at Carol's, and since she had experience from other places, she was quite familiar with everything, unlike Dodo, who was a part-time student and needed to be taught everything. During the spring festival, Wheat took a month off, and now that she was back, both Zhengli and Ma Yi felt much more relaxed. There weren't many customers in the morning, so when Ma Yi went out to restock, Zhengli served customers while teaching Dodo to make juice. Is it used raw? Dodo pointed to the okra in Zhengli's hand. It could be blanched in hot water, but I prefer it raw. It tastes fresher, and the color looks greener. Saying this, Zhengli soaked the raw okra in salt water for a while, then scraped off the fuzz from the skin, cut it into small pieces, and put it in the blender. Then add a cup of milk. After Zhengli finished speaking, she pressed the button to start the blender. Soon, a cup of bright green okra milk juice was ready, and Zhengli poured it into a glass, inserting a straw for Dodo to serve to the customers. After a while, a boy who looked like a college student walked in, and as soon as Dodo welcomed him, she laughed. "Why is it you again?" Dodo smiled and led him to a window seat, then took his order and brought him water. "Do you know him?" Zhengli asked. Dodo mysteriously covered her mouth. "Sister Yi won't let me tell you." "Is there?" "You mustn't say I told you." It turned out that the boy was pursuing Ma Yi and had been coming every day for the past few days, which was annoying Ma Yi. To steal a few more glances at him, Zhengli specifically brought over the mocha he ordered. The boy smiled at Zhengli. "Thank you." That smile, paired with his wheat-colored skin, was dazzling. Zhengli couldn't help but smile back, and she suddenly understood why Ma Yi found him so irritating. This man was completely not Ma Yi's type. She had known her for many years and knew that she had always been into older men. The type with slightly pale skin, a calm demeanor, always dressed appropriately in a suit, raising an eyebrow when happy and slightly squinting when angry. Someone about 10 years older than her, capable and strategic. All the women in the world were infatuated with him, but the older man only loved her. As for childhood sweethearts, pure campus love, and brother-sister schoolmates, those were not her interests. Wooing had once summed it up in 12 words. Mature, stable, successful in career. And the last point especially important. Fair skin and good looks. Suddenly, Zhengli thought of AI Jingchu. If he could be 10 years older, work harder to become a dean or principal, or earn a few million more, he might just be Ma Yi's dream lover. Thinking of this, Zhengli couldn't help but chuckle. "Little sister, is Ma Yi not here?" the other party asked. Zhengli, wearing the CAF's uniform and with her hair in a ponytail, looked youthful and innocent, making him mistake her for a part-time student as well. "She went out and won't be back for a long time," Zhengli replied. Little did she know, at noon, Ma Yi cleverly called Dodo, learned that the man had been waiting for her, and simply left the store's matters to Zhengli, taking a leave to sneak away. On Sunday, the scene repeated itself. The boy came again, and Ma Yi hid again. Fortunately, Wooing didn't have to work that day and was there to help Zhengli. When Zhengli was about to call to tease Ma Yi again, she saw Gu Haidong appear at Carol's. "You." Zhengli was taken aback. Gu Haidong awkwardly smiled. "I heard Aunt Sheen say your CAF is here, so I came to take a look." As a guest, Zhengli couldn't say much and led him to a seat. "Who is he?" Wooing asked. "The blind date guy," Zhengli honestly replied. "You said you too wanted Anshan to pray. How come you brought back such rotten peach blossoms?" "Get lost. Actually, he looks somewhat decent." Wooing started teasing Zhengli again. Zhengli poked her to make her stop. "All right, you and Yi both want fair skin and good looks." Zhengli didn't have Ma Yi's indifferent personality. After a moment, she felt it was inappropriate to leave Gu Haidong hanging. After all, he was formally introduced by an elder. So she went to sit down and spoke a few words with him. "This place is really nice. We should have met here last time," Gu Haidong said. Zhengli smiled, but didn't respond. Gu Haidong picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. Zhengli noticed his pinky finger had a nail, not too long. Looking at the other hand resting on the table, it was the same. Actually, his hands were quite nice, and having just a short nail on the pinky didn't seem out of place. However, she didn't like it. Yu Yi's fingers were a bit thicker, with the blue veins on the back of his hand protruding, and his nails were cut very short, even filed down, making them not pretty at all. Mentioning the word pretty made her think of another pair of hands, which felt similar to Yu Yi's. In the hotel at Dongshan, they rested on a couch in the room, warm and long, fair and clean. At that time, she had touched it a bit uncontrollably. Later, by the river, when she hesitated whether to switch gears and crash into the other party in retaliation, that hand covered hers, teaching her not to be timid. That was the closest point between him and Yu Yi. Zhang Li looked up at Gu Haidong and said, "Mr. Gu, I think I made myself clear that day." Gu Haidong nodded, "I know. I just came to sit down. As a customer, isn't that welcome?" Since he said so, Zhang Li could no longer refute and had to let him do as he pleased. When she got up, she saw the boy at another table. And he smiled again. "Little sister, is Ma Yi coming today?" Zhang Li's expression darkened. What kind of situation is this? Spring has indeed come, and the peach blossoms are blooming everywhere. 29 Seeking the Impossible, Part 1. Removed side story. The story takes place between the exclusive memories and the world of microdust. Qinting always thought Mu Qinghe was a strange person, although Mu Qinghe never realized it himself. Whether he bought a car, dressed, or even used his phone, whatever style was most common on the streets was definitely his choice. He thought this was great, but the more he did this, the stranger it seemed to others. Finally, one day, Chun Ting couldn't help but complain to Shui Tong. "Why don't you talk about him?" Chun Ting said, "Should I call him alternative or non-mainstream?" Shui Tong teased him. "At least don't follow the trend so much." Chun Ting sighed. After all, he was the school's poster boy. Chun Ting paused when he mentioned the term poster boy, and in the end, he angrily added two words, one of, "Why has our Chungha become one of them?" Shui Tong, who was cooking, rinsed the rice and wiped his hands on a towel. Another one has appeared in the medical school. Chun Ting said. Shui Tong didn't mind, putting the rice into the pot, then started cutting vegetables again. "With just the four of us, why are you making so many dishes? We're not outsiders. It's fine to keep it simple." Chun Ting leaned against the kitchen door and asked Shui Tong. Shui Tong rolled his eyes at him. "This is for Teacher Mu. Not just for you. You're so ungracious to guests. I was once Teacher Chen after all." Chun Ting shook his head. "You're sitting here enjoying the warmth and sipping hot tea, while Chengo braves the wind and rain to pick up your wife and kids at the airport. How much more decent do you expect him to be?" Shui Tong was angry. Chun Ting's wife, Wen Qian, took their child to Sanya for vacation and had booked an afternoon flight home. Today was New Year's Eve, and the airport was crowded, making it particularly inconvenient to return to the city. Chun Ting had to stay behind due to an urgent matter, so he asked Mu Qinghe to drive and pick them up. Shui Tong was quite worried because Mu Qinghe hadn't driven on the highway alone for a long time. "I'll drive slowly," Mu Qinghe reassured her before leaving. "I'll go get the hearing aid." "No need to wear it. It's uncomfortable," he frowned. "No way," she insisted. Mu Qinghe's hearing in his left ear had been deteriorating, so Shui Tong had taken him to get a hearing aid. However, she later heard someone say that wearing a hearing aid for too long could also damage hearing. Not knowing if there was any scientific basis for this, she didn't dare to experiment with him, so she went along with his wishes as long as he still had one ear that worked. But he absolutely couldn't be careless while driving. Mu Qinghe took the hearing aid from her hand and obediently put it on. "Why don't I drive, and you just accompany me?" Shui Tong suggested. "It's so cold and rainy outside. Why would you go? Besides, if you go, who will cook? What'll we eat on New Year's Eve with the five of us?" He can't just eat his stir-fried cabbage with shredded meat and shredded meat with cabbage again. I don't know if it's a residual effect of their teacher-student relationship, but every time he carefully explains something, she always dares not to refute him. "Then you should go and come back quickly." Shui Tong could only agree. However, after saying go and come back quickly, she felt it was inappropriate and quickly added, "Not quickly, but come back slowly, no rush." But she still looked unwilling. He couldn't help but laugh. Originally, he was ready to go out with the car keys in hand, but at this moment, he turned back and gently pecked her lips. Unexpectedly, the flight was delayed for more than an hour, and by the time Chintingle arrived at their home, Mu Qinghe was still waiting at the airport. So, whenever this matter was brought up, Shui Tong was filled with frustration. After finally waiting at the airport for Wen Qian and her child, Mu Qinghe saw Xiao Chunsheng and immediately picked him up. "Uncle Mu, Uncle Mu, Uncle Mu." Xiao Chunsheng really liked Mu Qinghe and immediately hugged his neck, planting several kisses on his face. Mu Qinghe laughed so much he was tickled. Xiao Chunsheng then said, "The plane we took today was so big. My dad said that you will design such planes for us to ride in the future. Your dad loves to brag for me. Mu Qinghe replied with a smile and shook his head. Wen Qian interjected, thank you for your trouble. It's nothing. They're all waiting at home, Mu Qinghe replied. Mu Qinghe put the luggage in the trunk and settled the child before starting the car. Wen Qian, sitting in the back seat, shared many experiences from the seaside with Mu Qinghe, while Xiao Chunsheng kept getting up to cause trouble, wanting to adjust the air conditioning, poke the sunroof, and even try to climb over the armrest to the passenger seat. With Mu Qinghe in front, Wen Qian initially tried to calmly persuade the child to sit down. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chunsheng suddenly opened the window next to him to the maximum, causing the materials Mu Qinghe had placed near the back window to fly all over the back seat. Finally, Wen Qian couldn't hold back her anger anymore. Mu Qinghe advised, Sister Qian, talk to the child nicely, don't scare him. If he wants to mess around, let him be as long as I lock the car doors. He can't open them. It's all his dad's fault for spoiling him, Wen Qian sighed. Boys are naturally mischievous. If too many rules are set when they are young, stopping them at every turn will affect their creativity and imagination. With just a little bit of genetic material from me and Chun Ting, what creativity can we have? Wen Qian laughed, but you guys. She picked up the loose papers and asked, when are you going to invite us to your wedding? And when will you have kids? Mu Qinghe glanced at the rearview mirror, turned on the signal light, changed lanes, and replied slowly, Shui Tong is still young. Let's wait a bit longer. The red envelope just won't get delivered. We're getting anxious over here, when she joked. At home, Shui Tong was just plating the sweet and sour pork ribs when the cake shop delivered the birthday cake. Chun Ting helped sign for it and asked, whose birthday is it? Shui Tong said, Chang ah. Chun Ting slapped his forehead. I completely forgot. There's no 30th day of the 12th lunar month this year. So Shui Tong decided to celebrate his birthday in advance. Mohinga loved a lively atmosphere. And since the two of them didn't have many relatives they regularly interacted with, it worked out perfectly that Chun Ting, who had returned to his hometown, was invited to join them for dinner. By the time Mu Qing got home, it was already dinner time. The 4 adults and 1 child enjoyed a warm and cheerful meal together. Chun Ting remarked, you've had some bad luck in this life. Your birthday comes around less often than others. It's not every year we skip the 30th day of the 12th month. You know, Mu Qing, however, replied, if you think about it this way, every few years, I'm a year younger than all of you. Every few years, I lose a year. Before long, I'll be the same age as Shui Tong. Chun Ting burst into laughter. Buddy, you're finally feeling the melancholy of an old cow eating tender grass, huh? Your girlfriend is as lovely as a flower, while you're clearly past your prime. And she still wants to marry you. Wen Qian nudged Chun Ting's arm, signaling him to stop. Shui Tong had gone to the kitchen to fetch plates for the cake and wasn't present at the moment. They had moved into their new home less than a month ago. Previously, Mu Qing had received a bonus for his achievements, which he used for the down payment. Finally securing this new place. Their neighbors were a slightly older couple who were exceptionally warm-hearted, often sharing homemade dishes from their hometown. They also had a child named Nyo, a few years older than Xiao Chunsheng, who would always come over to play whenever he saw him. Earlier that day, Shui Tong had run into Nyo's mother and learned that her husband wouldn't be home for New Year's Eve, leaving just the two of them for the holiday. So, Shui Tong invited Nyo over to share Mu Qing's birthday cake and liven things up. After a while, Shui Tong complained that the TV show wasn't interesting and suggested they play mahjong instead. Sounds good, Mu Qing agreed. He had only recently learned how to play and was still in that curious, novice phase. Chun Ting shot him a resentful look. It's fine, but I absolutely refuse to play with you. I don't know if mahjong is about luck or intelligence, but every single time, I end up losing money to you. If you're going to be here, I might as well just hand over whatever amount you want to win. So, Chun Ting and his wife, Shui Tong, and Nyo's mother settled in for a game of mahjong, while Mu Qing was left out and had to watch the kids. Whenever the two children were together, they usually ended up showing off their skills. Xiao Chunsheng performed a song he had learned in kindergarten. Just then, Nyo's mother won the round and got up from the table. Encouraging her son, she said, I've told you before that Uncle Mu is a teacher. Why don't you recite the multiplication table for your little brother and the uncles and aunties? Nyo was a bright child, and his parents had made sure to nurture his skills. By the age of 5, he had already mastered simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Multiplying two-digit numbers by single digits or adding large numbers was no trouble for him. As for equations like 8 times 8 is 64 or 9 times 9 is 81, he could rattle them off effortlessly. Seeing how clever he was, Mu Cheng couldn't resist slipping into teacher mode. "Let me test you, Nyonyo," he said. "What is 10 times 10? Nyonyo blurted out without thinking. 100. "What about 11 times 11? This stumped the child. Nyonyo scratched his head, stared at the ceiling with a wrinkled little face, and thought for a long time before finally saying, "I don't know." The uncle said, "I know a simple way. Want me to teach you?" Mu Cheng blinked. Nyonyo was particularly sensitive to numbers and was curious, so he quickly nodded. Mu Cheng slowly said, "Let's say 12. It's easier to understand than 11. 11 times 11 has 4 digits that are all 1, which can easily confuse people. If we want to calculate 12 times 12, you need to first think about what 12 plus 2 equals," Mu Cheng asked. 14, Nyonyo answered. "Then we multiply the last digits of 12 and 12. What is 2 times 2? 4, Nyonyo answered again. Listening to the serious conversation between the big and small voices, even Shui Tong couldn't help but stop and perk up her ears. "Now it's simple. We finally combined 14 and 4, and 144 is the answer." Shui Tong, who was listening beside them, thought it was so simple and possible. Then she couldn't help but take out her phone to calculate it once, and unexpectedly it indeed turned out to be 144. Mu Cheng glanced at her. "Do you need to use a calculator to verify this? Your brain must be rusting. How did you get into a university back then? Who told you to never teach me?" Shui Tong retorted. "Isn't this something you should have learned in elementary school?" Mu Cheng said. "My elementary school teacher didn't teach that," Nyonyo's mom said admiringly. "So Mu teacher teaches math?" She only knew that Mu Cheng was a teacher, but hadn't inquired about what he specifically taught. Mu Cheng then said to Nyonyo, "So according to Uncle's method, calculate 11 times 11. Nyonyo thought for a moment and answered, 121. "What about 15 times 15? 225. Nyonyo was extremely excited. "Clever." Mu Cheng peeled an orange and shared it with the two kids, then added, "But after 19, you'll need to use different methods. Uncle will teach you next time." The mahjong game went on for a long time, and the kids' biological clocks told them it was bedtime. They really couldn't hold on anymore and were almost falling asleep while sitting, so the mahjong quickly dispersed. As soon as their two families left, the room fell silent. Mu Cheng was in the kitchen washing dishes and tidying up while Shui Tong stood on the balcony making a phone call to her mom. Her mom asked about Shui Tong's recent situation and then mentioned a few things about her and Uncle Chun, and finally came to the usual topic. "How long are you two going to drag this out? We know ourselves. Why are you worrying?" Shui Tong laughed. Just as she hung up, Mu Cheng walked out from inside. "All done?" she asked. "Yes," he hugged her from behind. "The house is next to the riverside and very close to Chin Ting's house. On the opposite bank is the fireworks launching point in the city." At this moment, many people had already started setting off fireworks, one after another bursting in the air. Mu Cheng said, "Shui Tong, I love you. Marry me." "No way." She laughed. He said dejectedly, "You should at least think about it. You ask me every day, where do I have time to think?" Shui Tong laughed heartily. "Tonight is so special. You should at least pretend to think about it." He earnestly advised her. "Okay, I'll ask you what 9999 cubed is. If you can calculate it immediately, I'll think about it once and answer you." "So difficult." Mu Cheng frowned. "If you don't use your brain often, it will rust, you know." Mu teacher holds grudges. She will repay every grievance. "I can't calculate it. I'm old." His frown continued. "No making cute faces. Be serious," Shui Tong criticized him. He thought for a moment, and then thought again. It took a long time. She said. Now he was very serious, ignoring Shui Tong's urging. Every time he did mental calculations, he would finally integrate a row of numbers in his mind, and because the digits were too long, it would take even more time to say them in Chinese. Finally, he answered, 9,997,299,999. Shui Tong nodded. "Good. Write it down. I'll verify it later." Then she prepared to go back inside. However, he didn't move, holding her back, smiling and not letting her go. "Marry me." Mu Cheng started to act spoiled, Can I say it one more time today? I've been asking for several months. Even Chun Ting is laughing at me. It's only been a few months. Back then you tormented me for a year or two. They had agreed that Mu Chunghe would propose to her once every day, along with saying I love you, to relieve her grievances. I was wrong, knowing my mistake should come with a remedy. So I also want you to taste the bitterness of being unable to ask for something. She originally was not such a lawless person, but now being pampered and spoiled, her unreasonable nature gradually showed itself in front of him. The first time I taught class, I should have stood on the stage and said, Shuetong, I love you. Marry me. Shuetong laughed. Or, when cheating, I shouldn't have handed in your note. I should have picked it up and returned it to you, and then let you marry me. I didn't cheat. Mentioning this made Shuetong angry. I didn't cheat. That thing was mine, but someone else copied it. I didn't look at a single word, and you later wronged me. At this moment, Mooching's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. 30 Wednesday. Zheng Li went to the dental hospital. She usually registers at the lobby on the first floor after entering. Today, she came a bit late because she first returned to her unit, so there were already many people in line when she arrived. After a long wait, when it was finally her turn, she handed over her medical card and follow-up card, saying, I'm here for a follow-up with AI Jingshu. Then the staff handed back the change and the registration slip. At this moment, a man with a strong local accent beside her became agitated, grabbing Zheng Li and saying to the nurse, What's going on? Are you bullying us country folks? Zheng Li looked at the man in surprise. Why is it that when we register for AI Jingshu, you say there are none? She has a later appointment than us? The man yelled, Are you bullying us for not understanding? Opening the back door, the nurse impatiently replied, That person is registered for a follow-up. She made an appointment a month ago. We from out of town can't make an appointment a month in advance. You're clearly bullying us. Professor AI is fully booked. You can register for someone else. The nurse didn't want to waste more words with him, turned and shouted, Next. The man looked like a simple country person. Behind him was a woman holding a 2- or 3-year-old child. Seeing that the nurse ignored him, he held Zheng Li's clothes and said, Miss, please let your appointment go to me. We are in a hurry. What's wrong? The child's speech is unclear. We have a fellow villager who introduced us to see Dr. AI. But yesterday and the day before, they said he wasn't seeing patients. And today they said the appointment is gone. But this appointment, it's written with a name and it's a follow-up. Can it be given up? Also, ISNT AI Jingshu a dentist? What does that have to do with speech? What are you doing? A stern shout interrupted Zheng Li's thoughts. And when she turned around, it was actually Gu Haidong again. She saw Gu Haidong pull the man's hand away, shielding Zheng Li behind him. You're here for medical treatment too? Zheng Li asked Gu Haidong in confusion. Your mom said you were coming to see the dentist today. I know they take a long time for follow-ups here. And since I'm on a break anyway, I came along to keep you company, Gu Haidong explained. He was becoming bolder each time. Zheng Li turned away from Gu Haidong and said to the couple, Teacher AI is very nice. Why don't we go find him together? If he has time, you might not mind seeing one more patient? Zheng Li hesitated a bit when she said this. She was someone who liked to meddle in others' business. There were many people in the hospital who couldn't get treated, each with their own difficulties. But this situation tugged at her. It was another pair of parents doing this for their child. In the past, Yu had told her about something from his childhood. When he was 2 or 3 years old, he still had pronunciation issues, and his parents were anxious, as country people with low education didn't understand anything. They thought he was low in intelligence and slow-witted. Later, when they took him to a city hospital, the doctor exclaimed it was just a short frenulum, nothing serious. Then, after making some preparations and taking scissors to cut the frenulum under the tongue, it was solved in a few minutes. So, sometimes, Zheng Li felt that a very minor incident could shape a child's entire life. Afterward, Zheng Li led the couple upstairs, with Gu Haidong following behind. Along the way, she was nervous, hoping AI Jingshu wouldn't be so inflexible or think she was overstepping by making decisions for him, just because they had crossed paths a few times. When they arrived at the consultation room, AI Jingshu wasn't there. He had gone to the mold room. They waited for about 10 minutes before AI Jingshu returned. It had been 4 weeks since Zheng Li last saw him. Underneath his white coat, he wore a dark gray shirt, its top button undone, the collar slightly open. The moment he entered, his gaze landed on Zheng Li, pausing briefly. He was about to approach when a student intercepted him midway. Zheng Li didn't dare disturb him and waited along while before he finally stood up and walked over. Docteur E. Zheng Li nearly blurted out his full name before catching herself. Leave the follow-up card on the table. I'll call you in a moment, AI Jingchu said. Zheng Li looked at him somewhat guiltily. I have some friends. Their child wanted to see you, but they couldn't get an appointment. I was wondering if it would be convenient for you. She gestured to the couple behind her. AI Jingchu shifted his gaze to the couple and asked without hesitation, what is the issue? Seeing his attitude, Zheng Li breathed a sigh of relief. After standing for a few minutes and realizing there was nothing for her to do, she exchanged a brief greeting with Zhou Wen and went to wait in the reception hall. Gu Haidong followed her out and sat down beside her. Let's start as friends, Gu Haidong said. Zheng Li glanced at him, hesitating to speak. They were both mature adults, and since things had already been made clear, there was no need to waste any more words. So, Zheng Li didn't respond, and instead took out her phone to play a game. Can't we start as friends? He pressed. Gu Haidong asked again after a while. Zheng Li remained silent. After a short while, the couple came out holding their baby. Upon seeing Zheng Li in the hall, they nodded gratefully and thanked her. Zheng Li asked, how is the situation? The man said, Dr. AI told us to go to their main hospital to find Dr. Tang from the ENT department. Can we find him? Yes, doctor. AI just called to contact us, the man said. Thank you, big sister. The woman also said to Zheng Li, you are all good-hearted people. After seeing the couple off, Zheng Li sat down again. After waiting for several minutes, the broadcast finally called Zheng Li's number. Gu Haidong said again, you can tell the doctor that that couple you just met is your friends. We've met so many times. Don't they count as friends? Are there friends like you? Zheng Li retorted, I won't do it anymore. Is that okay? I just want to see you, but you don't answer my calls or reply to my texts. I think I've made myself clear. Zheng Li helplessly replied, as she wasn't good at handling such situations. You're single. I'm single. I have the right to pursue. His voice was a bit loud, attracting the attention of those around them. Zheng Li didn't dare to argue with him, fearing he would continue, and could only stand up and say, this is a public place. Can you please be mindful of the occasion? Then I'll wait for you to have lunch at noon. Gu Haidong persisted. Just as Zheng Li was about to refuse again, a voice interrupted their conversation. Zheng Li saw AI Jingchu standing not far away, calling her name. The announcement has called you twice. If you don't come in, I'll move on to the next one. AI Jingchu added coldly, with a blank expression. Hey! Zheng Li felt as if she had grasped a lifeline and eagerly followed AI Jingchu into the consultation room. Then, when Zhou Wen changed her gloves, arranged the tray, turned on the light, and asked Zheng Li to open her mouth, she sensed something odd about the situation. The rumored teacher's wife was lying on the treatment bed. The teacher sat upright with solemn dignity, and just 2 meters away, a man stood by her side, gazing at her affectionately. AI Jingchu remained silent the entire time. Not even instructing Zhou went on the next steps. He quietly performed the procedure himself. When he was adding a thicker wire to the other side, he leaned down, one hand gently resting on Zheng Li's cheek while the other worked with the pliers, his chest hovering right before her eyes. His collar was slightly open, and she could catch the faint scent emanating from him. Embarrassed, she instinctively flinched. Don't move, AI Jingchu said. These were the first words she heard from him since entering the room. Time stretched endlessly, her face pressed against the fabric of his chest. She remained completely still in silence. Once it was over, Zhou Wen proactively scheduled Zheng Li's next appointment. AI Jingchu, who had already been called away by another patient, took a few steps before turning back and saying to Zheng Li, let us have lunch together at noon. Huh? Zheng Li's mind was a bit numb, and she didn't react immediately. He glanced at her and added, I'll try to finish work by 12 o'clock. You can wait for me in the office, and we'll have lunch together. With that, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a set of keys, and handed them to Zheng Li. Zheng Li took them in a daze. Before leaving, AI Jingchu didn't forget to instruct Zhou Wen, if you have time, take her there. She won't find it on her own. Zhou Wen couldn't help but shoot a glare at Gu Haidong, thinking how despicable this man was, even daring to stir up trouble on her mentor's turf. What a jerk! Does he know how tedious their orthodontic studies are? Does he know how hard it is to dig up gossip about Professor AI? Does he know that whenever Professor AI lectures, students from other departments come to audit, making it impossible to secure a seat? Does he know that the entire department, represented by the boys in her boyfriend's dorm, eagerly awaits the day when the campus heartthrob, AI, is officially taken, so the female students might lose hope and give him a chance? But this man, actually dares to compete with Professor AI for food. Without hesitation, she turned to her junior and said, "Cover for me for a bit. I'll be right back." Then, she motioned for Zheng Li to follow her. For the first time, Zheng Li didn't feel embarrassed about being misunderstood like this. She silently thanked AI Jingchu in her heart. At least this way, she could avoid Gu Haidong for a while. Zheng Li couldn't help but glance back at the man. He stood in front of another dental chair, turning on the light and holding a mirror as he examined a patient's mouth, his face slightly tilted. He didn't look up again. Earlier, he must have overheard her awkward situation outside and casually stepped in to help. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have wasted time chatting during work hours. Seeing this, Gu Haidong took a few steps forward, trying to call Zheng Li back. Zhou Wen deliberately turned around and said, "Shermu, teacher's wife, if you're tired, there's a bed in Professor AI's office. You can rest there while waiting for him to finish work." Gritting her teeth, Zheng Li ignored Gu Haidong and followed Zhou Wen as they dashed away. So what if it was a misunderstanding? It was still better than being stuck with Gu Haidong like a piece of stubborn gum. Following Zhou Wen, they turned a corner in the hallway and stopped outside a room next to the water dispenser at the very end. Zhou Wen opened the door and handed the key back to Zheng Li. "This is the shared break room for Professor AI and Professor L. But Professor L isn't on duty today, so he definitely won't come. You can make yourself at home." Normally, Zhou Wen mixed up her L and N sounds, often becoming the butt of jokes, but this time she enunciated carefully. If she accidentally called Professor L Professor N, that would be disastrous. After Zhou Wen left, Zheng Li took a look around the room. It was a cramped space. Under the window on the other side was a wash basin, and the rest of the furniture consisted of a locker, a three-seater sofa, and a desk near the entrance. There was no sign of the rumored bed Zhou Wen had mentioned. Crowded but orderly, Zheng Li set down her bag and sat on the sofa. Out of politeness, she didn't dare touch anything in the room, so she played with her phone instead. Soon it was noon. She figured Gu Haidong must have left by now. If he still hadn't given up after all this, she really had no idea what else to do. Zheng Li waited another 10 minutes. But AI Jingchu still showed no sign of appearing. She knew he was just trying to help her out of trouble, just like in Dongshan, just like when he accepted Director Li's invitation to dinner, and not because he really wanted to have a meal with her. So, she thought of going to say hello, returning the key, and letting him continue to be busy without worrying about her. Just as she got up, she heard someone knock on the door. She opened it and saw AI Jingchu standing at the door, holding a takeout box. He said, "Sorry, I'm late." Zheng Li replied, "It's okay, no rush." Since there wasn't enough time for a proper lunch, they would make do for now and have a big dinner later. As he spoke, he placed the takeout box on the table and walked over to the wardrobe to take off his white coat. Zheng Li hurriedly said, "No need, no need. You go ahead with your work. Thank you for helping me out earlier. I'll just head back." AI Jingchu paused for a moment while hanging up his coat, his eyelids drooping, and his tightly pressed lips moved slightly. After a moment, he turned around and looked at Zheng Li, saying, "I'm not busy anymore." The 6 words AI Jingchu said in a slow manner made Zheng Li freeze for a moment, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Following that, AI Jingchu didn't continue the conversation, but turned to wash his hands at the sink. He quietly rinsed his hands twice with that old-fashioned bar soap, from his fingertips to the gaps between his fingers, then to his palms and wrists. "I didn't know what you liked, so I ordered a few home-style dishes," he said as he arranged the food, seemingly unaware that Zheng Li's previous statement was a farewell. The dishes were not what Zheng Li liked, but they were suitable for her dental situation. She stood in place, unsure of how to proceed. If she left like this, it would indeed feel inappropriate. Thus, Zheng Li never expected that she and AI Jingchu would share their second meal together in life like this. In fact, during the time she was waiting for him earlier, she had thought that if they went out to eat together, This time, she would definitely pay, because he had helped her so many times, and she had also damaged his car. Moreover, isn't it usually the patients treating the doctors to meals? How could a doctor treat a patient to a meal? At this time, the only 2 chairs in the room were moved to the side of the desk. The boxes of food were placed on the table, with Zheng Li sitting directly in front of the desk, while AI Jingchu sat diagonally across from her, blocked by the computer tower, unable to stretch his long legs, and had to eat in an awkward posture. After working for a long time, he seemed to be hungry and quickly moved his chopsticks. Zheng Li, on the other hand, had just changed to a thicker wire for her braces and added some strength, making her teeth feel a bit sore and uncomfortable. Fortunately, the dishes he ordered were either tofu or eggplant, which didn't require much chewing. AI Jingchu was always taciturn, and during the meal, it was even more so. Zheng Li, with her personality, also disliked talking, so the two of them quietly ate for a long time. Just when Zheng Li thought this silence would continue, she heard AI Jingchu ask, "Do you have a break at noon during work?" "No break," Zheng Li replied. The room returned to silence, and after a while, AI Jingchu asked again, "What about lunch?" Zheng Li glanced at him, feeling that AI Jingchu was a bit different from usual, as if he was trying to make conversation, which was completely out of character for him. Was he feeling awkward too, thus looking for a topic? "We order takeout, or we can bring lunch from home in the morning, or take turns going out to eat with colleagues. Anyway, we can't lack people." She cooperatively added a few more sentences. "It's even tighter than our consultation time," AI Jingchu said. "But we're just killing time. We're not as busy as you," Zheng Li said with an embarrassed smile. "Consultation hours are relatively regular, unlike in the operating room," AI Jingchu replied. Speaking of the operating room and meals, Zheng Li suddenly had a question she wanted to ask, so she curiously said, "Can doctors eat during surgery?" AI Jingchu looked at her, not understanding why she would ask such a strange question, and replied, "No, they can't. If they could eat in there, that would be a problem. Some surgeries take more than 10 hours. Can't they eat at all?" Zheng Li asked in confusion. "Hands must be below the shoulders, above the waist, and within the midline of the armpits on both sides. In such a situation, how can they eat? Standing? Not necessarily. It depends on which part of the surgery is being performed." "What about going to the bathroom?" Zheng Li finally asked the question she was most curious about, glancing at the food in front of her, though this question wasn't very appropriate. "What if you can't hold it?" She pressed on. "If absolutely necessary. They would have to switch out, the assistant would take over, and then they would have to scrub in again, disinfect, and change clothes." Upon hearing this, Zheng Li felt that the image of all doctors had suddenly become more impressive. AI Jingchu finished eating before her and said, "Take your time. I'll rest on the sofa for a bit." He left the table and walked over to sit on the sofa. After sitting down, he slowly leaned back against the sofa, and when his neck touched the headrest, his entire body relaxed, but his cervical spine and shoulder blades ached intensely. He took a deep breath, his brows furrowing tightly together. Zheng Li had her back to him and didn't see his furrowed brow. She felt embarrassed to dawdle alone, so she quickly swallowed her food in a few bites. Then, she tidied up the table, took out her toothbrush, toothpaste, and cup from her bag, and prepared to rinse her mouth. Before getting braces, she couldn't understand the feeling of food residue getting stuck between the gaps of braces and wires. So she had to brush her teeth every time after eating, or it would drive her to the brink of collapse. Zheng Li walked to the sink, filled a cup with water, stirred it with her toothbrush a few times, and then squeezed toothpaste onto it after wetting it. "Do you brush your teeth like that?" AI Jingchu suddenly said from the sofa behind her, catching Zheng Li off guard. She hadn't expected him to be observing her. "What's wrong?" she thought. Having lived a quarter of a century, she didn't think there was anything wrong with brushing her teeth like this. "It's better if the toothbrush head is dry before it goes in your mouth," AI Jingchu said. "Brushing teeth relies on friction to clean them when dry. It's the most effective, and one tea create a mouthful of foam. But it's so hard and dry, it feels uncomfortable to brush. With your braces, you should use a smaller, softer toothbrush." He got up, opened the wardrobe next to Zheng Li, took out a new toothbrush from the drawer, then turned around, took a cup, and went to the water room to fill it with hot water, unwrapped the toothbrush, rinsed it under the tap, and finally soaked it in the cup of hot water. "You can also add some salt at home later," AI Jingchu said. After a few minutes, He dried the water droplets on the toothbrush and handed it to Zheng Li. Following his advice, Zheng Li squeezed toothpaste onto her toothbrush again. Feeling pressured to brush her teeth under the supervision of a dental doctor, and she was much more meticulous than usual, ensuring she cleaned each tooth thoroughly. Suddenly she thought, if AI Jingchu started dating someone in the future, would he also meticulously ask the other person right before kissing, "Did you brush your teeth?" Thinking of this, Zheng Li couldn't help but smile. Seeing her smile oddly, AI Jingchu asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Zheng Li said, but the smile in her eyes spread. She suddenly felt that her interactions with her dentist had become easier. A few minutes later, a student came to the office looking for AI Jingchu, giving Zheng Li the chance to excuse herself and go to work. For the entire afternoon, probably because it was raining, there were very few readers in the library. She found a travel magazine and slowly flipped through it for a long time. Just before 5 o'clock, her phone rang. She opened the drawer to check and saw it was her former stepfather, Deng Gang. "Uncle," Zheng Li called out. "Xiao Li, it's been a long time since I last saw you." Zheng Li didn't know how to respond and awkwardly smiled at the phone. "You and?" Deng Gang hesitated to ask. "How have you and your mom been lately?" "Good, and you?" "I'm good too. I'm on a business trip in City A today. How about going out for dinner tonight?" In the end, he added 2 more words, "you guys." His words were vague, but Zheng Li completely understood that you guys refer to her and her mom. "However, my mom, she went traveling with friends and won't be back until next week." She had no other choice but to lie. "Oh, okay," he replied. After hanging up, Zheng Li stared blankly at the rainy day outside the window, not moving for a long time. After a while, she checked the time, called Wu Wanxian next door to cover for her, and secretly left half an hour early through the back door. She came out of the office and took a taxi to the mall. She rarely bought things for men and didn't know what to choose. So, she called Ma Yi. Ma Yi knew that Gu Haidong had been keeping an eye on her lately, and jokingly said, "Wow, looks like things are going well. You two are even exchanging tokens of love now." "Stop being sarcastic," Zheng Li laughed. "If you're buying for Gu Haidong, let me tell you, you don't need to bother. Even if you just give him a spit, he'd be thrilled." Just as Ma Yi finished this sentence, Zheng Li suddenly heard Wu Ying's voice on the other end of the line, indicating that the two of them were together. Wu Ying chimed in loudly. "Who are you giving spit to?" "There is a skill to giving spit to. It depends on whether it's spat in their face from a distance or fed mouth to mouth." Zheng Li happily hung up and continued to wander aimlessly in the mall. After much effort, she finally picked out a jacket and shirt that were the least likely to go wrong. She was indecisive, pondering over colors and sizes for a long time, unable to make up her mind. Just as she was about to be late for the appointment, she bit the bullet and paid. In the end, she kept confirming with the sales assistant whether it could be exchanged if it didn't fit. When Zheng Li was waiting for Deng Gang at a restaurant near the hotel he was staying in, she remembered what AI Jing had said at noon. He seemed to have mentioned having dinner together that night, but she couldn't be sure if it was just polite talk or a real plan. It was like when colleagues or acquaintances casually say during conversation, "I'll treat you to dinner another day," or when her stepfather's friends came over. And due to time constraints, her mom would say, "Next time, let you know in advance, and we'll make a nice meal." As for whether that another day or next time was tomorrow, the day after, or a day that might never come, many people might not delve into it deeply. Zheng Li, being cautious as always, quickly weighed in her mind and felt that considering her relationship with AI Jing, it was probably just a polite remark. However, out of respect for a doctor who would still be treating her for another 2 or 3 years, she proactively picked up her phone and sent a text. "Teacher AI, thank you for lunch. I'll treat you another day." After carefully reviewing the subtle message, she sent it. Just as she set her phone down, Deng Gang arrived. It had been a while since she last saw him. It seemed like he had lost quite a bit of hair on top. He pulled out a chair and sat down, and the first thing he said upon seeing Zheng Li was, "Girl, order more good food. Don't save money for me." This statement caused Zheng Li to feel a wave of emotion. Back in high school, when she was living on campus, every time Deng Gang passed by the school to see her, he would say the same thing. Before that, even her biological father had never spoiled her like that. She had secretly cried before, and then felt secretly happy. A few years later, when she was ready to accept Deng Gang's role as a father, her mom told her they were getting a divorce. Zheng Li took out the thing she had bought for Deng Gang. "Uncle Deng, try this on and see if it fits." "This looks great." Deng Gang said with a smile. He initially didn't want to try it on and kept saying it fit. In the end, under Zheng Li's insistence, he took off his outerwear and put it on. Ah, seems a bit big. Zheng Li regretted and blamed herself. No, it fits just right, Deng Gang insisted, praising it. The shoulders of the jacket were a bit wide, which made the sleeves longer, clearly one size larger. Yet Deng Gang insisted it fit perfectly, saying that he preferred loose clothing because he was older. Zheng Li felt a mix of emotions, but had to give up. After finishing with his last patient, AI Jing returned to his office, washed his hands, changed clothes, and then locked the office door as he left. He casually took out his phone and saw Zheng Li's text. The corridor had white walls, and blue flooring was laid down. Nurses were tidying up equipment alongside students, while the stainless steel trolley rolled rhythmically over the floor, occasionally interrupted by children greeting AI Jing as they passed by. Standing in front of his office door, one hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone, AI Jing quietly lowered his head to stare at the text on the screen. Finally, he took his hand out of his pocket, switched the phone to the other hand, and replied to her with 3 words, no need. As April arrived, the weather grew warmer. Zheng Li's cycling section on her website began organizing cycling activities frequently. She had missed many times, and finally, with no reason left to decline, she suddenly recalled the ambiguous feelings between Ning Feng and Wu Ying, so she signed up, wanting to drag Wu Ying and Ma Yi along. It had been nearly 10 years since she last rode a bicycle, and she was unsure if her skills had become rusty, so she rented a bike nearby to give it a try. As soon as Zheng Li started riding, she felt quite unaccustomed, but after 2 laps, she got back into the swing of things. Later, on the way home, she and Ma Yi decided to just buy a bike. Aren't you going? Zheng Li asked. With my athletic ability, are you sure? Ma Yi retorted. Zheng Li stared at Ma Yi for 3 seconds, recalling her clumsy sports skills in college, and stopped trying to persuade her. The cycling event's destination was an ancient town not far from City A. Zheng Li and Wu Ying usually didn't like exercising, and as they began the 10-plus kilometer journey, they started falling behind on the continuous uphill sections. Therefore, Ning Feng and another vice captain had to ride slowly to keep an eye on them. Zheng Li felt very satisfied with Ning Feng's carefulness towards Wu Ying throughout the ride. At least this physically demanding activity wasn't in vain. In the afternoon, after parting ways with the others, she rode home alone. Meanwhile, AI Jing's car was stuck in traffic on the second ring road. Under such circumstances, he saw Zheng Li ahead of him. She was wearing sportswear and a dark blue cap, positioned to the right of the car in front of him. Initially, he only saw her back and thought she looked somewhat familiar, but after observing for a moment, he recognized her when she accidentally turned her half-profile towards him. He saw her hands on the handlebars, one leg resting on the ground for balance, waiting for the green light just like him. Unfortunately, the green light ahead had nearly lost its effect because 2 cars in front were arguing over a fender bender, and the traffic police had come to resolve the issue, leaving only 1 lane to move slowly. After half a minute, the green light turned on, and she carefully maneuvered her way through a crowd of electric bikes, buses, and cars. The road was finally cleared by the traffic police, but the bus in front of her happened to be pulling into the station, blocking her again. On AI Jing's side, the traffic began to flow quickly again, and the police were signaling for drivers to move along and not cause further congestion. He pressed the accelerator, glanced at the rearview mirror, made a turn, and soon lost sight of her. AI Jingchu loosened his grip on the steering wheel with his right hand, fished out his phone, hesitated for a moment, then put it back and turned on the car radio instead. By the time he reached the second intersection, there were too many cars waiting, and the green light was too short. After barely making it through one, he turned a corner only to hit another traffic jam. Today, his drive was unusually frustrating. Every light seemed to turn red just as he approached. Patiently navigating the road, AI Jingchu quietly listened to the radio host's series of jokes about psychiatric hospitals. The host quipped, "They say writing novels is all the rage these days. Just toss a brick out the window and you'll hit a writer." Well, psychiatric hospitals have their own literary enthusiasts too. Just as the host finished speaking, the light finally turned green. AI Jingchu inched forward slowly. But before he could cross the intersection, the light turned red again. The host continued. One day, patient A handed a book to patient B and asked, "What do you think of this novel I just finished?" After looking carefully for a while, he replied, Not bad, not bad. But it seems there are a few too many characters. At that moment, the nurse who came in to distribute medication saw the book in Yi's hand and angrily said, "You guys hurry up and put the phone book back." The host, to complement his own story, played a sound effect of the audience bursting into laughter after finishing. AI Jingchu, however, did not laugh. He had been listening absent-mindedly, and hadn't paid attention to what was being said. At that moment, AI Jingchu instinctively turned his head and once again saw Zheng Li appearing on the road to his right. AI Jingchu was in the left turn lane, while Zheng Li was on the non-motorized vehicle lane, with a car separating them in between. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, the ends of which had slipped into her collar, seemingly making her neck uncomfortable. So she tilted her head slightly, pulled the strands out, and let them fall over her shoulder. Her face turned left several times, but she didn't notice AI Jingchu or his car. AI Jingchu's gaze lingered on her, watching quietly, as if he was looking at her, yet also as if he wasn't. His expression remained neutral. A moment later, the traffic light turned green. AI Jingchu followed the flow of cars turning left, while Zheng Li pedaled her bicycle effortlessly, making a right turn downhill. He glanced at the rearview mirror outside the window, and once again, her figure disappeared from sight. In the blink of an eye, they had gone their separate ways. The radio in the car continued broadcasting jokes about hospitals, followed by advertisements. Suddenly, AI Jingchu found the noise grating and irritating, so he simply turned off the radio. He drove through a small alley, glided for about 10 meters, and parked by the greenbelt. After a brief moment of silence in the car, he suddenly started the engine, turned the steering wheel, and made a U-turn, heading in the opposite direction to chase after her. Passing the previous intersection, he drove while scanning the surroundings. But with cars coming and going, the bustling street was vast, and there was no way to know which path she might have taken. How could he possibly find her now? AI Jingchu gave a self-deprecating, bitter smile and had no choice but to give up. Suddenly, he felt like smoking. He patted his pockets, but found the pack empty. Coincidentally, there was an empty parking spot by the roadside, so he pulled in and went to a nearby convenience store to buy cigarettes. The store was no more than 20 square meters, one of those 24-hour shops. Just as he finished paying, a familiar voice called out from behind him, "Professor AI?" His heart skipped a beat, and he slowly turned around to see Zheng Li. In her hand was a half-drunk bottle of mineral water. The baseball cap she had been wearing earlier was now off, and the hair on her forehead was flattened and slightly messy. "What a coincidence," Zheng Li said. For a moment, AI Jingchu didn't know how to respond, so he simply nodded. Zheng Li was long accustomed to his demeanor and wasn't intimidated by him. When she went to the hospital for a follow-up appointment the previous week, he hadn't said a single word to her. As a result, Zhou had secretly asked if they had had a fight, leaving Zheng Li both amused and exasperated. Buying cigarettes." AI Jingchu gestured to the items in his hand. "I'm buying water," Zheng Li replied. Then suddenly remembered Zhou when telling her that AI Jingchu was often followed and approached by female students from non-medical departments at the university who deliberately engineered chance encounters. So she quickly added, "I live nearby. I was biking home and just felt a bit thirsty." As she spoke, she pointed her bicycle outside the glass door, as if to prove her innocence. AI Jingchu followed her gesture and glanced at the bike parked by the roadside, offering a perfunctory compliment. "Nice bike. It cost me 2 months' salary. Today is my first time riding it." As soon as she finished speaking, a woman in her 30s walked in to buy something. She happened to live in the apartment above Zheng Li. After taking a few steps, she spotted Zheng Li and greeted her, then added, "Haven't seen you around lately. You've lost so much weight." Zheng Li looked down at herself. "No, I haven't. Your chin's gotten pointy. You must be dieting," the woman added. Zheng Li smiled and brushed it off with a vague response. After the woman left, she touched her face. She had noticed that some people, to avoid awkward silences after greetings, would ask, "Have you eaten?" Others preferred, "Finished work?" And then there were those with more to say, commenting on young girls losing weight or older folks looking healthier, always with honeyed words. So she didn't bother taking it seriously. Instead, she absent-mindedly touched her face and gave AI Jingchu an awkward smile. "I actually thought I gained weight." AI Jingchu glanced at her. "After getting braces, your face tends to slim down. Why?" Zheng Li was curious. Since chewing was inconvenient, she often ate soft food, and over time, the muscles in her cheeks had atrophied, making her look thinner. She initially wanted to ask if it was true, but upon seeing AI Jingchu's serious expression, she suddenly felt that such a doubt was unnecessary. However, she then thought of another question. Is it true that having wisdom teeth removed can make the face smaller? This issue has always been of great importance to Wu Wanxia. With her broad face, she often talks about wanting to undergo bone contouring after seeing before and after plastic surgery photos of Korean drama stars. However, she also heard that tooth extraction might help, so she kept asking Zheng Li to consult AI Jingchu about it. It depends on the face shape, he replied. Zheng Li thought for a moment. It seemed AI Jingchu hadn't paid much attention to Wu Wanxiao's appearance. So, she tried a gesture on her own face to illustrate. But after standing on the sidewalk for a while, she still couldn't quite convey it clearly. AI Jingchu glanced at his watch and asked, "Have you eaten yet? How about we eat first? You can ask any questions you have along the way." If he hadn't brought it up, it would have been fine. But his casual remark hit Zheng Li's sore spot. Last time, she had casually made an excuse, saying she'd treat him next time. But over a month had passed with no follow-up. At the time, she thought that with his personality, even Director Li had to ask him repeatedly for a meal. And it was only after her shameless persistence that he reluctantly agreed. He probably didn't care much about being treated to a meal. So, she hadn't taken it to heart. But now, with AI Jingchu mentioning it so offhandedly, even if he meant nothing by it, she couldn't help but feel like a stingy liar who had gone back on her word. Zheng Li hurriedly replied, "Sure, it's rare for you to have time. I should treat you. We agreed on it last time." After that, Zheng Li went to park her bicycle. Remembering that he liked spicy food, she asked, "How about hot pot?" "All right." So, Zheng Li chose a clean and tidy hot pot restaurant nearby. After ordering, she pulled up a photo she had taken on her phone and showed them to AI Jingchu. AI Jingchu glanced at them and said, "I've seen her before, that night at Dongshan Hotel, and then once more in the morning at the mountaintop." Zheng Li thought for a moment. "Right? Because you ran into her twice, that gave Wu Wanxia the chance to gossip. You have a good memory. Occasionally, I'm just more sensitive to people's appearances. Then how come you didn't remember me? Several times I thought of her when I saw braces. Because sometimes the way she lay on the treatment chair with her mouth open is a bit different from usual." He replied. Zheng Li blushed when she finished listening. Perhaps she belonged to the kind of person who looked particularly fierce with her mouth open. Little did she know what AI Jingchu was thinking inside. And then he said, "Send me the photo to my phone to take a look." "Oh." Zheng Li quickly complied. After a few seconds, AI Jingchu received the message on his phone, picked it up, and examined it. "You think so too? She brings this up every day. But, isn't it dangerous?" AI Jingchu nodded, his eyelids drooping, silent. At this moment, the dishes arrived, and the soup in the pot started to boil. Each of them had a small hot pot in front of them, bubbling away. Zheng Li hurriedly picked up a plate of food in front of her, dividing in half for each person, and then said, "This person is really obsessed with appearance. I wonder if she can be persuaded." Hearing this, AI Jingchu looked at the person in the photo again. She has wide-set eyes. If she had her eye corners opened, she would look much prettier without needing to grind her bones. While picking up food, Zheng Li thought about Wu Wanxia's appearance, for the first time focusing on those eyes. After thinking it through carefully, she found that AI Jingchu was right. She immediately felt that his insight was sharp. She couldn't help but put down her chopsticks. Sit up straight, straighten her face, and gather her hair, asking, "Teacher AI, with your professional eyes, where do you think my biggest flaw is?" Then she added, "Except for my teeth." AI Jingchu raised his head and calmly assessed her, his gaze moving from her eyes to her nose and then to her mouth, just like when he first treated her. After a long pause, he answered seriously, "I think everything is quite good." Zheng Li didn't expect him to answer so seriously, and her face turned red again. She actually wanted to tell him that her self-esteem was quite strong and she wasn't afraid of being criticized. After that, she honestly ate her food. After a moment, she broke the silence and asked, "If I go to your hospital, which department should I look for to grind my jaw?" "That would be the mandible. You need to see the oral and maxillofacial surgeon." Oral and maxillofacial surgeon? Zheng Li recalled something when she heard this uncommon term. Your junior sister in Dongshan said you studied this before? Yes. Why did you switch specialties? AI Jingchu paused, thought for a moment, and said, maybe because I don't have to work night shifts? Zhongli couldn't help but laugh at this answer. But being a surgeon should pay more, right? Yeah. I didn't think much of it back then, but now I feel like I lost out after your reminder. AI Jingchu also raised the corners of his lips. He rarely smiled, and when he did, it was always subtle but extremely pleasing to the eye. Zhongli felt a bit shy to look directly at him, and had to turn her face away. She suddenly thought it was a mistake for the two of them. A lonely man and woman, to eat together. She should have brought Wu Ying and Ning Feng along. She cleared her throat and continued the previous topic. What does the oral and maxillofacial surgery do? It can be said to be a combination of dentistry and surgery. AI Jingchu replied. Where's the jaw? AI Jingchu pointed to his own face. The upper part inside the mouth is called the maxilla, and the lower part is the mandible. Does the chin count? Yes. She remembered that night when Director Lee's son found him by coincidence. Unexpectedly, it was exactly in the area where this person excelled. Are there many people doing this kind of surgery? Not many usually. It used to be rare, but now there are more. Why? In our area, it is considered a new discipline. Society has just begun to accept it. As AI Jingchu spoke, he gestured for Zhongli to look at the LCD TV on the wall behind her. Zhongli turned around and saw that the TV was broadcasting the 6 o'clock entertainment news, featuring a domestic female singer in the live studio. She heard AI Jingchu say, do you think there is something wrong with her face? Zhongli replied, no, she looks fine. I just think she doesn't photograph well. Her chin is underdeveloped, and it's recessed, which makes her facial features look neither delicate nor three-dimensional. Should she get chin implants? Using implants for chin enhancement is the traditional method. Now we can do maxillofacial chin shaping. What is that? AI Jingchu wrote the word on the table with his finger and explained. It involves cutting the front half of the chin bone and moving it forward. Zhongli was taken aback by how casually he described such a bloody procedure. It sounded terrifying. This is considered a minor surgery in maxillofacial surgery, and it's more natural than simply using implants. Zhongli turned to look at the TV again, and the image just switched to a side view of that star. Compared to her nose and mouth, according to the theory of 3 points in a straight line, her chin indeed seemed a bit recessed. So, maxillofacial surgeons are also considered plastic surgeons? Not entirely. There are also cases of accidental injuries, congenital bite issues, and children with cleft lips and palates, he said. Zhongli felt that AI Jingchu only spoke freely when answering professional questions. So she sighed. I really envy you people with such specialized jobs. Why? Because you can spark curiosity in others, and they keep asking questions, so in situations where you have to talk, it won't be awkward, Zhongli said. Are you afraid of awkwardness? Yeah, Zhongli answered honestly, feeling that it made her seem hard to get along with and awkward. Say what you want when you want to, and don't say anything when you don't want to. Who cares what others think? I Jingku advised calmly. Zhongli glanced at him, completely disagreeing, muttering under her breath. Of course you can say that. Usually, he was revered like a male god at school and in the hospital. How could he possibly understand her troubles as an ordinary person? She didn't know if AI Jingchu heard her grumbling. He smiled lightly and cooperatively said, I'm also quite curious about people who work in libraries. What is there to be curious about? It's a 9-to-5 job, occasionally on weekends. The library closes on Friday afternoons for political and business training. And it's the same day in and day out for 10 years. Is the library flower also like this? He asked. At first, Zhongli didn't understand what library flower meant, but then she recalled the nurse Annie teasing AI Jingchu during the Lantern Festival follow-up visit in January. And she felt extremely embarrassed, her face turning red for the 3rd time. Now, she thought AI Jingchu must be retaliating against her. Retaliating for causing him to be rumored with the so-called library flower. Retaliating for her crashing his car. Retaliating for her constantly promising to treat him to a meal, but never actually intending to do so. Zhongli had to explain, they were just making things up. There are very few young girls in our unit, and among those who aren't married, only Wu Wanxia and I are left. They just wanted to promote us. So they said I'm library flower A, and Wu Wanxia is library flower B. Hearing this, AI Jingchu saw Zhongli's awkward expression and chuckled. It was evident that he was in a pretty good mood. AI Jingshu smiled, but said nothing, slowly putting down his chopsticks. Zhongli noticed that he seemed to have had enough. So from the host's perspective, she asked, "Do you want to order anything else? Is it to your taste?" AI Jingshu countered her question. "What about you? Are you full? Do you want to order more?" Zhongli gestured to the dishes nearby. "I'm trying hard to order, and you're not helping, so I'm afraid we won't finish." Just as she finished speaking, AI Jingshu's phone rang. He stood up and walked to the other side to answer the call. Zhongli shifted her attention back to the food bubbling in the oil pot. Just now, to prove her sincerity in treating him to a meal, she had ordered quite a few dishes. Now, sitting alone at the table and looking at the remaining food, she still felt a bit pained. A large portion of her salary went to rent, and another large part of her expenses was just like most single young people, buying clothes, cosmetics, bags, and electronics. The capital for opening a coffee shop with her best friend was secretly saved by her grandmother as her dowry. After a while, AI Jingshu returned to his seat. Zhongli noticed he seemed to have something on his mind, so she hurriedly put down her chopsticks and prepared to leave. However, he told her, "Take your time eating. No need to rush." Zhongli felt embarrassed and called the waiter over to settle the bill, only to be told, "That gentleman has already paid." At this moment, Zhongli realized that he had taken the opportunity to pay the bill before she could. "But I said I would treat you," Zhongli protested. "Let this one be on me. Next time it's your turn," AI Jingshu explained. Zhongli was at a loss. She couldn't just shove money at him, so she could only awkwardly say something like, "I'm sorry, you're too kind." Once they left the hot pot restaurant, there was still a bit of a walk to where AI Jingshu had parked, so the two walked side by side slowly. After a short distance, Zhongli remembered what AI Jingshu had said about the next time being her turn and pondered that he meant she still owed him a meal. She felt a pang of despair. She always found it awkward to have a meal alone with a young man, and this issue was more about her than about the other person's feelings. When they reached the crosswalk, Zhongli was so preoccupied with how to resolve the next meal issue that she didn't notice the traffic lights and was walking straight ahead. AI Jingshu timely pulled her back. She was wearing the sporty outfit she had on for biking, and since it was warm inside the hot pot restaurant, she had rolled up her sleeves, leaving her elbows completely exposed to the cool spring breeze. AI Jingshu stood beside her, and when he saw her about to cross the street, he silently placed a hand on her arm to stop her. His fingers lightly touched the skin on her wrist, just the tips making contact, so little that Zhongli could hardly feel any warmth from him, yet it was quite intimate. AI Jingshu stood close, just a fist's distance away. His right hand held her left wrist, merely stopping her from running the red light, yet it felt like a couple holding hands. This wasn't the first time they had such physical contact. The first time, he took off his gloves to check the wires on her braces. The second time, she chased after him in that helpless little town, grabbing his hand and shouting his name. The third time, he playfully called her name on a dark road, scaring her to tears, and at that moment, he held her hands and placed them on his face, saying, "You're alive." Each time seemed natural, so she never thought much of it. But somehow this time felt a bit different. Zhongli turned to look at him. The spring twilight fell early, and the sky had lost its light. She could only see AI Jingshu's features illuminated by the neon lights and car headlights. His facial features and lip line were so beautiful. Unfortunately, she was no longer that resilient, naive girl who didn't know the world. She stiffly twisted her hand, and AI Jingshu's fingers loosened. He then casually said to her, "We'll cross in a bit." At that moment, a few children suddenly jumped in front of Zhongli, offered her a few wilted red roses, and saying, "Sister, buy the bouquet." Then, the lead child realized they had approached the wrong person and turned to AI Jingshu, saying, "Uncle, the sister is so pretty. You should buy her some flowers." Zhongli was amused by the child's unexpected address and waved her hands to refuse while trying not to laugh. AI Jingshu neither refused nor smiled. He seemed to suddenly remember something upon seeing the children, turned his head to look elsewhere, and after searching a few corners, he finally found his target and strode over. Zhongli followed in confusion. She saw a thin little child squatting at the street corner playing with pebbles, and AI Jingshu walked over and grabbed him. The child screamed, "Do you remember your uncle?" AI Jingshu asked, but the child only paused for a second to look at him before starting to squirm. However, he was already tightly held by AI Jingshu, unable to escape. Zhongli didn't know what was happening and stood there in a daze. Afraid the child might hurt himself, AI Jingchu lifted him up and held him close, saying, "Listen to your uncle, I'll buy you something to eat, some candy, some drinks, some fried chicken, take you to the slide, go to the zoo to see the pandas." Zhongli stood there, slightly smiling. She figured AI Jingchu had used up all his tricks to coax the child. Upon hearing these words, the child's struggles gradually eased and finally stopped. Zhongli then got a clear look at the child's face. She was taken aback, feeling an indescribable emotion rise within her. In this season, spring had already arrived for a while, and everyone was wearing light clothing, but this child was still wrapped in a small cotton-padded jacket, ragged and dirty. And although his hair was short, it was unevenly cut. The face she saw was familiar. She had seen it in pictures on television. But this was the first time in reality. It was precisely the cleft lip and palate that AI Jingchu had previously talked about. She took a few steps closer, and the child noticed her gaze and quickly turned his head away. The struggle and resistance between AI Jingchu and the child attracted the attention of passersby, and the child's unusual appearance made the onlookers stop to watch. Just then, Zhengli heard someone calling her from the side. Zhengli. She looked up to see her mother, Zheng Mama, standing a few meters away. Zheng Mama walked over, having the keys to Zhengli's apartment, and silently unlocked the door and changed her shoes. Zhongli slowly followed behind. Then Zheng Mama put the keys in her bag, placed the bag on the coffee table, sat down on the sofa, and coldly asked, "Who is that guy?" "My friend," Zhongli replied. I asked, "Who is he?" Zhongli knew what her mother was getting at, so she chose to remain silent. "Is he that doctor of yours?" Zheng Mama sneered. "I heard it from Qin Lihua. When she first told me, I didn't believe it. I said my daughter isn't someone who casually flirts with guys. I've raised her since she was little, and no male classmates ever dared to call our house. But Qin Lihua said that little Gu accompanied you to the hospital, sat in the waiting room for over an hour, and even took leave to be with you, worried you might be bored. And you, upon seeing a male doctor, forgot his surname and just ran off with someone else. Tell me, how can I hold my head high when someone brings up my daughter like that in front of so many people?" At that time, I really didn't believe it. I thought you were just like before, unable to forget you, and doing it on purpose, so I didn't mention it. Today I thought this girl hasn't seen you for over a month and specially came to check on you, only to see you being so close with that guy. If you're really going back to him, make sure to find a good one. Qin Lihua introduced you to that little Gu. His father is doing quite well in the city committee, and they have 6 or 7 houses within the 3rd ring road. They even prepared a wedding house for him 2 months ago. What more could you be dissatisfied with? Stop bringing up love to me. I spit on that. Are you planning to rely on it for a lifetime? For food? For a place to live? Zheng Mama spoke passionately, feeling that Zhongli was standing while she was sitting, and since they were close, she also stood up. Throughout the process, Zhongli remained expressionless and said nothing. "What's his name?" Zhongli didn't answer. "What do your parents do?" Zhongli still didn't respond. "Does he have a house?" Zhongli continued to stand there, looking elsewhere, motionless. After a moment of stalemate, Zheng Mama seemed to have calmed down a bit, walked over to Zhongli, and pulled her down to sit. Zheng Mama changed her tone and said earnestly, "Mama's doing this for your own good. I'm just afraid you'll suffer in the future. I've been through tough times myself and know how hard it is. Plus, Gu Haidong's dad and your dad are working in the same building. They see each other all the time. It's not good to make the relationship awkward like this." Zhongli turned her face and looked at Zheng Mama, suddenly asking, "I have 3 dads? Which one are you referring to?" This sentence was like a spell, instantly infuriating Mother Zheng. She took a deep breath, raised her hand, and slapped Zhongli. Zhongli didn't dodge and just took the hit. In the past, when Wu Yingyi was hit by her father, she would escape to school or to Ma Yi's house, or even go to her grandmother's house to complain. But when Zhongli was hit, she never dared to slam the door and leave or stay out all night, because she couldn't and didn't dare to. Due to the agitation, Mother Zheng's slap went slightly off, landing not on the side of her cheek, but on her mouth and nose. Zhongli felt a stinging sensation. Her skin was numb, and she didn't even feel the pain. Since she was little, she wasn't afraid of being hit, not because she didn't fear pain, but because she thought that if she had made a mistake, it was better to endure a quick blow than to be scolded by her mother every day. Mother Zheng suddenly stood up, pointed at her nose, raised her voice, and began to scold. Oh, so you've grown wings and can talk back now? Who did you learn that from? Tell me. You spend all your time hanging out with that Wu Ing and Ma Yi, not learning anything good, but instead learning how to go against me. For these past 10 years, I haven't complained about you being a burden, but you, on the other hand, have started to look down on me. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just dislike Gu Haidong for not meeting your standards in appearance. I know you too well. I've always had a thing for pretty boys. You was one, and that guy just now was another. What's the use of a man being handsome? Did you ever want you? The moment Yui was mentioned, Zhang Li couldn't hold back her tears, and they fell. Yes, her mother understood her and knew exactly where her weakness lay. The tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving moist trails before slowly evaporating. The wind-dried skin tightened, stinging slightly. Can we not talk about him? Zhang Li said, what? Can I even talk about it? Among relatives and friends, who doesn't know about your situation? Thankfully, I've long severed ties with the Zhang family. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the face to go back to my hometown. A niece falling in love with her uncle? Whoever hears it would laugh their heads off. Yu's mother even came to the city to find me, acting all high and mighty. Don't tell me you don't know. Zhang Li sat there silently, tears streaming down her face. The phone interrupted Zhang's mother. It was Zhang Li's stepfather calling to ask when she'd be home. After a few more words, she finally left. But Zhang Li's tears wouldn't stop. Yu's mother was Zhang Li's fourth grandaunt, and Zhang Li still remembered clearly how she had come to the provincial capital to confront Zhang's mother. At the time, Zhang's mother had been completely unaware of their relationship. Like countless mothers on TV, the grandaunt believed this was a scandal, close relatives with a generational gap, something that would invite ridicule if word got out. And like those countless TV mothers, she feared that the aimless Zhang Li would ruin her son's future of studying abroad. Worse still, Zhang Li and her mother were already seen as enemies by the entire Zhang family, the kind they'd rather die than associate with. But faced with the grandaunt's aggression, Zhang's mother, true to her temper, stiffened her neck and fired back. As usual, she didn't just curse Yu. She dragged every single member of the Zhang family into it. The result was predictable. Humiliated by Zhang's mother, the grandaunt grew to loathe Zhang Li and her mother with every fiber of her being. But she was different from other mothers. While Zhang's mother would fly into a rage and demand Zhang Li cut ties with Yu, the grandaunt never did. She didn't even bring it up. She was gentle as a breeze, soft yet sharp, and in the end, even Zhang's mother turned a blind eye. That summer was the happiest summer of Zhang Li's life. She and Yu went to Dongshan Mountain. There atop the hill, he told her he would stay with her forever. Forever? When no one opposed them anymore, when Zhang Li and Yu could openly date. Zhang Li finally realized that love wasn't what she had imagined. She had known Yu since childhood, loved him with such bitterness and heartache, only to find in the end that they weren't suited for each other. It turned out that what she understood was the idealized version of Yu from her youth, not the real him. Yu was the youngest son in his family. Kind-hearted yet spoiled. He had countless friends of both genders who came and went, could strike up a conversation with anyone within 3 sentences, and basked in the attention of others at gatherings. These qualities, which had once drawn Zhang Li to him like sunlight, left her at a loss when they truly became part of her life. Wu Ying once told Zhang Li, "You didn't fall in love with Yu. You fell in love with an illusion of love you created in your mind." Later, Wu Ying secretly confided in Zhang Li that she had broken up with a little boyfriend who had caused her to run away from home. Zhang Li suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, the kind where lovers who couldn't be torn apart in adversity drifted apart effortlessly in smooth sailing. She was lost and anxious, unwilling to face the truth that she was like Lord Yi, who claimed to love dragons but feared the real thing. All her unease piled up, making her somewhat neurotic. She feared Yu's friends and classmates, yet also feared that he wouldn't let her interact with them. She constantly suspected he was secretly seeing other girls behind her back in the US, while at the same time wishing someone would take him away from her. Then one day, Yu called from across the ocean and said, "Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. We're not right for each other. Let us break up." In the end, Fourth Aunt had won. Without resorting to any overtly harsh actions, she had coldly allowed her son to be with the girl she despised. only exerting just enough effort at the right moment to get her way. Zhang Li sat quietly in her living room, her mother's voice still echoing in her ears as she thought back on her past with Yui. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. She wasn't even sure if her stubborn attachment to her first love was due to reluctance to let go of Yui or reluctance to let go of her younger self. Eventually, exhausted from crying, she leaned back lightly against the sofa. Her cheeks stung from the dried tears. Zhang Li slowly got up and went to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face. When she looked up into the mirror, she noticed a smear of crimson on her lower lip. She lifted her lips slightly. It seemed the metal bracket of her braces had cut her earlier when she was hit. The wound reopened as she moved, oozing a trace of blood. Zhang Li licked it, pressed her lips together, spat out a bit of saliva, and ignored it. She returned to the living room, locked the front door from the inside, then took out a cigarette and lighter from the drawer, sat back on the sofa, slowly lighting up. Her mind, however, grew eerily calm, blank, only occasionally registering the distant cries of a neighbor's child downstairs or the mechanical hawking of a street vendor's loudspeaker outside the window. After a long while, she remembered her bicycle was still at the entrance of the complex. Earlier, when she ran into AI Jingchu on her way to dinner, she had left it outside the security booth to avoid delaying him. If she didn't retrieve it now, it might go missing. With that thought, she had no choice but to get up, grab her keys, and head out. It was already very late. The elderly and children who had gone out for an evening stroll after dinner had mostly returned home, leaving her red bicycle standing alone where she had left it. As soon as she approached, the security guard immediately stepped out of the booth. "Why are you only coming now? You said you just leave it for a little while you ate, then come right back. That's the only reason I let you park it here. We're about to change shifts. If it gets stolen, it's not my problem." Zhang Li forced herself to muster a smile and apologized repeatedly. She unlocked her bike, turned it around, and had only taken a few steps when she spotted AI Jingchu not far away. The streetlights in the complex cast a dim, yellowish glow, illuminating only a small radius of less than a meter beneath them. AI Jingchu was sitting on a wooden bench under one of these lights. She had walked right past him earlier, too preoccupied with her bike to notice. And he, clearly, had seen her long before. "You." Zhang Li was taken aback, completely not understanding what he was doing sitting there. "To watch your car." He stood up, tilted his head slightly, and gave a self-deprecating smile. She pushed the cart and walked closer to him. Just now, Zhang's mother had called out to her with a stern face. Zhang Li knew what her mother's expression meant at that moment. Fearing her mother would embarrass AI Jingchu in public, she pulled her away, hurriedly turning back to give AI Jingchu a quiet farewell. But how should she explain it at this moment? "The person just now was my mom. She had something urgent to tell me, so she hurried home." She told a lie. I Jingku replied. "That's how it is. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to introduce you in person." She leaned against the car, stood in front of him, tilted her face up and smiled slightly. But halfway through the smile, she suddenly remembered her own face and awkwardly withdrew the expression. "What's wrong with your mouth?" AI Jingchu, however, noticed something unusual. Zhang Li grew embarrassed, lowering her head and not daring to meet his eyes again. She merely said, "It's nothing." Seeing that he still wanted to ask something, Zhang Li quickly changed the subject. "Where's that child from earlier?" AI Jingchu looked at her and paused for a moment before answering. "I took him to the hospital, gave a few instructions, and then came back to find you. Your phone was unreachable, and later I saw your car still there. Thinking maybe you would come back to pick it up, so I waited for a while." In fact, he had a hard time coaxing the child to the hospital, asked a familiar nurse to arrange a bed for the child, instructed them to keep an eye on him, and then hurried to find Zhang Li. He noticed the look in Zhang Li's mother's eyes, and when he saw the mother and daughter leave in a hurry, he felt something was off. Plus, Zhang Li's phone was unreachable, so he felt uneasy. They had come to this community earlier when they stored their bicycles, but he didn't know which building she lived in. Seeing that her car had not been taken away, he simply sat down to wait and waited for more than an hour. He didn't say much, only lightly summarized the situation. Zhang Li brushed her hair away from her forehead, blocking his gaze, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "Since you're here, why not come to my house for a visit?" In the past, she would never have extended such an invitation, but Mrs. Zhang's words had acted like shackles. The heavier they weighed on her, the more she wanted to resist. AI Jingshu was momentarily taken aback before replying, "All right." So she pushed her bicycle while he walked beside her, side by side. When they reached the building, she opened the unit door. AI Jingshu helped carry her bike upstairs. And she didn't protest much. The stairwell was pitch black. When the neighborhood was first built, there had been issues with the paperwork. So property deeds and land certificates were never issued. Many homeowners, frustrated and with no outlet for their anger, simply stopped paying property fees. The management company, often citing financial losses, provided even worse service. Streetlights frequently going out was a common occurrence. She had rented this place mainly because it was close to her workplace and cheap. There were no lights all the way up the stairs. She walked ahead while he carried the bike behind her. Familiar with the path, she occasionally turned back to remind him, "Watch your step." The bicycle wasn't heavy, but the stairwell was completely dark and cluttered with random items, making it hard to maneuver around corners. So he moved cautiously, silently counting the steps in his head. When they reached the third floor, Zhang Li stomped her foot twice. The dim yellow light from the fourth floor flickered on in response, casting a faint glow through the gap between floors, weak and hazy, but enough to outline the shape of the stairs. Zhang Li glanced back at AI Jingshu, only to find him looking up at her. Hastily, she said, "Just one more floor to go." Ai Jingku nodded. By the time they reached the fourth floor, Zhang Li stood at her doorstep, regretting her earlier invitation. She felt like she'd lost her mind to impulsively invite AI Jingshu inside. She had smoked so much before leaving, and the stale cigarette smell must still linger in the apartment. But then again, it was like he didn't know she smoked. So Zhang Li opened the door confidently and invited him in. AI Jingshu leaned the bike against the wall and took a look around. Unlike the shabby hallway outside, the apartment had clearly been carefully renovated. The curtains, sofa, and chandelier all exuded a distinctly feminine touch. Beneath the window, an iron flower stand held an incredibly lush pothose plant, its cascading leaves nearly reaching the floor like a waterfall. Though many items were piled in the corners, everything was neatly arranged. The only thing that clashed with the atmosphere was the lingering scent of cigarettes. From the kitchen, Zhang Li called out, "Have a seat. I'll get you some water." Without responding, AI Jingshu sat on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him were 3 items: a pack of women's cigarettes, a lighter, and an ashtray containing 4 cigarette butts and some ash. A moment later, Zhang Li came out holding 2 glasses, apologizing, "I don't have any tea at home, so it's just plain water." The living room light was bright, allowing AI Jingshu to see her face clearly the moment he looked up. She had obviously been crying. Her eyes were swollen, and there was a fresh wound on her lower lip, as if it had been bitten or scraped against her teeth or braces. Noticing this, he shifted his gaze to the rest of her features and realized her cheeks and nose were slightly swollen too. Upon closer inspection, faint finger marks were visible. Feeling uneasy under his stare, Zhang Li explained, "I bumped into something by accident." But he asked, "Did your mother hit you?" Even if such a problem occurred between children, it would be hard to talk about, let alone between 2 adults. Zhang Li's face immediately turned red, and she quickly replied, "No." After denying it, she wanted to explain further, but she felt at a loss for words. Every sentence seemed so feeble under his gaze. "Because of me?" AI Jingshu asked. "No." Zhang Li shook her head. AI Jingshu stared at her without speaking, as if unsure whether to believe her or not. "So," Zhang Li added, "it really wasn't because of you, really." She paused before continuing, "We had a fight. I said things that hurt her, so she..." Halfway through, for some reason, tears began to fall. She wiped them with the back of her hand. Just as she cleared her left eye, the right one overflowed again. She had always been prone to crying since childhood, but she rarely shed tears in front of anyone other than her family or Yue. Yet, AI Jingshu seemed to have become an exception. AI Jingshu said nothing. He stood up, fetched a tissue from the dining table, and handed it to her. Zhang Li said, "Sometimes I think my mom must have my best interests at heart. Maybe in this world, she is the only one who would care for me so much. She remarried again and again just to give me the best family conditions. She interfered with my studies, relationships, and career choices, all for my own good. She must have suffered so much in the past that she's terrified I'll repeat her mistakes. But sometimes she continued, I wonder if she ever asked whether I needed any of this. She only treats me well in the way she prefers. Sometimes I even think, what if I didn't have this kind of family, these kinds of parents? He neither agreed with her nor offered comfort, simply letting her quietly wipe her tears. After a while, she calmed down. He suggested, let us go for a walk. So, she followed him. They closed the door, went downstairs, left the neighborhood, and got into the car. He didn't ask where she wanted to go, just drove. When they reached the riverside, he parked the car. Lights flickered on the small boats drifting along the opposite shore. The sunroof and side windows were open, and the night river breeze swept through the car, brushing against Zheng Li's cheeks with a refreshing coolness. Ai Jingchu gazed into the distant darkness. After a moment of silence, he said, in this world, there are many things we can choose and strive for, but there are also many things beyond our control. Family and parents belong to the latter. He paused briefly, then turned to look at Zheng Li and added slowly, I was born after my father's death. 3892 Zheng Li was a bit confused, almost not immediately understanding the meaning of that word. After a moment, she turned it over in her mind before grasping its implication. She was extremely surprised, but didn't dare to turn and look him in the eye. Instead, she tried hard to hide her emotions so as not to reveal any oddity that might hurt him. Ai Jingchu, with an expressionless face, cast his gaze toward the riverbank ahead, seemingly pondering how to express his experiences, his brows slightly furrowing and then relaxing. He said, when my father was in love with my mother, he took her away from here due to family opposition, and shortly after, he passed away in an accident. It was then that my mother discovered she was pregnant. My grandmother, upon learning this, did everything she could to ensure that she gave birth to the child. Later, his voice was slow, heavy, and devoid of color, as if he were recounting someone else's story or retelling something he had heard, summarized so succinctly and clearly. Yet he paused at the end. Zheng Li could no longer help but look at him. They were sitting in the car, the engine turned off, and the small light above the compartment was not on. In the dark, moonless night, Zheng Li could see the outline of his profile, but could not catch his expression. He continued. Eventually, the child was born, and both sides got what they needed. Undoubtedly, he was that child. However, he did not elaborate on what he meant by both sides got what they needed. An unmarried woman being forced by her disdainful mother-in-law to give birth to a posthumous child could only end with each party getting what they wanted and then going their separate ways. Zheng Li remembered the morning she first encountered him at the library after becoming his patient. He was sitting in the sunlight by the glass window reading. And at that moment, a phrase her friend Ma Yi's mother often praised came to her mind. How could a mother raise her son so well? It's truly a blessing earned over 8 generations. In this light, it seemed ironic. He raised his right hand, which had been resting by his side, and gently grasped the steering wheel in front of him. Zheng Li lowered her gaze, looking at his hand. The skin on the back of his hand, perhaps due to frequent disinfection and wearing gloves, appeared even whiter than his face and the skin above his wrists. Then, that hand relaxed again, dropping down to grip the gear shift. For some reason, Zheng Li felt a sudden impulse to cover it with her own, to hold it, just as he had repeatedly given her strength, encouraged her, and comforted her. Zheng Li, he called her gently. She was startled, abruptly pulling back her almost enchanted thoughts, along with her hand that had been suspended in midair. He didn't notice her strangeness and continued, I'm telling you this not to elicit your sympathy, nor am I using my experiences to comfort you. I believe that in a person's life, there will inevitably be different setbacks. We suffer, we feel pain, we cry, and in the end, we must strive to move forward. Perhaps many years later, when we look back, we will find that what we once clung to was actually quite insignificant. Zheng Li remained silent. Ai Jingchu said, I'm not really suited to be a teacher or to lecture others, so. I understand, Zheng Li replied. At that moment, Jingchu is fond urgently. He answered quickly, said a few words, and hung up. Zheng Li noticed his expression was not good and couldn't help but ask, what is wrong? It's from the hospital. The child has run away, Ai Jingchu answered. He started the car and said to Zheng Li, I'll take you home first. No need. Zheng Li hurriedly stopped him. I can get a cab myself. The important matter is urgent. The large hospital was in the opposite direction from her home, which would be too troublesome. AI Jingchu glanced at the time and decisively rejected her. No. It's quite remote here. You're alone, and it's late. I'm not at ease. Then take me to the busy street ahead, Zhang Li suggested again. He did not respond, but merely pressed his lips together and drove. Just when Zhang Li thought he had tacitly agreed, he said, "First, come with me to the hospital, and then I'll take you home. Really don't need to. It won't take too long. Just listen to me," he said. His last two words, "just listen," made Zhang Li blush instantly. And she didn't dare to argue anymore. She recalled how he had used the same tone to coax the child earlier. Perhaps all orthodontists had this ace up their sleeve since they mostly dealt with underage patients. Upon arriving at the hospital, he didn't have time to park in the underground garage and left the car right outside the outpatient hall, giving Zhang Li a few instructions before hurriedly heading upstairs, leaving the car keys with her. The dental hospital was not located with the main campus of a university's affiliated hospital, but was built on another street as a separate entity. There were not many people hospitalized in the dental department. There were a total of 12 floors, with the first 7 floors dedicated to various dental outpatient services. And only above, that was the inpatient department, administrative office, and operating rooms. AI Jingchu had just temporarily placed the child in the 9th floor oral and maxillofacial surgery department. And at that moment, a student from GE's class was on night duty, so he handed the child over to them. As soon as AI Jingchu arrived, the anxious student at the nurse's station exclaimed, "Professor AI, I'm so sorry. I just went to the bathroom," and the child disappeared. The nurse chimed in, "I was sitting here at the time, and I didn't notice when he slipped away." AI Jingchu asked, "What time was it?" "About 10:30. As soon as we realized, we called you." AI Jingchu nodded, took out his phone to check the call time, noted it down, and then told the student to go to the security office to request them to check the surveillance footage from that time. After about 10 minutes, the student called back to report that the surveillance showed the child had slipped out of the hospital. AI Jingchu felt somewhat dejected upon receiving this news. He left the nurse's station and sat alone in the hall at the end of the corridor. He blamed himself for being too careless. He should have taken the opportunity to ask the child about his situation properly before he changed his mind and carefully settled him in, rather than just casually leaving him in the hospital without following through on his promises. At that moment, he was preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Li and didn't have the time to think more. Suddenly, the elevator made a thud as it stopped on this floor. The empty hall was dimly lit, as it was already past 10 o'clock and visiting hours had ended for the inpatient floors, leaving only the most basic lighting on. So, when the elevator doors opened, it was much brighter inside than outside. AI Jingchu was drawn to the sound and light, looked up, and saw Zhang Li walking out. She was sitting alone on a chair directly opposite the elevator, clearly visible. "What's wrong?" Zhang Li asked when she saw AI Jingchu. "Did you find him?" "No," he replied. "A few cars were about to leave. You were blocking the way, so I moved the car to the garage." She had not brought her phone and couldn't contact him, worried he wouldn't find a car. So she came looking for him when he hadn't come down for a long time. "What is wrong with you?" she asked again. "It's been several months since I last saw that child. He has grown so much, and he has already passed the best time for correction. His situation is quite serious. He has difficulties with pronunciation and eating, and it might even affect his ears." He explained lightly, his tone tinged with regret. As he spoke, the elevator doors closed again, paused for a moment, and then began to descend. Zhang Li furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before saying, "If you want to find him, maybe I can give it a try." AI Jingchu was puzzled. Zhang Li explained, "I'm a moderator on a website and have organized some activities for impoverished children before. When we encountered that child this afternoon, there were several older kids nearby, and one of them looked quite familiar to me. If this group of kids often hangs out together, we might be able to find him." "Thank you," AI Jingchu said. Hearing his words, Zhang Li smiled and thought, "Finally, you have a moment to thank me." AI Jingchu gave a slight smile, but didn't respond further. However, Zhang Li did not understand. The boy I mentioned has parents. How could he be with the wandering children? They might not all be orphans. So how is that? I once took care of a patient in a similar situation. Some of them are not orphans. They're just rented out by their parents to others in the village to beg in the city. Rented? Zhang Li was surprised. Some have physical disabilities, while others come from families with too many children to support. It's calculated per head. How much does it cost to rent for a month? Some are rented for the entire year, while others are rented during the winter and summer vacations and return home when school starts again. Zhengli was silent for a long time, finally sighing. How can there be parents like this, who give birth but do not raise their children? AI Jingchu stood up, originally preparing to turn around and tell her to leave, but he did not expect to look down and see Zhengli biting her lip. He stood, she sat. So he looked down at her clearly and hurriedly said softly, "Don't move." Zhengli did not understand why or what he meant, and she was momentarily stunned. "Show me." After he said this, he reached out his hand, his index finger holding her chin, and his thumb gently pressed down, causing her lower lip to slightly curl outward. The light above them illuminated just right, casting AI Jingchu's shadow over Zhengli's face, blocking most of the light. So, he squatted down, moved closer, and shifted the light source away. At this moment, the Z-shaped wound was exposed to AI Jingchu's view. Earlier, Zhengli had unconsciously bitten her lower lip, with her front teeth pressing against the broken wound, causing it to tear open again and ooze blood. The retainer cut the skin, he said. He squatted in front of her, slightly lower than the sitting Zhengli, and they were very close. Zhengli felt a bit awkward. Although she had been this close during treatment before, he was always wearing gloves and a mask, dressed in uniform, which made the atmosphere a bit different. Her cheeks felt a bit hot, but because his hand was still holding her chin, she did not dare to turn her face away. Zhengli's flushed face made AI Jingchu slightly stunned. He then realized his actions were somewhat presumptuous. She really blushes easily. When she blushes, her eyes always look down, too shy to meet his gaze, her eyelashes gently trembling. A thin layer of red quickly spreading to her face and even her ears. So he withdrew his hand. At the same time, his gaze lingered on her lips for a moment. She uneasily pressed her lips together. In that moment, he really wanted to kiss her. His heart was moved. He extended the hand he had just pulled back, gently caressing her cheek, quietly closing the distance between them. He squatted, she sat. Her face was slightly higher than his. So he leaned forward a bit, straightened his body, and gently looked up. Zhengli had a premonition of what was about to happen. But she did not dare to move or indulge in her own feelings. She just stared at him blankly. Previously, she only thought AI Jingchu's features were particularly handsome together. But she had not noticed how attractive his eyes were. At that moment, they resembled a gently rippling lake, sparkling and crystal clear, making it hard for anyone to look away. That moment felt like several hours long for Zhengli. She suddenly wondered if he was about to kiss her, and was immediately startled by her own thought. She recalled a saying, "The princess disease has struck." Perhaps it was indeed appropriate for her at this moment. She often saw this phrase on forums and occasionally heard Wu Ying use it to describe a difficult and self-important patient. Once, she went to Wu Ying's hospital for an ECG. The doctor was a man who coldly asked her to raise her clothes above her chest. She gritted her teeth and tried several times, but did not do it correctly. Finally, the doctor said, "It's best to take off your bra." This incident had always stuck in Zhengli's mind. Later, when she went to find Wu Ying again, she encountered that male doctor in Wu Ying's office. Zhengli refused to enter no matter what. Wu Ying was puzzled, and when Zhengli confessed everything, she said, "There are indeed some doctors in this world who are scum, but most doctors have good professional ethics. During surgery, they often need to expose the chest. Who cares if the patient is flat-chested or well-endowed? We even have male doctors in obstetrics. But when they see female patients, it's pretty much the same as how I see male patients, just like specimens in the anatomy lab. Why bother thinking too much?" So every time she interacted with AI Jingchu, she reminded herself not to overthink the other person. At this moment, AI Jingchu's palm was against her face, feeling so soft in the quiet hospital at midnight, giving a fleeting illusion. Unfortunately, even Yu Yi was not her prince, let alone AI Jingchu looking at her. Just then, the elevator suddenly dinged and stopped on this floor, and the person who walked out was the student AI Jingchu had just called to check the surveillance. He walked out, looked up, and saw AI Jingchu's back. "Professor AI Jingchu did not respond, but calmly withdrew his hand from Zhengli's face, slowly stood up, and added, "Fortunately." The retainer didn't fall out, Otherwise, it would be easier to get hurt these days. His entire demeanor was extremely calm. Upon hearing his words, Zheng Li's tense nerves immediately relaxed. The student said he walked out through the front door, and no one noticed with so many people coming and going. AI Jingshu nodded. The student felt a bit intimidated by him, always thinking he had made a big mistake. Zheng Li remembered the promise she made to AI Jingshu. So she hurriedly said to him, "Can I borrow your phone? I want to make a call. Maybe there will be some clues." This matter needed to be asked of Ning Feng. He was one of the planners of the last event on the website, and he should know a lot about it. Unfortunately, she could not remember Ning Feng's number, so she dialed Wu Ying. As soon as Wu Ying answered the phone and heard Zheng Li's voice, she asked, "Whose phone are you using?" Zheng Li was too lazy to explain and directly said, "I forgot to bring my phone. Give me Ning Feng's number. I have urgent business with him." Wu Ying chuckled and said, "Oh, you're looking for Ning Feng?" Zheng Li heard Ma Ees yelling from the receiver. "Ning Feng is playing cards with us. You guys? These two actually went to play cards together after riding bikes. That was quite fast. Yeah, Ma Yi lost badly." Wu Ying laughed. "Give the phone to Ning Feng. I need to talk to him about something." However, Ma Yi intercepted the phone midway, shouting into it, "Don't talk. Just come over right now. Xiao Yu, I can't stand Pan Siyu anymore. He is sitting across from me. Hurry and come save me. Right now." Immediately. Then, without further ado, she hung up. Pan Siyu was the little brother who had been pestering Ma Yi every day recently, relentlessly. Zheng Li held AI Jingshu's phone and gave a slightly awkward smile to her two apprentices beside her. "I have to go over there," Zheng Li said. "I'll take you," Ai Jingku replied. So, the two left the hospital together. Along the way, Zheng Li talked about some funny stories about playing cards with Ma Yi. Others saw her as a great beauty and thought she must be aloof and hard to approach. But actually, once you got to know her, you would find she was honest and easy to bully. AI Jingshu did not initiate conversation, only responding lightly. From his usual attitude toward people, this could be considered enthusiastic, but it vaguely seemed a bit absent-minded. Zheng Li thought he was concerned about that child, so she did not pay much attention. Little did she know, his heart was far from as calm as it appeared. The CAF was very close to a university. It was just separated from the dental hospital by the campus. And his car had a pass to enter a university, so they drove straight through the campus and arrived in no time. Zheng Li pointed ahead and said, "That bright sign up there, is it? I could just get off here. There is a residential community on this street, and parking spaces for the owners are tight. So at night, the sides of the road are filled with private cars, almost squeezing the originally tree-lined avenue into a one-way street." He couldn't turn his car around and could only let her cross the street by herself. Zheng Li unbuckled her seatbelt, said goodbye to AI Jingshu, and then opened the car door to get out. AI Jingshu quietly watched her from his seat. Zheng Li walked past his hood and looked around. At that moment, an electric bike passed by, and she carefully dodged it before walking over. The roadside was packed with small cars, one right next to the other. She tiptoed and turned sideways to squeeze through the gap between two cars. After stepping onto the opposite sidewalk, she casually tucked the hair that had slipped onto her forehead behind her ear and walked toward a dark green checkered glass door. AI Jingshu only reignited the engine after seeing her push open the door and walk inside. Unintentionally, he glanced at the building again. It was a 5-story small building with small shops underneath. Zheng Li's CAF rented 2 of the shops, one on top of the other. The exterior walls and doors were painted a deep dark green. The lights inside were on but blurred. The most eye-catching was the sign. A round orange-yellow light box with a coffee cup painted on it and the word Carol's in English above it. AI Jingshu was taken aback. Carol, a common name he had encountered many times during his study and teaching career. But how astute and sharp he was in a flash. He reviewed all the past events in his mind, and the truth became clear. Carol. Zheng Li. Zheng Li. He sat in the car for a while without moving. The engine was still running, making a slight noise. After a long silence, until a car behind him honked loudly, he finally shifted gears and drove out of that street. When he returned home, he found that his father was surprisingly still awake, listening to music in the study while reading with a magnifying glass. Aunt Lee heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. "Little Chu is back? Your grandfather said he couldn't sleep, so I made him red bean soup for a midnight snack, and you should have some too." This Aunt Lee is actually the niece of Grandma AI from her maternal side. The couple had been taking care of this family before Grandma AI passed away, treating AI Jingchu as their own child. AI Jingchu calmly called out second aunt, washed his hands, and sat down to leisurely drink a bowl of sweet soup. Afterwards, he went to the study to see what the old man was reading. Aunt Lee looked at him and felt something was off, but he seemed just like usual. So she was puzzled and went back to ask her husband, "What's wrong with this child?" "What's wrong?" Old Lou asked. In the afternoon, he said he was going out to play ball, and later he called to say he wouldn't be home for dinner. Wasn't he quite happy? "It's nice now." Old Lou peeked at AI Jingchu. "You're overthinking it." After everyone fell asleep, AI Jingchu finally went upstairs to his room. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep immediately. This was a skill he had cultivated in the past. During night shifts at the hospital, there was no time to prepare for sleep, and he couldn't follow a regular schedule or biological clock. If he only slept for 9 minutes out of 10, that remaining minute was wasted. He could be called up at any moment, and after finishing, he would go back to sleep. However, this time it seemed ineffective. In the dark, AI Jingchu kept his eyes closed, unsure of how long it had been, still unable to feel sleepy. His heart had never been this restless. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, as if he was trying to grasp something that kept slipping through his fingers again and again. He got up, went downstairs, stepped outside, and drove. Once on the highway, he opened the sunroof and lit a cigarette. The car was going a bit fast. At first, he had no destination in mind, not even knowing where he was going to stop, but then he suddenly saw the sign for the Dongshan exit. He changed lanes and entered the toll station. Every January, on his grandmother's death anniversary, he would accompany the old man to stay for a few days. But this time, he was not coming for that reason. Without hesitation, his car turned and took a few bends before heading up the mountain. The mountain road was easy to navigate in this weather. The night breeze was gentle, and the moonlight grew brighter. Only the sound of the car's engine climbing the hill broke the nighttime tranquility. The car continued past Dongping Temple, and only stopped when he could vaguely see the lights of Dongshan Hotel. He turned off the engine, took out the key, and got out of the car. By the roadside was a long stone bench. The last time he sat there was on that snowy night when he had a high fever, exhausted and unable to move. So he stopped to rest, not expecting to see Zhang Li rushing over. Zhang Li, who was more afraid of the dark than most, who would blush in awkward situations, and who never dared to fight back when bullied, had run alone through the night to catch up with him. AI Jingchu raised the cigarette he held between his fingers to his mouth and took a couple of deep puffs, then let the blue smoke escape from his nose. That Zhang Li, however, was not his. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated softly. AI Jingchu took it out to check. It was a low battery warning. He couldn't help but open his inbox and clicked on the top message, a photo Zhang Li had sent him during dinner. The photo showed two people. One was Wu Wanxia, and the other was Zhang Li herself, seemingly taking a selfie during work hours. Zhang Li was wearing a blue knitted sweater, smiling shyly at the camera. She always smiled bashfully, carefully pressing her lips together, because any movement would reveal the metal braces on her teeth. Et Jingchu lit un azur cigarette. Through the smoke curling from his fingertips, he frowned and stared at the photo for a long time. Finally, he took a drag from the cigarette and pressed delete on the message. In that month, with the boss away, AI Jingchu went to the research center in Boston to attend a presentation. Boston was quite far from Philadelphia. He hitched a ride with a friend for the trip there, intending to take the train back. However, a blizzard warning was issued by the government, and he delayed his return to school for several days. When he finally got back to Philadelphia, he first went to the lab before heading home. The rented apartment was near the school, and there were quite a few students from Penn living upstairs and downstairs. He had initially lived alone, but later, a Chinese exchange student who couldn't find accommodation asked him for help, and since they were both in the same hometown, he agreed. That person was Yui. Before AI Jingchu went to Boston, Yui had already returned to China because his mother was undergoing tumor surgery. The aftermath of the blizzard wasn't severe. Most of the snow on the main roads had been cleared away. When he arrived at his place and was about to climb the stairs, he met a Korean exchange student he often ran into. The Korean surname was Lee, with small eyes and a high-nosed bridge, and he was very friendly to everyone. In fact, he didn't live there. He was just chasing after a girl upstairs and came by every day. AI Jingchu and he didn't really like him. He had pursued nearly every eligible Asian single girl in the medical school, but that wasn't the main issue. The key point was that he seemed more focused on promoting his country's culture than studying medicine, endlessly pursuing all foreigners to learn Korean, volunteering as a free tutor, regardless of gender, as if his main task was not to study medicine, but to spread his culture. AI Jingchu nodded at him as he passed by. But after a few steps, the Korean called out to him, "Oh, I found a letter of yours. I'll bring it to you tonight." Hearing this, AI Jingchu thought it was just some invitation, bill, or advertisement, and didn't take it to heart until that evening when the Korean actually knocked on his door and handed him the letter. "It was a mess outside with the wind and snow these days. I found it under the snowplow. It has Chinese characters, so I thought it might be yours." AI Jingchu took the letter with suspicion. Rather than calling it a letter, it's more like a stack of paper. The entire piece is stained with watermarks left after being soaked and air-dried, with several sheets stuck together, likely because they weren't separated and dried immediately, making it thick. AI Jingchu glanced at it briefly. The Korean, aside from his excessive national pride, was quite nice and had a warm heart. And he explained to AI Jingchu, "I don't know who tore the stamp and cut the envelope. It must have soaked in the snowmelt for a long time. Dirty and wet, so I just threw it away." AI Jingchu thanked him and closed the door. He looked down. The letter was not upright because the first page was missing. The elegant and lovely Chinese characters on it were completely unfamiliar handwriting. Then, he turned back to the kitchen to turn off the stove, and then sat on the sofa, starting to read carefully from the first line. Most of the handwriting on the paper had blurred due to soaking, and each page was stuck to the next, requiring great care and patience to separate them completely. But it still did not hinder his reading. The writer had penned many tidbits about family matters from childhood and moments spent with you, from middle school tutoring to parental divorce. The lines expressed not only a feeling, but also a budding girl's longing for love. At this point, AI Jingchu had completely confirmed that the intended recipient of this letter was not him, but Yui. Yui had moved in not long ago, and the Korean, not fully understanding the situation, assumed he was the only Chinese person in the building, thus mistakenly believed that this letter must be his. After coming to this conclusion, he did not continue reading, quietly placing the letter on his desk and turning to do other things. During that time, the boss had gone to England. There were many patients at the clinic, but there were many volunteers. There were many children in the hospital eager to volunteer. Some volunteers not only helped the nurses, but also accompanied hospitalized patients to pass the time. On the second floor, there was an elderly lady with a tumor on her left cheek who had been in the hospital for a long time. She was a retired Chinese teacher and was particularly warm towards AI Jingchu. When AI Jingchu visited the elderly lady, a young girl volunteer had just finished reading her a novel. The girl exclaimed, "So terrible. Why didn't she tell him first?" The elderly lady replied, "That's the perplexing thing about love. He doesn't even know her. How could she love him so much? It must be because the male lead is as handsome as AI." The elderly lady laughed. AI Jingchu initially didn't pay much attention, but upon hearing the old and young turn the topic to himself, he casually asked, "What are you talking about?" "The novel from earlier." The young girl handed over the book in her hand. AI Jingchu took it, flipped a few pages forward, and saw the title letter from an unknown woman. He rarely engaged with literary works, so he didn't know much beyond the essentials. However, for some reason, when he saw those words, a spark of curiosity arose. "What is it about?" he asked. A writer receives a strange letter on his birthday morning, a confession letter from an unknown woman. The young girl thought for a moment and added, "But before the letter was sent, that woman had already died." Hearing this, AI Jingchu's hand that was flipping through the book paused. For the entire day, he was somewhat distracted. When he returned home that night, he took off his coat and scarf and went to retrieve the letter he had carelessly left on his desk a few days ago. With hesitation and doubt, he continued reading the letter. By the end, he let out a long sigh, followed by a strange emotion, perhaps a sense of being moved, perhaps pity. A young girl's love seeped through the words, so sincere, so shy, so pure, it was enviable. He looked at the time, dialed the domestic number he had left him, but no one answered. The next morning, he encountered a familiar Chinese junior at the hospital, who asked AI Jingchu, Why haven't I seen you recently? He went back to China for a while. AI, Jingchu replied. I saw you had a letter from China sitting there for a long time. So I put it in your building's mailbox. Didn't he lose it, right? No. AI Jingchu answered. After turning around, he remembered yesterday's incident and dialed Yu Yi's number again, but still no one answered. Helpless, he returned home, found a signature and phone number written at the end of the letter by the girl, and then called it. It rang for more than 10 times before the other side picked up. Hello, a girl's voice came through the radio waves from the other side of the earth. Soft and hesitant. Are you Carol? I'm Yu's roommate, AI Jingchu said. On that day, Zhang Li walked into the CAF alone and immediately saw 4 people playing mahjong with no customers in sight. As soon as Ma Yi saw Zhang Li, she wailed, They're playing cards and lifting the sedan chair. It's too much. They keep winning my money. Ning Feng smiled, unsure how to explain. Wu Ying said, gambling means accepting losses. Who's lifting the sedan chair? If you don't want to play, step aside and let Zhang Li take over. No way. Ma Yi pointed at Pan Siyu and said, all right, little fish is here. You can leave now. By the way, Pan Siyu, can you play cards? You just come to annoy me. Pan Siyu looked at Zhang Li pitifully. Zhang Li quickly smoothed things over. I need a break, have some water. You play a few rounds first. While Wu Ying was grabbing cards, she asked Zhang Li, what were you doing earlier? Your phone was unreachable, and no one answered at home. Where were you going at such a late hour? Whose phone did you use? A friend's, Zhang Li replied, taking a glass and filling it halfway with water, taking a sip. After speaking, she couldn't help but glance outside through the glass. The indoors were brighter than the street outside, and there was a reflection on the glass, making it hard to see clearly. She sat down next to Ma Yi and watched them play a couple of rounds. After a while, a customer unexpectedly came in, a young man, and when he saw the mahjong table at the bar, he awkwardly asked, can I still eat here? Zhang Li immediately greeted him with a smile. Sorry, we only have drinks. The young man said, oh, and retreated outside. Zhang Li walked him a few steps, inadvertently glancing back at the direction he had just arrived from, and suddenly realized that AI Jingchu's car was still parked in the same spot. She found it hard to believe her judgment. It had been so long. What was wrong? Did the car break down? She wanted to push the door and go outside to check, but Ma Yi called her little fish. Come over quickly and help me see which car to play, which to keep. I'm going to be dizzy. She had no choice but to sit back down and looked at Ma Yi's cards, saying, play a 3 of a kind. After helping Ma Yi sort through her cards, she heard someone honking urgently outside. Turning back at the sound, she saw AI Jingchu's black SUV driving away. At night, the 3 of them slept together on the 2nd floor, lying side by side on the same bed chatting. Did you take a taxi by yourself just now? Or did someone bring you? Wu Ying asked, feeling reluctant. No, it's clearly not right, Wu Ying said. Also, whose phone did you use to call me? I already said it was a friend. Who? Ma Yi pressed. Zhang Li stammered. You actually have a friend we both don't know? That's strange, Wu Ying said. You can tell from her expression that something's off. Where's your phone? Ma Yi asked Wu Ying. What for? Wu Ying handed it to her. She was not cooperative at all. Then let's call back and ask when we know. Saying this, she went to check Wu Ying's call records. Zhang Li screamed and tried to grab the phone, but she was too weak to overpower the 2 of them. Wu Ying first hugged Zhang Li like an octopus. Then, Ma Yi took the opportunity to ride on Zhang Li's back, pressing her down firmly, and then held her phone high above Zhang Li, saying, little girl, you've turned against me. Just looking at you, I know there is something fishy going on. If you want to fight, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Wu Ying said, Ma Yi, how dare you? Zemli Shota. Don't make a fuss, Ma Yi said triumphantly. Otherwise, if I hit you, people will think we're doing a 3P, which will ruin your image. Zhang Li wanted to cry, but had no tears. As a result, Ma Yi fiddled with the phone for a while and said, Wu Ying, how do you check the call history on this phone? Wu Ying was stunned. Stop it. It's so late. Can I just voluntarily confess? Zhang Li said earnestly. That's more like it. Ma Yi won the round. Next, Zhang Li poured out everything that had happened between her and AI Jingchu during this time. Ma Yi concluded, if he doesn't like you, I'll fry fish in the palm of my hand for you to eat. How is that possible? Zhang Li was surprised. The bystander sees clearly, little fish. Wu Ying said, he must have wanted to take advantage of you at the time. Trust me, he definitely wanted to be a rogue. Ma Yi did. You should have slapped him at that moment, then cried and yelled for him to take responsibility. Then we could threaten him to come to our shop as a living advertisement. For every 100 spent, he could kiss once for 200 twice. And there's no limit to the accumulation in one day. We'd just be waiting to count the money. Oh, Wu Ying twisted Ma Yi's arm hard, waking her from her spring and autumn dream. You might as well open a dental clinic and ask him to come for a consultation. That would make more money. Zemli Smilat. Wu Ying suddenly asked, do you like him? Zhongli was taken aback and repeated the same phrase. How is that possible? Since you consider him a passerby, why are you worrying about him when his car hasn't moved? I. Zhongli stammered, at a loss for words. Late at night, Zhongli didn't know if it was because she hadn't slept on this bed for too long or for some other reason. But she couldn't sleep at all. She was afraid of disturbing Ma Yi next to her. So she gently turned over, but heard Wu Ying, who was lying on the sofa, calling her softly. Zhongli, Akimima, you haven't been able to sleep? Yeah, Zhongli asked. Me neither. How are you, Ningfeng? I think he's nice, quite likable. Wu Ying replied. That's good. Zhongli smiled. What about you? Wu Ying asked her back. What about me? Don't you think it's unfair to AI, Jingshu? If he really likes you, how would he feel when he knows the truth? Wu Ying said. Zhongli didn't answer. Wu Ying continued. You know who he is, you know his relationship with you, but he doesn't know who you are. You're approaching him. Isn't it because of you, Because at that time, both were feeling the same pain. Wu Ying was the one who understood Zhongli's relationship with you, the best. I'm not. Don't say you're not. If he doesn't know, how could I not know? He and you, are very similar, right? Not similar. You know I'm not talking about looks. You were in Dongshan, and he helped you. Just like how he helped you back home. Whenever you were in a difficult situation, it was always him who came to your rescue. How was that different from Yui? You were just looking for Yu Yi's shadow in him, and you want to get news about Yu Yi from there. If he wasn't Yu Yi's classmate, and he wasn't the one calling you for Yu Yi, would you have asked him for help the night Ma Yi couldn't go to Dongshan? You didn't even tell me at that time. Would you have gotten in his car? Would you have run down the mountain to give him something? If you never have anything to do with Yu Yi in your life, can you even live? Can you have a little backbone? By the end, Wu Ying was getting louder and angrier, directly waking Ma Yi up. Ma Yi turned on the light, squinting her eyes, and saw Wu Ying sitting on the sofa, looking fierce, and Zhongli beside her, saying nothing. What are you two doing in the middle of the night? Can't you see we're arguing? Wu Ying said, furious. We haven't argued in years, so what are you arguing about? Let's hear it, Ma Yi said with interest. Wu Ying repeated what she had just said. At this time, Ma Yi learned for the first time about the relationship between AI, Jingshu, and Yu Yi. Once she understood, she immediately grabbed a pillow and threw it at Wu Ying, standing on the bed and pointing at Wu Ying's nose. I say, Wu Ying, why are you turning your elbow outwards, acting like a saint here? Is Yu your brother? Or is AI Jingshu your brother? Didn't we agree not to mention that scummy man Yu before? Whether it's fair to whoever doesn't concern us. Who made him know who? Why does he have to see Yu? Who made him like who? Why does he have to like little fish? It's infuriating. After Ma Yi finished her rant, both she and Wu Ying couldn't help but laugh. Zhongli also smiled slightly. You two are like a comedy duo. One playing the good cop, and the other playing the bad cop. After a while, Zhongli's smile faded, and she murmured, actually, there were 2 times I wanted to tell AI Jingshu, but when the words were on the tip of my tongue, I just couldn't say them. At that time, how naive and ridiculous I was. Moreover, he has seen that letter. If he forgot, that's fine, but if he remembers, that would really be embarrassing. If you don't want to say it, then don't. You have no obligation to tell him. Ma Yi said, and he won't like me, don't worry. Maybe he just feels sorry for me, which is why he helps me every time. Zhongli lay back on the pillow. Wasn't I just asking Ningfeng about things? That's because AI Jingshu was looking for a child with a cleft lip, just someone he met on the street. And he would go out of his way to help them. He seems to be like that. He looks cold on the outside. But he is actually incredibly kind at heart. If it weren't for his kindness, maybe she wouldn't have had so many interactions with Yui later on. But if it weren't for his kindness, that kind of beautiful longing for a first love might forever exist in her heart. So should she be grateful to him or not? Zenli smilad bitarli. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something happy. Wu Ying sighed. Mai, how much did you lose tonight? You just seek out others' unhappiness to cheer yourself up. Mai sighed distainfully. The three of them chatted and finally fell asleep together. Actually, she didn't feel that Yue owed her anything. She just kept lingering in that period of time, unable to forget. And her girlfriends loved her so much that they simply cast Yue into hell. On Wednesday afternoon, Zheng Li went to the dental hospital with mixed feelings. Since that breakup, she and AI Jingchu had only spoken once about finding that child. After discussing business, neither of them had any extra words before hanging up. Because many colleagues had gone out for training during this time, and the schedule couldn't be arranged, she couldn't take leave, and it was hard to leave early. She arrived too late, and before she could register, she hurried upstairs. Seeing her arrival, the nurse came over to take the follow-up card and said, "Why are you so late? Go wait outside. Professor AI and the others are in a meeting next door. I'll ask them if they're still seeing patients, and I'll call you in a bit." She thanked the nurse, walked to the door, and unexpectedly ran into AI Jingchu coming toward her. Zheng Li was a bit surprised, but it was the nurse who spoke first, asking Professor AI, "There's a patient here again. Are you still seeing them?" "Yes, but you have to wait." "Sorry, I came late." Zheng Li explained that. AI Jingchu just nodded and didn't say anything else. Actually, Zheng Li still had more to say, but she didn't know whether to communicate with Zhou when first or to go directly through AI Jingchu. Her hesitation was noticed by the nurse, who said, "That patient, you should wait in the waiting room outside. I've already said to wait a bit, and we'll call you when it's your turn. Don't just stand here. Professor AI still has to meet with the students first." Zheng Li felt embarrassed and replied softly, lowering her head as she walked out. She arrived at the waiting room near the elevator and chose a chair to sit down. At this time, other teachers and students were coming down in the elevator one after another, along with some patients who, like her, were arriving late. She checked the time. It was just after 4 o'clock. They didn't take a break at noon, so they got off work earlier than other places. Facing the elevator, she suddenly realized that she was sitting in the same spot again. The arrangement and position of the chairs were exactly the same, creating a strange illusion. The only difference was that last time it was on the 9th floor, and this was the 4th floor. That night, when he squatted in front of her, was he trying to kiss her or just check her braces? Perhaps she would never know. After half an hour, Zhou came out to call her. As they walked, Zhou said, "You look really good in that dress. Where did you buy it? You're clearly older than me, but you always look younger. No wonder our someone is interested in you." Zhou raised her eyebrows at Zheng Li with an expression that suggested she knew everything without saying a word. Zheng Li ignored her teasing, but after a few steps, she pulled Zhou into a stop and asked, "Zhou, I want to change doctors. Is that okay? Don't you like me?" "No." Zhou felt a bit wronged. "I'm teacher AI's most favorite student. Although he sometimes finds me annoying, I'm actually very diligent in my work. I just like teasing you, Zheng Li realized she had misunderstood and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I was just wondering if I could switch to another dentist instead of continuing with teacher AI." Zhou was even more surprised now, her eyes widening gradually. "What happened between you two? Did you fight? Break up?" Zheng Li asked. "Don't ask anymore. Just tell me, is it possible?" Zhou looked at her serious expression, as if she wasn't joking. Is she really going to change? Well, Wu Ying's words that night had a great impact on her. She was indeed too selfish. Regardless of whether he liked her or not, she shouldn't have approached him with other intentions. It's not impossible, isn't it? You just transferred from Professor Lu's side. However, other teachers generally don't like taking in patients midway, and you can't really provide a convincing reason. Chun Li was in a dilemma. Zhou then said, "There's another way." "What?" "It's a bit unethical." Zhou glanced around cautiously and said to Zheng Li, "You should go to the outpatient department and complain about teacher AI, saying that when you're there, he's not, and when he's there, you're not. That should do it." After saying this, Zhou couldn't help but feel guilty. "Look at this idea I've come up with. It's really betraying my own kind." Zheng Li dared not adopt this terrible idea. It's fine. Some doctors get complained about countless times in a year. At most, they'll just deduct a little of teacher AI's bonus. Or maybe penalize him for being unqualified in the year-end assessment, or accuse him of physical harassment of patients and have him suspended from work. Zhou was deliberately fanning the flames. While the two were whispering about this, a nurse came out and shouted, "Zhou, where's the patient you called?" "Professor AI. We've been waiting for you for ages. Aren't you getting off work?" Zhou and Zheng Li both responded and went back. Zhou added, If you really want to transfer, you should still talk to Dr. AI first. But I was just teasing you earlier. Switching doctors midway wouldn't be good for your treatment either. When the two of them walked in, they saw AI Jingchu already sitting by the treatment bed, waiting. Zheng Li and Zhou exchanged glances and took their respective positions. AI Jingchu put on rubber gloves, inserted the mouth mirror into her mouth, and examined it back and forth. After giving Zhou a few instructions, he moved on to another student. Zhou couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with the boss, but as she worked, she thought it over carefully and realized he seemed normal. Was he always this sparing with his words? Zheng Li's follow-up appointment was straightforward. The small brackets on her braces hadn't come loose. They just needed some adjustments and a few wires to be thickened. Once she was done, she asked AI Jingchu to check again. This time, he examined her thoroughly and even called Zhou over to the computer desk to review Zheng Li's electronic medical records. The two of them discussed for a while. Shortly after, Zhou returned and reported, "You might need to have 2 more teeth extracted." "What?" "Teacher AI asked me to explain to you," Zhou said, while making a biting gesture with both hands. When the upper teeth move inward, the lower teeth press against them, leaving no gap. Therefore, 2 lower teeth need to be extracted to integrate them inward and create space for the upper teeth. "Do you understand?" Zheng Li nodded. Zhou felt good about herself, praising her own ability to explain things in a straightforward and easily understandable way. She quickly learned the boss's true teachings. However, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. It really was problematic that the boss asked her to speak. Although this sometimes happened, could Zheng Li really be classified as an ordinary patient? One wants to change doctors. The other acts like he owes him $200, something off. Did they really break up? Should we extract it today? We're not at that point yet. Teacher AI said we should observe a bit longer. Oh, Zheng Li let out a sigh of relief. Are you really planning to switch doctors? Zhou whispered secretly. Forget it. I saw that Teacher AI has already finalized your new treatment plan. What if you switch doctors and the new one doesn't agree with the plan? It might delay your treatment. Just then, a junior student called Zhou over to help adjust the adhesive. Zhou said, "I'll be right back." After lying down for a while, Zheng Li felt uneasy and stood up. Nearby, she saw AI Jingchu. He was sitting by another dental chair, operating the mechanical arm used for grinding teeth, while instructing a student on how to polish a metal buccal tube. He wore protective goggles and was completely focused. Zheng Li averted her gaze and sat back down, no longer looking at him. Moments later, Zhou returned and filled out the follow-up card for her. Before leaving, Zheng Li hesitated and asked, "Zhou, could you talk to Teacher AI for me? About switching doctors?" You're definitely screwing me over," Zhou whimpered softly. "But you really need to think this through. If it were any other professor, they might not take you on. What if you end up with just an ordinary attending physician or something? They want to refund the price difference, and you'd be at a huge loss." After Zheng Li left, Zhou glanced at AI Jingchu. From start to finish, he hadn't looked back at Zheng Li once, nor had he spoken a single word to her. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. She had no idea how Zheng Li had managed to offend their boss's proud ego. Zheng Li left the hospital and headed for the subway station. On the way, she received a call from Ma Yi. Over the phone, Ma Yi vented about Pan Cu's misdeeds over the past 2 days. After ranting nonstop for a while, she asked, "Are you coming over today?" Zheng Li looked up at the time on the subway screen and said, "Okay." Then she walked out of the subway station, noticing the weather was nice, and decided to walk across the university campus directly to the CAF. At the same time, AI Jingchu had just come out of the hospital and was driving around the campus. He originally had no classes on the day he was seeing patients, but unfortunately, other teachers had swapped 2 classes with him due to attending a conference, moving them to the evening. He didn't have time to go home, so he planned to grab a quick bite at school before going to class. He followed the same route as Zheng Li, so he spotted her as soon as he entered the campus. Zheng Li was wearing a light blue dress, her hair down, walking through the campus with a natural look, just like an ordinary student. She was a bit thin and not short, making her figure easily recognizable from behind. Jingchu saw her walking alone on the sidewalk under the trees, swaying slightly. He didn't stop to let her walk further away, nor did he speed past her. He just quietly and slowly drove his car, keeping his distance and following her. After passing the lotus pond and the library. She stopped at a used book stall set up by a student outside the cafeteria. She lifted her skirt, squatted down, and carefully browsed for a little while, eventually pulling out 2 comic books, paying, and continuing on her way. Jinsha followed her all the way to the street with the CAF, and only when he saw the sign from a distance did he slam on the gas and quickly drive past her. He wondered if he had gone crazy. Inquiring about the child with a cleft lip was not going smoothly. In the photos from the event on the website, Zheng Li found the figure of that older child. She had some impression of him because on the day they established the extracurricular library, the child stood in the front row saluting the leaders, but due to nervousness, accidentally bumped into a classmate with his arm because he was holding it backwards, which made everyone laugh. When Ning Feng called to ask, the school informed them that the child had gone to the city with his parents for school. They couldn't specify where the parents were or provide any contact information, only giving a number for the child's uncle. However, Zheng Li dialed it several times, but it was always turned off. A month passed in a flash. On Tuesday morning, Zheng Li received a call from Zhouwen. "Is this Zheng Li?" Zhouwen asked. "Your follow-up appointment for tomorrow has been canceled. Teacher AI has gone to a meeting elsewhere and won't be back for a few days. Oh, your appointment has been pushed back by a week. Come next Wednesday. Is that okay?" "Sure. I want to say more. I have many calls to make," Zhouwen said. "Thank you," Zheng Li replied. "Oh, by the way, I haven't mentioned your request to change doctors to teacher AI yet. You might as well tell him yourself. If you find it awkward to say in person, just call him." "Thanks." Zheng Li hung up and touched her right cheek. She had eaten hot pot with Ma Yi for 3 consecutive days, and her teeth had started to ache, with her molar gums swollen to a high degree. One of the braces was specifically fitted onto the buccal surface of the molar, making it even more uncomfortable, like the tight hoop around Sun Wukong's head. She had thought she could have it checked tomorrow, but now it was going to be delayed for another week. That night, she was in pain and went to the pharmacy to randomly buy some medicine. Over the weekend, Wu Ying was celebrating her birthday and insisted on going to Dongshan for a hot spring bath. "It's almost summer, and you still want to go to a hot spring? Are we supposed to shed a layer of skin?" Ma Yi said. "I don't care. My mom wants to go. Are you going or not? If not, that's fine. Your mom is going too?" "Of course." She said she'd foot the bill. "Oh dear. If mother is going, we must accompany her." As soon as Ma Yi heard she could eat and drink for free, she immediately became eager. Then on Saturday, Wu Ying's family, along with Ma Yi and Zheng Li, went up the mountain. Early summer in Dongshan was completely different from winter. The cool breeze and the chirping of summer insects made it much cooler than the city. They stayed at a hotel in Dongshan, and after dinner, Zheng Li's tooth started hurting again. No matter how much medicine she took, it didn't seem to help, so she went to the hotel's medical room. Wu Ying was enjoying herself in the outdoor hot spring pool and asked her, "Can you find it? Do you want me to go with you?" "No need." Zheng Li replied. She walked around the small garden to a 2-story building. The first floor was the medical room. The lights were on in the medical room, and from where she stood, she could see the door and the treatment bed. Zheng Li didn't continue moving, but stopped instead. That night, someone was standing there, enduring their own pain to help others. She had never dared to let herself think of AI Jinshu in the deep of night, not even a little bit. He was too wonderful, just like the feeling he had given her back then. Zheng Li sat down on a chair in the small garden, gazing up at the stars in the night sky. She didn't dare to approach him, yet she was infatuated with everything about him. She didn't know why she was so infatuated with him. It was precisely because she didn't know that she felt so fearful. How did her initial fondness for him begin? She first heard his voice during that overseas call, and 5 years later in the library, he told her, "Fortunately, it was your face that got sprayed." So many years had passed in between. He didn't know her, but she had never forgotten. The year she graduated, she accompanied Wu Ying to get porcelain teeth and saw his name in the introduction of doctors on the first floor of the dental hospital. That was when she first realized that AI Jinshu was such a name. It listed his title, the school he graduated from, and his photo. At that moment, she suddenly felt that it seemed like a fairy tale. He was not someone she had imagined, but someone who truly existed. Later, Dodo worked in a store. She indirectly learned about AI Jinshu's whereabouts from a student at the medical school. Thus, on one occasion, she disguised herself as an undergraduate medical student and secretly attended his class. She sat in the corner of the last row, listening intently to every word he said. His voice had hardly changed, but it was more steady than before. At that time, she thought to herself, let this fairy tale live on in her heart. But by chance, AI Jinshu unexpectedly became her doctor. When Zhou Wen and the nurse referred to him as Teacher AI, she didn't connect it to him until she saw the names of the consulting doctors on the wall. In that moment, she hesitated, felt some retreat, and even wanted to turn and run away. But when he stood in front of her and personally asked her age and name, she let out a long sigh of relief. Because he didn't know her at all. He didn't know her, but she had known him for so many years. If it weren't for all this, that evening at the foot of Dongshan, would she have pulled him and begged him to help her? She had thought about this question for a long time. Perhaps she wouldn't have in the past. Even when her fingers hurt so much that she couldn't sleep all night, she endured it for more than half a month without asking anyone for help. If she had gotten in his car, then everything that followed wouldn't have happened. His car wouldn't have broken down. He wouldn't have walked her up the mountain. He wouldn't have stayed at the Dongshan Hotel. Wouldn't have met her at sunrise. And there wouldn't have been those rumors. Director Li wouldn't have insisted she invite him to dinner, and she wouldn't have crashed his car. So she wasn't even clear if her attachment to him was because of UE or simply because he was AI Jinshu. She didn't know she had looked up for too long. Her neck felt a bit sore, so she simply knelt and lay back on the chair, facing the starry sky. A corner of the administrative building came into her view. She counted the rooms in that building from the bottom up, but unfortunately, her sense of direction wasn't good. And she couldn't find the balcony of the suite where AI Jinshu had stayed. At that moment, someone walked by and looked at Zheng Li, who was in an awkward position with suspicion. Zheng Li hurriedly got up, fixed her hair and clothes, and went to the medical room to talk to the doctor, who prescribed her some painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication. On her way back to find Wu Ying, Zheng Li received good news from Ningfeng. He said he managed to get through to the child's uncle's phone, and the uncle said that the younger brother and sister-in-law were working in City A with the child. Moreover, Ningfeng also found out their address in the city. Zheng Li repeatedly thanked him and ended the call with some relief. She thought of AI Jinshu and wondered if she should tell him this news. Zheng Li opened her phone's contacts, saw the 3 characters at the top, hesitated, and pressed dial. After dialing, she regretted it and wanted to quickly hang up, but found that the call had already gone through. Hello. AI Jinshu's voice appeared in her ear. This is Zheng Li, she said. Are you out of town? Am I bothering you? I have something to tell you, said Zheng Li. She told me you want to change doctors, he calmly responded. Huh? When did she say that? Zhou Wen didn't say anything, and even asked her to call him. He didn't answer her, just calmly advised. Changing doctors midway isn't ideal. It delays your treatment and affects the results. If you're dissatisfied with my treatment plan, we can discuss it. If you feel my medical skills or ethics are lacking. No, that's not it. Zheng Li hurriedly denied it. She interrupted him, so he didn't continue speaking, and she didn't know how to explain either. As a result, both of them fell into silence simultaneously. His surroundings were extremely quiet, with almost no other sounds audible. On her end, summer insects chirped joyfully in the night, and in the distance, people soaking in the open-air hot springs laughed boisterously during the late-night session. Zheng Li recalled the last time she mentioned her fear of awkward silences, but AI Jinshu had dismissed it. Speak when you want to, stay silent when you don't. So, he was probably already displeased and didn't want to talk to her anymore. Just as Zheng Li thought she would have to break the deadlock herself. She heard AI Jinshu's voice once again coming through the receiver into her ears. He asked, Zheng Li, is your heart still here? Faced with this sudden remark, Zheng Li was bewildered. What? She didn't understand what he meant. However, he didn't repeat, didn't explain, didn't press further, just paused briefly before hanging up the call. The next day, just after descending from Dongshan, she received a call from her stepfather. Shioli. The stepfather said, Uncle, your mom went to the countryside today and bought a chicken. She made a pot of soup, so come over for dinner tonight. Sure. At dinner time, Zheng Li bought some fruit before entering the neighborhood. The stepfather saw her and quickly welcomed her inside. Your mom is cooking in the kitchen. I'll go call her. No need, no need. Have you two been arguing lately? The stepfather asked. No. That night, she came back from you very angry. I asked her, but she wouldn't say anything. Over the past month, she hasn't made anything delicious, and unlike before, she hasn't sent anything to you. So I definitely feel there is a problem. The stepfather used to work in a unit focused on the ideological and political work of subordinates, and he was exceptionally skilled at persuading people. Children don't hold grudges against their parents overnight. You see, today she asked someone to buy chicken from the countryside to make soup, and I wanted to add kelp, but she insisted that you like it plain, with nothing but salt. Then she asked me to call you, but I told her to call herself. And she got mad at me. She is the type of person who speaks harshly, but has a soft heart. When she gets angry, she can say anything. But once her anger subsides, she treats people as kindly as a living bodhisattva. Zheng Li couldn't help but laugh at this comparison. She glanced at the closed kitchen door, and when she shifted her gaze back, she saw the wedding photo of her mother and stepfather hanging in the hallway from a few years ago. After her mother divorced her second husband, Deng Gang, she remarried her current stepfather less than 6 months later. The stepfather worked at the provincial committee in City A and had divorced his first wife many years ago due to personality differences. Later, when his daughter went abroad to study, he became single and was introduced to his current wife, leading to their remarriage. If Zheng Li initially rejected and then gradually accepted her mother's first husband, she felt almost numb towards her second stepfather. However, every time she returned home, her mother always asked her to drive her stepfather's car around the county, while others would flatteringly say, Defong has married better and better, stepping up in life. Next time, she might marry a president. Who wouldn't hear the underlying meaning? Zheng Li felt utterly ashamed, while her mother didn't care at all, saying that if you can't eat grapes, you'll naturally call them sour. Zheng Li remembered the day her mother told her about the divorce from Deng Gang. She cried and asked, Mom, don't you love Uncle Deng anymore? Before you married him, didn't you tell me it was because you loved him and thought he was better than Dad, which is why you chose to be with him? Adult matters are none of a child's business. As a stepdaughter, she had endured so much pain and struggle before finally accepting Deng Gang, only for her mother to announce at that very moment that she no longer loved him and wanted a divorce. A year later, Zhang's mother began preparing for her second remarriage. On the evening before registering the marriage, Zheng Li quietly watched as her mother cheerfully matched shoes, dresses, and earrings for the next day, humming a tune all the while. She asked, How many people have you invited to the banquet? Zheng Mama replied in a good mood. Not much, just 4 or 5 tables. Is it necessary? Yes. Lao Peng said we should invite some friends to liven things up. As long as I'm happy. Lao Peng is the groom tomorrow. Mama Zheng also said that when I married your dad, I just brought my bedding to his house. And that was considered enough. How come you young people now wear wedding dresses, travel, and collect red envelopes? At that time, I wasn't old enough at the factory, and they wouldn't let us sign. It was your grandma who made a fuss, saying that we needed to plan for business and promote late marriage and late childbirth. Were they waiting for the Zheng family to become extinct before the factory leaders would be satisfied? Zheng Li had heard others talk about this before. Back then, Grandma opposed it fiercely. First, Mama Zheng was young, and second, she was as beautiful as a flower at that time, with many young men chasing after her, including the factory director's youngest son. In the end, she only had eyes for a poor guy who had nothing. Did you love my dad? Zheng Li suddenly asked. Zhang's mother was a bit annoyed by this, saying, You loved? How could you have me if you didn't love? Yes, you also loved Deng Gang. What do you understand? Mother Zheng got angry. Now you love Uncle Peng again. How can you have so much love, one after another? Zheng Li. Zhang's mother threw the comb in her hand at Zheng Li, hitting her in the chest and falling to the ground. I'm in my 30s. Do I need you to educate me? Aren't you just doing this for Deng Gang? He has only raised you for a few years. How many years have I raised you? Do you really think you become her daughter? Yes, I may love this one moment and at the next, but in my life, Zhao Defen has never stolen a man or had an affair. I love boldly and hate boldly. I carry myself with dignity. If your dad treats me that way, should I remain loyal forever? Deng Gang's behavior is increasingly incompatible with mine. Should I still cling to him? But, Zheng Li Shateos, don't give me the but excuses. If you have the ability, don't be like me. I will absolutely never be like you. I will love one person in this lifetime, and that will never change. Zheng Li wiped her tears and said, Zheng's mother sneered, "Fine, let's wait and see." That night, Zhang Li obsessively repeated that vow in her mind over and over again. By Wednesday, it was time to meet AI Jingchu again. She arrived very early and ran into Zhou Wen at the hospital entrance. As soon as she saw her, she remembered the matter of changing doctors. "What did you tell teacher AI? Didn't you say you wouldn't?" He already knew the outcome. Zhou Wen felt a bit guilty and tried to gloss over it. "Really? Maybe I remembered wrong. Did you talk on the phone? Who called?" Zhou Wen asked with great interest. "I made the call." She originally called to discuss something else. But before she could even speak, AI Jingchu misunderstood. "Sai, the boss isn't very proactive." Zhou Wen continued. "How did the conversation go? Nothing explosive happened, right?" He was really angry and hung up on me after just a few words. Zhou Wen weakly muttered, "Oh my God." They walked into the outpatient hall, and Zhang Li asked her whether to climb up or take the elevator. As a result, Zhou Wen said, "Take the elevator. I want to maintain my energy for the hard work ahead. But let's go inside. It's too crowded here." So Zhang Li followed her to the other end of the corridor, only to see two elevators. "Are these for the doctors?" Zhang Li asked. "They're for the surgery room to transport patients, to avoid crowding with other patients," Zhou Wen replied. Just as she finished speaking, an elevator came up from the parking lot on the second basement floor. And when the door opened, AI Jingchu was standing inside. AI Jingchu without a white coat. Perhaps it was too hot recently, so he had cut his hair very short. He was wearing a simple white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows rather than buttoned, and black pants with a belt that tucked in the shirt, complemented by black leather shoes. The simple black and white combination made his legs look longer. Zhou Wen reacted quickly. "Mr. AI, you're early." Her second sentence was, "You look really handsome today." Zhang Li guessed that Zhou Wen was probably the student least intimidated by him in the entire hospital. He stepped back, and Zhou Wen quickly pulled her inside. "That patient, it's Li Xiao. Her mom called and said she was in terrible pain after removing the rubber bands, so I let her come in today for you to check." Zhou Wen reported to AI Jingchu about the situation since he had been away, speaking earnestly despite her usual playful demeanor. AI Jingchu occasionally responded or asked questions. Seeing that they were both focused on work, Zhang Li's heart calmed down. Standing behind Zhang Li, she could see AI Jingchu's reflection on the stainless steel elevator doors when she looked up. His eyebrows were thick and his brow bone was slightly high, which made his eyes appear deeper but also somewhat sharp. When he had no expression on his face and pressed his lips together, the corners of his mouth would have two small dimples the size of half a pea. When he smiled, the corners of his lips would sink deeply, creating a lazy and sunny look with a hint of childlike charm, very captivating. The first time she saw him smile was the night they had an accident in the car. He had been drinking, and she was driving for him. She thought he was drunk, so she whispered to him, but he wasn't asleep at all and heard her, laughing softly. At that moment, he squinted his eyes, and then the smile spread across his face. Since then, she had been hesitant to look at his face. "Isn't that right, Zhang Li?" Zhou Wen's words disrupted her thoughts. "Huh?" She hadn't heard what they were talking about at all. "Last time you said you were scared to hear that you needed to pull 2 more teeth. So you secretly told me you wanted to change doctors, right?" Zhou Wen asked expectantly. AI Jingchu was also staring straight at her, and the suddenness of the question caught her off guard, unable to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator arrived. Initially, it was her turn to go in first, but then a mother with a son said her child had only taken 2 classes off and needed to hurry back for class, as they couldn't afford to delay before the college entrance exams. Zhou Wen was in a dilemma. They had no right to arbitrarily change the order of consultations, or else other patients would complain. "Let him go first, I'll wait a bit longer, no rush." Zhang Li smilat. Before long, it was Zhang Li's turn. "A few days ago, my gums were swollen, but they got better this week," Zhang Li honestly stated. "Where was it swollen?" Zhang Li opened her mouth to show Zhou Wen. "How long was it swollen?" "For more than a week. I don't know if it's because of the braces or if I ate something too spicy." "Why didn't you say it earlier?" "I thought since I was coming for a follow-up anyway, why make it so complicated?" "Who knew you would call and say to postpone it for a week?" "Did you see another dentist?" "What if they mess up your teeth?" "It would be a hassle. Just bear with it," Zhang Li replied. Zhou Wen shot her a glance. "Do you think you're a Ninja Turtle?" After a while, AI Jingchu also arrived, and the follow-up procedures were the same as usual. AI Jingchu, as before, Didn't mention that phone call or the change of doctors. Not a single word to her. Zhongli kept staring at the orange light above the treatment bed, struggling with whether to ask him about what he meant by his last sentence on the phone a few days ago, and whether she should tell him about the news Ning Feng had received. However, until he walked away, she still couldn't come to a conclusion. Before leaving, she took a secret glance at his back and sent a text message. About that big kid I mentioned last time, we found out some information. But we haven't found the little friend you wanted yet. After sending it, Zhongli breathed a sigh of relief. Text messages were indeed more effective. Approaching noon, he replied to her, "Thank you." 2 days passed uneventfully. On Saturday, Zhongli was originally helping out at the CAF when Wu Wanxia called to say she wanted to borrow her bicycle. So, she took advantage of the slow business at noon to go home and bring the bicycle over for Wu Wanxia. The scorching sun at 1 or 2 o'clock was unbearable. She applied sunscreen and, not feeling reassured, put on a hat and sun sleeves. After leaving the community and crossing the traffic lights, there was a long downhill slope. She squeezed the brakes and slowly glided down. Unexpectedly, a child suddenly appeared halfway down, darting out from between parked cars, trying to cross the road, right in front of Zhongli. The sudden occurrence startled her, and she slammed the brakes. Unfortunately, she braked too abruptly, causing the bike to veer to the side, and she fell hard onto the ground. She lost control of her chin and hit it hard against the ground. The child, seeing her lying on the ground, seemed a bit scared, glanced at her twice, and then ran away. Zhongli felt a bit dizzy from the impact and wanted to push herself up, but found she couldn't muster the strength. In her school days, she had no idea how many times she had fallen from a bike, so she thought she might just have some scrapes and nothing more. She felt embarrassed to be lying there so awkwardly, thinking it was really a bit humiliating. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind. "Are you okay, young lady? I didn't see if a car hit you." The woman walked up to Zhongli, preparing to help her up, only to turn pale when she saw her face. "Oh no, this isn't good. Let me call 120. Following her gaze, Zhongli touched her chin and neck, finding them wet. When she looked at her hand, it was covered in blood, and she panicked a bit. The woman, who worked as a parking fee collector, quickly called a colleague to help Zhongli to the sidewalk, then took out her phone to call for an ambulance. Zhongli watched the blood on the ground, a puddle next to her bicycle, which continued all the way to her feet. She had never seen herself bleed so much and didn't understand why. She vaguely felt that something might be wrong with her chin or teeth, but she felt nothing, no pain, just a dizzy feeling, and her mouth and tongue were numb, making it hard to speak. The woman also seemed worried and complained about the ambulance taking too long, saying, "How about I ride you on an electric bike instead?" Zhongli waved her hand. At noon, with the temperature high and circulation fast, it was the most active time for blood flow. She covered her chin with her hand, hoping her blood wouldn't flow too quickly. The woman, feeling anxious, said, "Young lady, do you have a phone? Give it to me, so I can call your family. What if you go to the hospital alone?" Zhongli pulled out her phone with her other hand and handed it to the woman, bloodstains immediately smudging the white phone. The woman, fumbling with the phone, finally managed to see the words contacts. "How do I scroll down?" she asked her colleague beside her. "How do I know? I could just randomly dial a number from the past." The person replied. So, the aunt helplessly pressed a few buttons on the first contact number above and finally dialed it. "Hello, do you know the girl with this phone? Can you call her family? She had a car accident. We are waiting for an ambulance." After a hurried exchange of a few words, the aunt left an address. The first entry in the contacts was none other than AI Jingchu, starting with the letter A. Almost no time passed, and before the ambulance arrived, AI Jingchu rushed over. Following the trail of blood, he saw Zhong Li by the roadside, his face suddenly turning pale, and without saying a word, he picked her up and put her in the car. He drove extremely fast. The green light ahead was about to change, flickering to yellow, but he still pressed the gas and sped through. She didn't know how that aunt happened to dial his number. Her mind was clearer than before, and seeing him run the red light, she wanted to remind him. "You." She moved her lips, barely squeezing out a word. "I know what to do." "Don't worry," he said. "Close your eyes, rest a bit, don't talk, don't move, and don't look at the mirror next to you." Zhongli obediently closed her eyes. At that moment, an ambulance approached, and AI Jingchu glanced at it in the rearview mirror but ignored it. The car was filled with the persistent beeping of the alarm, and neither of them had time to buckle their seatbelts, so it rang for a long time. AI Jingchu called Gu Yi. Are you at the hospital? Yes. Get someone ready for the operating room in your department. What happened? There's a patient here with a lacerated jaw that needs stitching. Is there damage to the bone or joint? I don't know, he said. After AI Jingchu hung up, Gu Yi stared at her phone in a daze. She had known AI Jingchu for many years, but it was the first time she heard him say those words, I don't know, when it came to work-related matters. When had he ever been unsure? In general, a laceration of the jaw's skin wasn't a big deal. She remembered a patient from school who had fallen down the stairs and suffered a comminuted fracture of the entire mandible, essentially requiring a complete reconstruction of the lower face. At that time, AI Jingchu had simply said, no problem. After finishing the call with Gu Yi, AI Jingchu glanced at Zheng Li. Her chin had a 2-centimeter gash, where the impact was most severe. This area, like the temples, is one of the easiest places to split on the face. And the wound was deep, exposing the bone inside, which was why he told her not to look in the mirror. Although the blood from the wound had already coagulated, her hands, neck, and the front of her shirt were all stained with blood. She obediently kept her eyes closed, enduring the discomfort without moving, appearing excessively quiet. AI Jingchu suddenly felt a bit anxious, knowing that it was an impossible situation, yet he couldn't suppress his inner unease and couldn't help but call out, Zheng Li, She responded with a sound from her throat. Hearing her voice steadied his emotions a little. After crossing a street, he called out again, Zheng Li. This time she didn't respond, opened her eyes, and looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what he wanted to say by calling her twice. You close your eyes and rest. But don't sleep. When I call you, just respond to me, he said. Okay. When they arrived at the hospital, Gu Yi examined Zheng Li's wound and had her do a few movements to open and close her mouth. The wound was deep, but everything else seemed fine. It should not have injured the jaw joint. Gu Yi said to AI Jingchu next to her, it's best to do a CT scan soon. AI Jingchu replied, are you going to stitch it, or shall I? Gu Yi asked. AI Jingchu glanced at Zheng Li and didn't answer. You usually stitch better than I do. You wouldn't possibly take shortcuts on a girl's face, Gu Yi added. AI Jingchu nodded. Zheng Li was prodded by Gu Yi a few times, although it hurt. The numbness was much better, and she tried to ask, will I need surgery? She didn't dare to exert too much force or move her jaw too much, so her speech came out a bit slurred. Gu Yi comforted her, you don't need to go to the operating room. It's just a small stitching, and we can do it right here in our treatment room. Zheng Li had never experienced anything like this in her life, not even being hospitalized. And when she saw the nurse next to her bringing syringes and instruments, she felt a bit timid. At that moment, she was very grateful to the aunt who called for her, thanking her for her kindness, for worrying that she would be scared going to the hospital alone, and wanting to find a family member for her. AI Jingchu noticed the fear in her eyes and comforted her. It will hurt a bit when they give you the anesthetic. Okay, don't worry, your senior is here. He is great at giving injections. And there definitely won't be any scars on your face. Gu Yi chuckled, saying that doctors typically worry about functional damage, while girls usually care about their appearance. After saying this, she went out to call for the anesthetic and sutures. Zheng Li looked at AI Jingchu. Back at Dongshan, Gu Yi had said similar things, praising how well he stitched wounds. At that time, he had a fever, and that child was crying and struggling nonstop, yet he remained calm and decisive, without any hesitation. Later, when the chubby boy came to the library, he showed off his medals like a man. It was hard to tell whether it was because children heal quickly or because his stitching was good. She couldn't help but want to touch her wound. Don't touch it. AI Jingchu quickly stood up and grabbed her hand. Only then did he notice the many abrasions on the back of Zheng Li's hand and elbow. He paused for a moment, went to the nurse's station to get disinfectants and gauze to clean Zheng Li's wounds. When he used cotton to wipe the dirt from the wound, Zheng Li couldn't help but wince in pain, her hand shrinking back, her brows tightly knitted, and she let out a few sounds from her throat. His hand trembled slightly. At that moment, Gu Yi came over, saying they were almost ready, and told her to go next door. Senior, you go ahead and disinfect first. Another nurse came in, took the things from AI Jingchu's hand, and continued to clean Zheng Li's wound. After AI Jingchu stood up, he hesitated to move his feet, He lowered his gaze, fixated on the nurse's actions, and after a moment, called out to Gu-yi, who was about to leave. Gu-yi turned around in response. He said, "You do the stitching for me." Gu-yi slightly opened her mouth and stared at AI Jingchu for a long time, unmoving, until Zhongli let out a pained sound in the nurse's hands. She finally averted her gaze and glanced at Zhongli before replying, "All right." The stitching was done on the treatment table next door. After lying down, Zhongli's face was covered with a cloth, blocking her view. Gu-yi's voice came through. "The wound is quite deep, so we'll need to stitch 2 layers. The thread is very fine, and you might feel a bit of pulling on the wound. Just relax." When the anesthetic was administered, the needle was long and thin, unlike regular injections, pushing a little here and a little there. Zhongli didn't dare to dodge or make a sound. She just stared wide-eyed at the cloth covering her face, her brows knitted tighter. Habitually, she wanted to bite her lip, but her lips had long been numbed by the anesthetic and wouldn't listen to her commands. Her hands were stiffly clasped over her heart. Just as she was intertwining her fingers, a hand came over, separating her tightly clasped hands and holding them in a palm. The familiar hands. The first time, he took off his gloves to check the wires on her braces. The second time, she caught up to him in that helpless little town, grabbing his hand and shouting his name. The third time, he playfully called her name in the dark road, scaring her to tears, and at that moment, he took her hands and placed them on his face, saying, "Alive." For the fourth time, he held her hand that was resting on the gear lever, pushed it into the car's forward gear, and taught her how to retaliate against insults. Too much, too much. Each time felt like a given. So she didn't, nor did she dare to take it to heart. After the surgery, he took her for a CT scan and then for a tetanus shot. Before the injection, a skin test was required. The nurse pricked her wrist and asked her to wait for more than 10 minutes. There were quite a few patients, and the chairs outside the injection room were all occupied, so she and AI Jingchu went to the registration hall to sit for a while. There were many people coming and going, mostly dental patients, and very few with injuries, so the large bandage on Zhong Li's chin attracted attention. Moreover, with AI Jingchu sitting next to her, this was his hospital, and many colleagues passed by, nodding briefly, some even stopping to exchange a few words. And some would casually inquire about Zhong Li's condition. After no one else came to disturb them, AI Jingchu asked, "Do you want to call your family?" "No need." She shook her head. "What about friends?" This time, Zhong Li did not shake her head. She took out her phone and called Ma Yi. "Where have you been?" "I'm almost overwhelmed here. On a hot weekend afternoon, it was the busiest time for the CEF. I suddenly have something urgent, so I won't be going over. Bear with it." "Huh? Then you just focus on your work." Ma Yi said, "You're not secretly going on a date, are you?" "No." "Why does your speech sound so slurred?" Ma Yi noticed something was off. "Just focus on your work. There's no need for so many words." After saying that, Zhong Li hung up the phone. AI Jingchu asked for a bottle of alcohol from the injection room and said to Zhong Li, "Give me your phone." She didn't know why, but obediently handed it over. He put on a glove, dipped a cotton ball in alcohol, and carefully wiped the bloodstains off Zhong Li's phone. Perhaps due to his profession, he was very meticulous, which suddenly reminded Zhong Li of the letter she had written. Later, he showed her the letter again and explained. It was said to have stuck together, but AI Jingchu separated it. An indescribable emotion spread from her chest. She suddenly felt that her mistake might not have been the moment she saw his name in this hospital and didn't turn around and leave. "I have something to tell you," Zhong Li said, hoping that he wouldn't be angry after knowing. He stopped wiping the phone, looked up at her, waiting for her to continue. Looking into his eyes, Zhong Li suddenly felt a bit flustered, unsure where to start. She diverted her gaze, looked elsewhere, and after thinking for a moment said, "You had a classmate named Yu-yi, right?" AI Jingchu replied. "I wrote him a letter a few years ago, and later that letter was found by someone who called me, and I was able to find Yu-yi." She paused and added, "That person was you, right?" An old man in the outpatient hall was arguing with a nurse, or rather, he was loudly shouting at the nurse. Zhong Li had no idea what they were arguing about, but there were many onlookers, and it was quite noisy. After she said this, her heart almost stopped, but she didn't hear AI Jingchu's response, so she doubted whether she had spoken too softly for him to hear. She turned to look at him and found he was still staring at her, without the anger or surprise she had imagined, just quietly gazing at her. which made her a bit anxious. Just as she was about to continue explaining, the nurse from the injection room came over and interrupted them, saying the skin test time was up. After checking Zheng Li's arm, she called her over for the injection. After the injection, AI Jingchu drove to the hospital, saying he needed to buy some things and asked Zheng Li to wait for him in the car. After about 10 minutes, AI Jingchu returned holding a transparent plastic bag. This, after you go home, mix it with sterilized water, put it in the fridge, and apply it a few times a day to promote wound healing. And this, he pointed to another flat box, is a silicone patch. Once the wound heals, you can stick it on to prevent scar hyperplasia. However, it might not stick well on the chin, so you'll need to wear this headband when you sleep at night. Zheng Li suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed and took a while to pick up the 2 syringes and say, "But how do you use this?" He remembered something and took out an unopened disposable syringe from his pocket, telling her to put it in the plastic bag as well. "I know." As they were nearing Zheng Li's home, AI Jingchu took a detour, passing by where she had fallen earlier, finding the kind ant and placing the bicycle Zheng Li had left there in the back of the car. The ant said, "You scared me just now. So much blood. I thought something happened." Zheng Li smiled and, following the direction the ant pointed, saw the pool of blood by the roadside, which was indeed quite shocking. At that moment, AI Jingchu, who had been gone for a little while, came back carrying a large watermelon and a big bag of apples from the fruit store across the street, saying it was to thank the ant and the colleagues who helped. The ant was overjoyed, declined a bit, saying, "You are too polite." "It's the least we could do," AI Jingchu said. "Thanks to you all for helping. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do alone." Seeing his sincerity, the ant happily called her colleagues to help receive the items. Back in the car, Zheng Li couldn't help but exclaim, "You really thought this through." She had been quite young when she separated from her father and hadn't had many chances to interact with the opposite sex, so she didn't know if all men were this organized in their actions. AI Jingchu fastened his seatbelt, restarted the car, and explained, "Good deeds are rewarded." Upon arriving at Zheng Li's building, AI Jingchu didn't need to say much, as Zheng Li wouldn't know how to handle the syringe. So he naturally had to go upstairs to help. Once Zheng Li got home, she relaxed her mood, and after losing so much blood and going back and forth in the hospital, she indeed felt tired and low in spirits. AI Jingchu said, "While the anesthetic is still effective, you should go in and rest. I'll prepare the medication and lock the door for you when I leave." Zheng Li felt lightheaded and didn't have the energy to think too much, so she closed the bedroom door, changed out of the blood-stained t-shirt, and lay down on the bed. After ensuring the bedroom was quiet, AI Jingchu sat down on the sofa. In fact, he hadn't eaten lunch yet. He was on his way home to eat when he received the call. Although he wasn't starving, his stomach hurt a bit. Whenever he felt unwell, he wanted to smoke. The living room didn't have a balcony, and it wasn't convenient to smoke inside someone else's place, so he opened the front door, went into the hallway, lit a cigarette, and then slightly closed the front door behind him. Meanwhile, Zheng Li, still awake in the bedroom, heard the sound of the door unlocking and thought AI Jingchu had left, which made her feel reassured. She soon removed her tight jeans and fell asleep. Later, a middle-aged woman came down from upstairs, saw AI Jingchu standing at the door, smoking, and looked at him several times in confusion. After she left, he quickly took a few puffs, extinguished the cigarette, and went back inside. This time, AI Jingchu carefully examined Zheng Li's home. It was a small, one-bedroom apartment. Probably due to its age, the design was not good, with 3 doors opening into the living room. One was the front door, one led to the bedroom, and the other to the kitchen. Further in from the kitchen were the bathroom and washroom. The pothose plant he had seen last time was still lush, and there was another pot next to it, though he didn't recognize what plant it was. She had a lot of things. The coffee table was cluttered with various skincare products. There were also many colorful magazines. Since they wouldn't fit on the table, they were stacked on the floor, with a pile even on the armrest of the sofa. Besides the magazines, the sofa was adorned with several cushions in different fabrics and patterns, as well as a few rabbit plush toys. The entire room clearly looked like a girl's place. There are many things, but it doesn't feel chaotic. On the other side of the wall is a rectangular dining table, but obviously it hasn't been used as a dining table. Besides a laptop, there are some books, notebooks, and colored pencils. A pen lies at the corner of the table. He walks over to pick it up and places it on the table. On the table, Next to the computer, a checkered leather notebook is open, and he glances at it. There is a line written, by Fulling 3 grams, by Xiao 3 grams, by Zhu 3 grams. He doesn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, but he recognizes these few herbs. It seems she must have seen this prescription somewhere, and, afraid of forgetting it, casually copied it into the notebook. The thought of a girl as little vanity makes him chuckle. However, when he looks again, his feelings change. This is the second time he has seen her handwriting. He can't clearly remember what her handwriting looked like back then, but he only felt it was elegant and neat. Now looking again, it is still elegant but a bit messy. After so many years, with time passing, has she changed as much as her handwriting? He suddenly recalls her crying on Dongshan while searching for that heart-shaped lock. At that time, he just thought she was a silly girl and never realized that she was Yue, nor did he think she was her. AI Jingchu stood there with his eyes downcast for a while before shifting his gaze away. Afterward, he went to the kitchen, carefully washed his hands, knocked off the glass top of the ampoule, used a syringe to draw half a tube of liquid, injected it into the bottle containing dry powder, shook it, and waited for the powder to dissolve. He then found a pair of scissors, pierced the aluminum cap on the amylin bottle, and placed it in the refrigerator. This process is simple. Any nurse would do it effortlessly. However, someone unfamiliar might spill it or cut their fingers if not careful. After washing his hands again, he suddenly remembered dinner. It was almost 5 o'clock. Even if she had a short nap, it was already dinner time. He checked the refrigerator again, apart from yogurt. There were a few apples, some leftover dishes, and not much else to eat. She not only had stitches on her chin, but also had several large abrasions on her hand, which couldn't get wet, making it nearly impossible for her to cook alone. After thinking for a moment, he returned to the living room, took the key that Zhengli had left on the shoe cabinet after opening the door, and gently closed the door. Zhengli woke up, and it was already 7 o'clock. She felt completely dazed, unable to tell whether it was morning or evening. So she crawled out of bed to go to the bathroom. When she opened the bedroom door and saw the lights on in the living room, she was puzzled at first, and then on the second glance, she noticed AI Jingchu sitting on the sofa. Zhengli was stunned. Her mind went blank, and she suppressed the almost overwhelming urge to scream and quickly retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. She stood in the bedroom, looking down at herself, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself because she was not wearing any pants. No, she was only wearing a pair of underwear. Since graduating from university, Zhengli had been living alone, and she had no particular dress code at home. Even when taking a shower, she often didn't bother to prepare a change of clothes and would walk out of the bathroom completely naked. How could she have thought there was someone else in the house? And how could she have thought it was a man? How could she have thought AI Jingchu hadn't left? How could she face him? How could she face him? For a moment, Zhengli thought of calling on Virgin Mary, and then thought about greeting AI Jingchu's sister. The anesthetic had worn off long ago. She hadn't felt it when she had just fallen asleep, but now the wound began to throb with pain, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat, making her head throb as well. Finally, she told herself, "It's okay. Just pretend you're at a swimming pool. Wearing a bikini shows more than this." She's only exposing her lower half. She repeated this self-comfort several times and found a pair of shorts to wear. This is what it means to be embarrassed to the extreme. This is a living example. She wanted to never go out again. But she was originally just going to the bathroom, and she couldn't hold it for long. Gathering her courage, gritting her teeth, she stepped into the living room for the second time. AI Jingchu was still there, but this time he didn't look up at her immediately. He was calmly flipping through a magazine. "I thought you had left early." Zhengli cleared her throat and awkwardly explained. She had thought it over. Although she wanted to pretend nothing had happened, this matter had to be explained. Otherwise, he might think something was wrong with her. AI Jingchu closed the magazine in his hand, saying, "I was thinking there were things I needed to say to you in person." "Oh, I need to use the bathroom first," she said awkwardly. The bathroom was inside the kitchen. As soon as she reached the kitchen door, she saw that there was soup still simmering on the stove, a pot of plain porridge on the counter, and a plate of tofu. Zhengli was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect you to sleep for so long. I guess it's all cold now," he said. Zhengli turned to look at him, unsure of what to say. 1,000 words boiled down to 2. "Thank you." She didn't understand why. Just a few days ago, he seemed to feel it was too much to even glance at her. But today, he was at her home cooking. This disparity made her feel a bit. As Zheng Li's thoughts wandered, AI Jingchu's eyes also drifted slightly. He couldn't help but shift his gaze from her face down a little, skimming over her t-shirt and landing on her shorts. He had met her in winter when they were both bundled up in thick layers. Now that summer had just begun, he hadn't seen her in summer clothes. During the day, she wore long pants, and now, probably because of the heat, she had changed into shorts, revealing her long, slim legs beneath the short fabric. Then, he thought about how she had just come out like that without even wearing shorts. AI Jingchu couldn't dare to continue his thoughts, nor could he look any longer. He turned his face away. When she returned from the bathroom, Zheng Li sat seriously in front of AI Jingchu, waiting for him to say those things that needed to be clarified in person. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's continue the conversation from earlier in the hospital. I am indeed the person who made that call." Zheng Li had anticipated he would say this, and she lowered her head, slowly saying, "I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I hid it from you and pretended not to know you," Zheng Li said. "What did you find out?" "From the beginning," Zheng Li replied. "When was the beginning?" He pressed. "Before you treated my teeth," she confessed. "From the beginning, I knew," Zheng Li said. AI Jingchu looked at her, asking indifferently, "Why?" Zheng Li was slightly taken aback. Why? She didn't understand what these 3 words meant. Was it asking why she hid it from him, or why she had known him from the beginning, or why she remembered him? She thought for a moment, unsure where to start. After a long pause, Zheng Li finally said softly at that time, "You mentioned your name on the phone, and later you also mentioned it, so I remembered. Then, another time when I went to your hospital for something, I saw your doctor resume, and it mentioned you graduated from the same school as you. I was curious, and then I saw the 3 characters that sounded the same. I thought, maybe this is the AI Jingchu who called me. She seemed to fall into a memory. Later, to confirm, I even attended your class. I didn't expect it to really be you, but finding you for treatment was truly unintentional. The hospital referred me to you. I didn't mean to provoke you or deceive you. I just for you, he asked, his expression unchanged. She frowned, not denying it. Who could say otherwise? If it weren't for you, how could she have been so curious about him, since you have been pretending for so long? Why do you want to tell me today? I once heard his questioning, and for a moment, I recalled what Wu Ying said that night. And then I thought of the warm and strong hands in the operating room. My mind became tangled, and I didn't know how to speak." Her hesitation, however, led AI Jingchu to misunderstand, a hint of thin anger appearing on his face. "Is this the reason you want to change doctors? Tell me clearly after saying it, and we can sever ties completely, then switch to someone else for orthodontics and never have any contact again in this lifetime?" "No." She shook her head. "Then what is it for? Is it because I helped you today, and you feel guilty, wanting to tell me the truth to repay me?" His anger added another layer. Zheng Li hurriedly shook her head. No. She had never seen him angry with anyone, even if he rarely smiled, even if he didn't speak, even if he sternly educated his students, even if he frowned and didn't look at her, even if he hung up on her. He always seemed indifferent, separated from people by an invisible and intangible protective barrier. And he would not get angry. Or maybe he felt that what you understood, others knew nothing about, and it was fun to play along. But now you were tired of it. When he got angry, his expression became colder, and his face looked bad, as if he would never care about anyone again. She watched this, and suddenly, her nose felt a bit sour, and her eyes turned red in an instant. "I'm not that kind of person," she murmured in defense. "I'm not that kind of person. I just don't even know what I'm like myself. I intentionally deceived you, but it's not what you think. At first, I thought maybe you wouldn't remember at all, and there was no need to say it. Later, as I spent more time with you, it became even harder to say. But you're so good. You've treated me so well. No one has ever treated me like this in my life. In the operating room, I thought I would tell you the truth, even if you got angry. Even if you thought I was someone with ulterior motives, even if you hated me. But now you're really angry." After she finished the last sentence, tears flowed down her cheeks. His feigned anger had long vanished, and the heart in his chest seemed to soak in warm honey, softening and melting away. "Zheng Li," he called her name. She looked up at him with tearful eyes. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the kitchen, as if the soup in the stew pot splashed out and fell onto the flame. AI Jingchu reacted quickly, immediately standing up and going to the kitchen to turn down the heat. As he turned around, he unexpectedly bumped into Zheng Li, who had followed him. Zheng Li's face bumped right into his shoulder. She instinctively protected her chin, but still couldn't avoid the collision. The force and speed were not great, but it still hurt. Her wound ached, and coupled with her slight anemia, her head felt dizzy, and she couldn't help but reach out to grab the side of the refrigerator handle, leaning against it. "Did you bump your wound?" he asked. She waved her hand in pain, leaning her back against the refrigerator door, trying to catch her breath. Fortunately, the refrigerator was quite large and fully supported her. AI Jingchu's heart tightened. "Let me see." He reached out, carefully peeling back the tape and gauze, tilting his face to check. She stood in the narrow gap between him and the refrigerator. He was half a head taller than her, so he had been bending over all along. But at this moment, neither of their thoughts were focused elsewhere. She obediently lifted her chin so he could see more clearly, and, as a result, the tear stains from earlier became evident. After confirming everything was fine, AI Jingchu breathed a sigh of relief. "You need to be careful walking and sleeping these days and avoid getting it wet," he reminded her while carefully putting the gauze back in place. "Oh." After AI Jingchu smoothed the tape, his gaze fell on her tear-filled eyes and suddenly remembered what he hadn't finished saying earlier. "Actually, there was one more thing," he said. He didn't let her go in time, still trapping her between himself and the refrigerator. She gently touched the gauze on the outside. "I asked you a question last time on the phone. Do you remember?" he asked, staring into her eyes. "What?" "I asked you if your heart is still there." Zheng Li stopped her movements. Was he really asking this? At that time, he had directly hung up the phone, and after that he never mentioned it again, so she had thought she misheard or misunderstood. He didn't wait for her to answer, but leaned down a bit more, bringing their faces closer together. Zheng Li could almost feel his breath. That dark gaze appeared so clearly and vividly in Zheng Li's sight. Those lake-like eyes were so captivating. If it's still there, his brows drew closer, his voice lowered, sounding rich and magnetic, almost mesmerizing, and he softly repeated, "If it's still there, I want to take it away." After saying this enchanting and alluring phrase, his lips brushed against hers, gently and lightly kissing the corner of her lips.